tweeting round the clock with all my breath. Making love to Monica was never on my list. I saw Ricada bash my fiancé. All the while I was enjoying his witty repartee. I'll stop my life to tweet at you. I'll tell my truth, and it's always changing all the time. There's nothing any court can do. I'll stop my life to tweet at you. Some people call me a bitter ball of hate. I'll show them all Bix pics to put them in their place. I'll pick a fight with you and blame it on my race. Never comprehending that I'm the reason why. I'll stop my life to tweet at you. I've made the changes, now I'm better than I ever was before. There's nothing any court can do. I'll stop my life to tweet at you. I'll stop my life to tweet at you. This life's a salad, and I'm living better. Tweet resides. There's nothing any court can do. I'll stop my life to tweet at you. Ooh, 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 that's it, Monica, get the remote. I'll stop my life to tweet at you. Just read these books, then you'll be better, just like me. There's nothing any court's gonna do. Stop my entire fucking life to tweet at you. And once I get banned, I'm gonna make another Twitter account, and I'm gonna post again, and I'm gonna talk to you even more, and I'm gonna keep doing it. Because if you think that I'm afraid of a judge, you better think twice, and you better pick up your fucking phone when I call you. Remember that. Since the last time that someone did that, oh man, I got so mad, but I'm like so much better now. Like, you don't even know. I was like so much better now. But where are you going? Get back here. Get back here.
And welcome, everybody. Good to see you on this lovely day. Like two. There we go. I'm all discombobulated today. It's like 3,000 degrees out today, so it's like, oh my god. Welcome, everybody in the chat. Good to see you all. There's too many pages. There's too many pages. That's how many pages there are. Let me just pull this up. I'm so disorganized today. I apologize. I'm so disorganized today. I have to pull everything up here. How is everybody doing? Hello, Ethan and Monte.
Lost can, but we got ourselves another.
Oh my goodness. Let me pull that up here. I have to recapture everything. On the fly editing, everybody. On the fly editing. Pull that over here. Boom, there we go. Double chat all the way across the sky. Hello, Chris Jacobson. Far too many. Let me just crop this out here. How's everybody doing as I'm boomering on the fly here? Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful May the 22nd. I know I am. I'm having a very good one. I'm going to have to pause briefly to go get my drinks going, but I think we'll start off with whiskey. What do you think? What do you think, guys? Start off with whiskey and end with wine? Is there a rhyme to tell me how that goes? I don't know how that goes. I don't know if that's good or a bad idea. Get that going here. So what we're doing today, because as some of you may or may not know, it is my birthday today. So I'm going to chill today, and we're going to have a fun time, and we're going to have a really interesting stream. Let me just put this behind those things. That's better. Pull that down here. Like so. Thank you, Little Rocks. Hello, everybody. Tomorrow's your husband's birthday? That's so awesome. Happy birthday to your husband. I'm gonna make sure I take all of this fun stuff. All my good thank you action toys. Happy birthday, thank you. 101 caliber. And make sure I take the things that keep me alive. I see another birthday. Thank you, Platinum Lemur. Thank you, Randy Scribner Jr. We got lots of really cool stuff. Lots of really cool stuff to go over today. We got I finally got my. So I don't know if this was available in the US. As I adjust my microphone here on the fly again. I don't know if this is available in the US. I might show it a little bit later. But recently, I just got in the mail finally. I got in the mail my my winning from KFC. So KFC had this little contest thing going. I guess it was a contest or a giveaway, a raffle, I don't know, something like that. Where they were giving away couch sidekicks. And it turns out that they were slippers. Now I thought it was just like little hood ornament things, because I thought that was pretty funny, you know, little things that you hang. Now these are like full ass size slippers, and I finally got them in the mail the other day, because I had apparently won the raffle, like one of like 80 pairs that were raffled off. So I have my own pair of KFC slippers. I might show those off a bit later. That was pretty cool. Did I see the tweets that Ron Toye was referring to voice actors going to ConUcon? I did. I think he's an idiot, and that was kind of the idea behind this show, actually. Because I wanted to come on and, number one, I wanted to have a celebration, have my birthday stream, and celebrate a little bit with you guys, and I wanted to laugh and make fun of this idiot for being himself. Which he really can't get away from. He really can't get away from himself just making himself a complete ass all over everything here. So it's pretty damn funny. And where the hell does he come in here? I'll start about there. He's going to tag the names and then he didn't. Yeah, because he's a chicken shit. Because he doesn't actually have anything. Because he doesn't actually do anything. So this is an earlier show than I normally am used to. I usually stream much later. I usually stream at 6 p.m., a couple hours from now. But because of the nature of today's show, because we're going to be listening and watching, and I'm going to be commentating over this interview and give you guys an idea what was going through my head and how I was coming up with responses and all that stuff. We were talking with Toye third time. Not a whole lot of people have seen this third interview. Ton of people have seen the second interview, which was spicy. Now this is pretty damn caliente in itself. This is a pretty damn spicy interview. So just to give you an idea, I had been given a lot of fucking flack for interviewing Toye. First time, second time, and the third time. People got really fucking mad at me for interviewing Ron Toye. And they're like, well, why, Crumb? Why would you dare interview this arch nemesis? Blah 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 blah. Like don't give him a platform. Don't do this. Don't do that. I've said this before, and I wanted to just kind of let people know the reason why I chose to do the interviews, and why I chose to do 3 interviews with him, was largely because around the time of the first interview, he was going on people like Come Geek Some, for example. He was going on videos, and he was commenting, and he was dropping all of this shit that all of the same stuff he's always been saying, right? And he was feverishly commenting, and I knew at that time that he was trying to get on someone's YouTube channel. He was trying to get on someone's YouTube show. And I thought to myself, I'm like, okay, well, I know there's a lot of people out there that want to take advantage of this situation and like use this to like boost their image and shit. So number one, I didn't know who out there beyond, like, there's a few people out there that I know would interview him well, but I know that wouldn't interview him, right? If that makes any sense. Like, I know a Nick Rekieta could interview somebody really well, but I don't think that I didn't think that Nick Rekieta would interview him, number one, and number two, probably wouldn't have been that generous to him. But the point is I wanted to have him come on my show. Well, not necessarily my show, but I wanted him to come on a show and have the people interviewing him. I wanted them to approach him in a way that he wasn't babied, right? He wasn't super softballed, giving all these like super easy questions and just let him retreat into his little hug box, which we saw at certain points. We saw people doing that at certain points after this show. They're very, very milquetoast questions, very milquetoast interviews. But the other part of it was I didn't want people going at him too difficult and making him retreat and making him basically look like he was being treated unfairly and be I can't think of the word right now because my brain is just cooked. It is literally fucking like 500 degrees here. It's so fucking hot. Indignant. I didn't want him being like attacked so hard that he would be indignant and everyone would be like, oh my God, how could they be so terrible to him? We saw that after my interview too. So I wanted him to be interviewed in like that streamline, that one tiny little narrow path that walked the line of being too nice and being too negative, right? I wanted to, and I didn't know many people who could do that, to be honest. Nick has always said that he wouldn't interview or have any contact with Soye other messages. That's what Ron messages Nick first. Absolutely. So I didn't trust many people that would be able to do that, because I didn't think there was a lot of people out there that number one wanted to do that, and that number two had the skill to do that. Now I knew through my history with customer service and everything else like that, I was able to narrowly go through the nuances of how to handle this. What I wanted to do and what I wanted to accomplish with these interviews was that I wanted to get him in a spot where he was comfortable enough to talk, but not comfortable enough that he would just basically fall into his old rhetoric, but actually show himself, right? Like show who he really is. And I don't want people watching this later on to be like, oh, well, they were just too hard on him, or like they coerced these answers out of him, or they were blah, 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 blah. I wanted him to answer as natural as possible. I wanted him to not be in a situation where he was getting browbeaten, and etc. Exactly, like feeding a raccoon to catch it. Very, very apt, Lito. So I wanted him to be in a very natural setting. So these questions that I asked him in the first and second interviews, they were to kind of get him into a zone where he would be open to talking, just like not talking one way or the other, just talking, right? Because we've seen him show his true self on social media, right? But he's never done it in front of a camera. This is the idea. We wanted to show that this is the Ron Toye that we know and love, and everything else like that. And I think it really I think these interviews really showed who he is, and showed who he is without his ability to come back. Because the last thing that I wanted was for him to go on these shows and say, "Oh well, look, they were treating me unfairly. I was being made fun of, and I just had to defend myself, and I was just trolling." No, this is 100% who he is. This in these shows, 100% who he is. I treated him extremely fairly. After these interviews, he actually had the audacity to say that I mistreated him and that I was a terrible, horrible person because blah, blah, blah. And people can look back at these interviews and be like, well, you're full of shit. So he tried to spin this in a way. So I just want to preface it by saying I just wanted to approach this in a very narrow perspective and trying to avoid being too nice, avoid being too negative. That's why I did these interviews, was to go through and basically set him up to do what he did best, which is talk like an idiot. So that's why we're gonna go today, and we're gonna review the third interview because it's just so great. Because this is after, mind you, this is after like a few weeks of getting browbeaten. And just absolutely shit on for quote unquote giving Toye a platform. Now, I knew that he had nothing to say, right? He had nothing to say that he hasn't already said 100 million times. He's already said it 1,000 times. That's why I was comfortable giving him a place to kind of poop himself, you know. And through the first couple interviews, he did that. He did that really, really badly. I mean, we got a little bit of insight into his background. I had started off this interview a little bit stern, and you're gonna see the differences, right, between being a bit more soft with him as opposed to being a bit harder with him. You're gonna see that right away. So these are things I want to preface by saying in this interview first, because this was not without a lot of careful planning, even though it came together really quickly. I kind of had a game plan in place. So we're going to kick off this interview, and I'm going to give you my thoughts on it as we're going through, and I'm going to stop and we're going to laugh at certain things. But yeah, this basically. That's what today's show is going to be. Because I'm gonna have fun. You're gonna have fun. I'm gonna grab a drink pretty soon. I just had some mead, so I is used to being soft. But you don't want it too watered down. So let me just see how the volume is on this.
So I guess Ken will be back on in just a minute here. Still waiting.
Yeah, we just had Ken. We just lost him.
Probably Comcasted him or something. So but, we'll bring in our second guest for the day. We'll talk. So our second guest is
who's it?
Ron Toye.
Hey, how's it going?
How about yourself?
Welcome.
I'm a little excitable today.
A little fucking weirdo.
It's all right.
So this is about like 30 minutes or so, about 30 minutes or so into the podcast. So the idea on this interview, because this one's shorter than the other ones, you can't hear it very well. You're gonna have to turn it up a little bit. Let's turn it up a little bit because it's almost peaking on my end. The idea behind these ones was, so we were supposed to have Toye on to wrap up, because we almost went like 5 or 6 hours, I think, on the previous broadcast, and we had stuff to finish off with on this one. So we wanted to wrap up a few things on this one, and then we wanted to cut this one short because we were supposed to have Monica on offline. So we were supposed to go offline and have Monica on for an interview. He really did like the attention. That's pretty much what he wanted to do. He just wanted to get attention. We were supposed to have Monica on for an interview, and we were going to record it offline, and I was going to post it later, but she actually made up an excuse as to why she couldn't come to her interview at that point. And then after this interview, they ghosted us for the next interview. So might have something to do with how it starts out here.
Be excited.
Yeah.
Perfect. car.
So, I mean, welcome back. Thank you for coming on again. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just trying to buy a little time because I know Ken had some questions that he wanted to ask. So before we get into the topics there, I don't want to get into anything too serious. But I know Mr. Hop had a couple of questions that he wanted to bounce off you, light questions before we get into some heavier topics.
Yes, there's a lot of stuff I wanted to ask, and all this is all about hobbies and stuff like that.
Cool.
So everyone could just grab their favorite drink and just kick back for a little bit. I just wanted to really know, if before you got into convention, you met Monica and stuff like that, what were your hobbies? Because obviously you have some, and the thing is that I'm not going to accept reading as one of them because that's very self-evident. So what were you into? Were you into cartoons at all? Did you have a toy collection, comic books? Like tell us a little bit about that.
So before meeting Monica, you could, if she ever gets time to come on,
this was a little bit
guys,
of
awesome.
She will tell
a filler
you,
until we were trying to get Ken back
I didn't own a
in.
computer. I had books everywhere.
Oh, good Lord.
There she is.
Oh, hello. Goodbye.
It's confirmed. That's really one of my hobbies.
Did not have a TV. No TV at all.
I love reading. I also like.
So yeah, that was Monica coming in and saying that and confirming that Ron didn't have a television before they met, apparently. So there's that. You didn't have a problem. You wanted to see Toye in action to see what he shows. Yeah. So that's that right there confirmed that Monica was there, and we were supposed to have an interview with her offline after this interview, which didn't. It went for about the time it was supposed to go. It was about 3.5 hours, and she made an excuse saying that she was in the studio recording for a fan or something like that. So.
Like playing chess a lot, so reading chess strategy books it sounds boring, but it's exciting
he
to
loved.
Me.
Reading chess comic books. Good job.
Really,
Toye.
or I like sports too. So like softball, baseball, hockey.
This voice makes your blood
fantasy football. I also like I like weird antiques and woodworking. So
let's take a moment. What are your hobbies? What are things that you enjoy? Like what are cool things? Oh, I like reading chess books. I like weird antiques. Does this sound like a normal individual to you? I mean,
doing any kind of do-it-yourself projects, I really enjoy that.
It just had to get the attention.
For sure.
Exactly.
I'm woodworking myself, so
that's
I
cool.
totally understand that. Well, what's your favorite type of wood to work? Like to work with? Is it pine?
So
oak?
At this point, I was actually just
really,
reading the
it's not
chat.
so
I
much
wasn't
that
really
I'm
listening
into
to
the
him.
level. It's more like taking something that
I
from
wasn't
like an
really
antique
listening
store,
to his answer because I
and,
didn't really care
like
refurbish it?
about his hobbies. That was
refurbishing,
all Mr. Hop.
repurposing it.
That's all
Like I
Mr.
took
Hop
an
wanted to know.
old cedar trunk, flipped it up, made a stand, and then Chris was like, you should put an infinity mirror in it. So I had this huge infinity mirror that I installed in the front part of it. So then it's now a bookcase that has an infinity mirror for the front of the thing, and then it's like all built out. So it's like I want to get more into like really refining my process more, just like seeing something cool and like how can I make this even cooler or weird. And
Gotcha. And how far do you go back going your restorations? Do you shellac them at all? Do you use a fine sandpaper or some steel wool or what?
Really, it's a little bit depending on what the project is. With that one, I just, different grades of sanding all the way to make it smooth. So I'm not, rough sand all the way up to the fine paint sand and sanding it in between coats. If I'm polyurethaning it or painting it or whatever, what application. But it's something that I wish there was more technical training for like the everyday person to learn, in more detail, like hands-on style. Like I wish there was a place around me that I could go or pay some guy who's a wizard at it and have him come to my house and teach me all the things. Because
those wizards will charge you an awful lot, Harry.
Yeah.
but yeah, to let you
You've been learning book binding in the past 6 months. You don't go around beating people with remotes.
If you got the itch that you need to scratch, hop on the YouTubes, and there's definitely tutorials for that. Once you start figuring out the different processing, it is easier because basically one particular technique lends itself to different projects and stuff like that.
Right.
So it's pretty good aspect. So basically with that off the side, so you weren't into any of the 80s pop culture stuff at all, basically Transformers, G.I. Joe, and stuff like that?
You can see that Mr. Hop is like really pulling fucking teeth to get him to be on topic about shit, right? I just have to like, is that gonna pull something out of the fucking woodwork here? Get that to show up, please. No. All right, I have to pull something up here. Just be one moment. I'm gonna bring this down. But that's okay. Mr. Hop is like really trying to fucking pull teeth to get him to fucking answer a goddamn question, right? Like he's just like stuck. He doesn't have Ragnarok Knight. Sorry, I'm trying to get this. I'm trying to get the StreamYard open for you so we can get the code out to people. I'm just like I started a bit late. I'm all discombobulated. What the fuck did that go to? Get the login code. Get the damn login code. You darn thing. So it's like playing good cop, bad cop to get answers out of a cucumber. Exactly. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all about that. That gives me a good fucking idea for a new T-shirt actually. And it fucking. All right. Actually, I'm just gonna use this old studio because this old studio is fine. I have to send this out to the Patreon link. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, unmute. I'm doing this live, sorry folks. Again, like I'm like so far behind on where I should be right now on everything. Fuck me. Because I had a special surprise coming home today. Well, not coming home today. Somebody came home today. Where the fuck? It wasn't on my Facebook. It's on my Facebook right now. Good cop, bad cop on a cucumber. It's quite the strange expression. Why are you asking me? What the fuck, dude? Help us. Yes, it is my residence. You stupid. And of course, right now is like the time that they want to know fucking everything. About everything? Like, fucking, come on. Oh my god. Patreon's hanging there. This is being a fucking giant asshole right now. Do I think that the reason why Monica Riel didn't want to be on my YouTube stream is because both her and Toy... No, they offered... So, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hello from Kingsland, GA. Tom P says hello, along with Vic. Hello, Vic. Hello, Tom. Hello, Stan. I hope that you're all doing good. We're having fun laughing at Ron Toye, so I hope you all are laughing along as well. All right, I'm gonna send this off. I'm gonna send that link off. So the fun part is Chris Jacobson is that Ron offered to have Monica on the show. Ron said Monica wanted to come on the show, and that they wanted to talk about stuff. I'm like, fine, no problem. We'll finish off your interview because I'm like, we still had some stuff that Ken wanted to ask you for your side. Then we'll cut the show, and then we'll come back on. And then we'll have Monica on, and we'll do a recording. So we won't do a live show for Monica. We'll do a recording, and that was perfectly fine by them. They were happy to do that. And then poof, they didn't want to do it no more. Because I'm guessing that they got told that they sound like a fucking idiot, and they probably shouldn't be on. Ron seems to have an automatic response of dodging the question straight away. Honestly, you're no expert, but you're putting him in the ADHD category. Now he claimed that he's on medication for ADHD. He claimed it. All right, I'm gonna be 2 seconds. Yeah, he offered to come on. Like he offered for Monica to come on. Like I don't know what the hell his problem was, but an abuser says he wanted someone on and she didn't. Interesting, right? Very interesting. So I'm gonna be like 30 seconds, not even. I promise you, it won't be that long. I'm just gonna grab my bottle of wine and I'm gonna grab a glass and be right back. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy Chaircoon while I'm away. All right, we're back. This is not Chair Coon. This is not your Chair Coon. This is my Chair Coon. So I have a wonderful Pinot Grigio. Wonderful Pinot Grigio. You can tell how fucking hot it is. I just took this out of the fridge. You can tell how fucking hot it is in here. It's sweating so bad, just like me. But I can't get through this without some wine, so get myself this poured here. I don't have a proper wine glass, but that's okay. I don't know if I would trust myself with a proper wine glass right now, so we're just gonna pour this. The good shit. That's the good shit. Oh, that's good stuff. All right. Woo! Gassed up, ready to go. So yeah, he's avoiding questions so hard because he's so pre-programmed into what he wants to say, and he's like he has no pop culture identity. So
Or what?
So as a kid, and you know, up until about 12 or 13 or 14, you know, Marvel, X-Men, Wolverine was my favorite Marvel character. I had all the G.I. Joes. I had all the He-Men. I mean, I was...
Oh, that's cool.
I had to go all out. All the Transformers. And just to think about all the stuff that I definitely threw away or broke. And
against Canadian law to have your liquor
now,
cabinet
if you
so
look
far
back,
away.
it's like if I had my collection, it'd be worth so much money right now. Because I had the whole, like, I had all the whole thing. Like, my parents would let me collect. So if I had to have it, I had to have each of the toys so that I, you know, I couldn't have it not complete.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? He in his earlier interviews, he talked about how his mom was so abusive to him and all this. He only owned Fisto. He owned like a collection of Fistos. He talked about how his parents were so abusive and all this other stuff, and how he was locked in his toy chest and all this stuff and blah blah blah. But here he's talking about how he had to own everything, right? He had to own the entire collections of these things. Very curious, very telling, very interesting. It's classic self-defense mechanism to avoid any sense of personal responsibility. It's left over after abusing. It's how he justified it. Yep. He still is a real estate loan officer. Kind of pop culture background because he possibly have watching Illumination films,
which was weird. So I had all the He-Man, like the snap, all of it.
No, I think. What was your favorite He-Man figurine?
Probably I can't remember if his name was Skunk Man, but it was the one that had the weird smell. Like,
that's definitely Skunk
Man. The one
Man.
that came with the weird smell. It's
his favorite one, by the way.
Ingrained in the figure.
Yeah, mine was the battle damage one because the cool part is you can actually turn back the chest plate and then press it. Goes, oh look, it's got 2 scratches. Press again, it's got 3. And I was like, oh my god, it's so awesome.
Yeah. See, that's fun stuff. Absolutely. They still work. Like I bet you could go to a antique toy shop and find those dolls and it would still work. Where toys.
Wait a second. Stop. Yeah. They're not dolls. They're action figures.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So confirmed that Ron Toye played with action dolls.
I'm okay with it being either way. I remember being like 10 or 9 and having like the big Wolverine, which destroyed me in Logan when I saw them hold like at the end. Did you guys watch Logan?
Yeah.
Oh goodness gracious!
You remember him seeing like the kid holding the Wolverine figure? I was done at that point. I'm like crying. I'm like, that's my childhood. Like dying because I had the Wolverine and the Sabretooth, and I'd be in the bath like,
All right. Well, we bought some time. Ken is back. His internet's working again, so we're going to bring Ken back on. Welcome back, Ken.
Hey, Ken.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
You can see that everyone's excited except Toye about having Ken back on the show. It's pretty funny.
In your potato internet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When it's all about him and on his actions.
Or did his internet spud out there?
I actually went and grabbed a damn Ethernet cable to plug into my laptop because apparently my Wi-Fi is being a bitch.
Well, it definitely improved
my language
as well. So I think that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have everybody here. So I want we can start diving into a bit of what we wanted to talk about today. So now I want to address some things before we.
So this is the a bit of the bad cop coming out right now. This is a bit of the bad cop coming out. So this is in response to all the people that were saying I was too nice to him and that he was just playing me, that he was lying to me, blah, 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 blah. So you're going to see his reaction, right? You just saw him whooping it up about playing with dolls in the bathtub. Now you're going to see his reaction after we're a little bit stern with him, right?
We get started here. So I know, Ron, we've had you on a couple of times.
Yep.
And like we've been, I think that we've been pretty courteous. We've been fairly polite with you. We've been honest with you. And based on some of your actions that have been going on in the past few weeks, I'm starting to question if you're being entirely honest with us.
Okay.
So I would like to know what, because you come on here and you say that you want to answer questions,
Sure.
and you say that you want to talk and you want to be upfront. If you're not being like truthful with us in terms of this, because you said that you wanted to like starve the one, like the bad wolf and all this other stuff, and step away from
pay attention
confrontations
to
and
how
things. And I know that you've said
he's
that
reacting now.
a number of times. You're like, oh, you know what, whatever, I'm just having fun, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So my question is, like, what exactly do you hope to have by coming on this show and talking to us? If you're not, if after what you say to us, like say that like we give you advice and say like don't let people on the internet like rile you up and things like that, but you go on and get riled up and do X, Y, and Z.
So what I'm talking about here directly was because literally during our second interview with Ron Toye, he was going on and saying, he's like, I'm not going to let people rile me up. I'm not going to feed into the bad wolf, blah, 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 right? And then immediately after the show with us, he went on, I think he went on Kiwi Farms and started like basically fighting with people on Kiwi Farms, fighting with people on the internet, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, okay, well, what's the whole fucking point of you coming on here and, quote unquote, answering and talking about shit if you're not fucking answering, if you're not serious about it? So that's what this is about, partially.
So if you're coming on to our show, and we're being honest and we're being open and we're being trying to be polite and helpful to you,
Yeah.
I'd like that back in return.
Okay, that's respectable. Sure. Did you have a question in there, or are you just more
Yeah,
of a...
my question is, like, what do you hope to get by coming on our show?
Just communication, giving you the opportunity, because I don't expect you to change everything about you or critique the way, because like, I'm sure when I go back and look at certain comments, I know that, the chatter isn't always positive about me. While you guys are being courteous on the show, so I respect your guys' ability or choice not to always side or not even side with me, just to be the fact I'm here. I don't expect you to go and tell Nick that, oh, Ron's the best guy and not ever say anything bad about me, because that's your choice, and so
you can tell he's kind of pissed off, because after when he's on the show, he knows that we're not favorable about him and whatever else. This is the point, though, right? Ron, we didn't need to give you courtesy when you're not on the show. We gave you courtesy and you even caught yourself and corrected yourself that just by being on the show, we're showing you that courtesy. Number one. As well, you should be pissed. He only went to reinforce the fact that Ron can't handle high stress situations very well. He needs to veil between himself and his detractors to function. Absolutely. So, like, even right now, Ron knows he's caught. He's caught with his ass out, and now he's trying to find some way to turn this back around and say, well, you guys are blah, 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 but he can't really, right? I mean, we're having you on the show for the third time. If you really were that upset by my opinions or Mr. Hop's opinions or by Ken's opinions, about us like talking about you when you're not on the show, then you wouldn't come back on the show. It's the bottom line. But here you are. So
I come here to just show that I'm another human who has some similarities with you guys, even though my position is different. You might not agree with all of my same tactics or things that I do online, just like I don't always agree with everything that maybe each one of you guys engage in. But at the same time, that doesn't mean we don't have similarities where we can still be somewhat cordial to each other, even through times where we disagree vehemently, you know?
Yeah.
So it's really about that. Like you can be mad at me and engage with me with confrontation where it's heated, where I don't lose respect for you. You know what I mean? I can still have positive interaction that is somewhat heated and not lose respect or cross a boundary where I start to try to hurt you as a human. Where if it's a general thing, like where somebody might disagree with my...
Can we frame that, please? Can we frame that? Let me just go back. Let me just go back really quickly.
Is somewhat heated and not lose respect or cross a boundary where I start to try to hurt you as a human.
Really? Really, Ron? Really, Ron? Okay. Okay.
Where if it's a general thing, like where somebody might disagree with my approach to certain topics online or comments, it's standing a ground. But like what I'm encouraging or my processes in this is no matter how heated it gets here, to always walk away from your show being respectful for your show, respectful for your time, and appreciative for each and every one of your guys' individual opinions.
So bullshit number fucking 56, Ron. Bullshit number 56. After this show, you were not respectful of our time. You were not respectful of our opinion of you. You could have just come out and said that you didn't want to come back on. You wouldn't have set up another date to come on the show and then just not shown up and then tell people we were terrible to you.
No matter what position you guys hold. So that's really what I came to, or that's why I always agree to come on your show.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. And again, I don't want to have you on to browbeat you or tell you that everything that you do is wrong either. That's not the aim of this. So a lot of what I aim to do with this show is to show people like who everybody is. Like
right.
I'm not here to tell people what to think of somebody. Like I don't tell Nick to do something. Like I don't tell Nick to, oh, you have to say this about Ron or you have to do this.
Right.
Nick does what Nick does, right?
Yep.
Like I do what I do. Ken does what Ken does. Like,
yeah.
Whatever. For like some reason, Ron thinks that I had some influence on what Nick Rekieta says.
I was getting the feeling that there was a little bit of a double talk here that was going on. You were coming on and saying one thing, but then turning around and doing another. So I wanted to make sure that we're on the same page about that. Like I have no problem having a chat with you. I have no problem having you on and talking with you. But as long as we're both being straightforward with each other.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. So with that being said, I know
Nick
Ken had some questions. If you're ready.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Ken, hopefully. Yep. Okay, good. I thought you fell.
I thought he fell prey to his microphone again. Sorry.
No, I've got a knife. So I'll take that cord.
I didn't take my medicine today, so you guys are in for a treat. I'm like ADHD all on the max.
Yeah, Toye
so
didn't take his meds on this episode.
Fidgety.
It's all good.
All good.
Did you need to go take it or?
No, it's too late in the afternoon now. I'll be up till tomorrow. So
Yeah.
just to ride the wave.
Fair enough. I'm a night owl, so mine I usually take it in the afternoon anyway. So I wanted to kind of touch on some stuff from last time that kind of impacts us now. I know when we met last time, you were wanting to kind of cut back, get away from like the farms and stuff because it wasn't the best for your mental health and stuff. But I noticed about 2 weeks or so after I think we talked, you jumped back on and you've been back on since.
Yeah.
Why the resurgence?
I really think maybe, I don't know if I said it where I wouldn't go on there, but I will always kind of check back and forth just to see what people are saying, just to either make a comment if I choose or not. But
okay.
It's more just to keep an eye on things, just to double check and see what's being out there and keep track and kind of know what's on the street.
So
You can see how his demeanor has changed, right? From when we were starting to talk about like his childhood and his like what he grew up with and blah blah blah. You could tell how his physical features just completely changed about this whole situation. Like how he's really not happy with the questions that are being asked. So this is again part of the reason why I was going the direction that I was with things, because this is showing a little bit about the progress of this. He thought he manipulated you enough earlier. You could see him that he can control the direction of the conversation, and you could see him calculating and said, absolutely. 100%. He thought he was in control this whole time. He thought he was in control this entire time. And it's coming around to him that he wasn't in as much control as he thought he was. Ken was so interesting to listen to. He was clearly smarter than Ron, but not very good at condescending him. Toyman, he was a guest at one of your shows. He made some racial jokes about your family's hereditary that you didn't find to be funny, then acted like a big ass when he thought, oh, is that, you talking about Schemmel? I saw somebody was talking about something about Schemmel earlier. Was that about Schemmel?
when you talk to people on the forums, do you have a specific purpose? Are you just like fucking with them, or are you trying to have a conversation?
Sometimes it depends if the person is really truly wanting to engage with me, and I usually can tell that pretty quickly. But some people I want to have a conversation with, and some people I can tell they're trying to not have a conversation with me. They're trying to either get confirmation for something that they don't want, or they just want to say insults to me. So some of them I'll just engage just to kind of enjoy the banter, and others it's.
So he's admitting fully again that he's doing it because he's enjoying it, right? We had this conversation, I believe, in the second interview where he talked about this quote unquote bad wolf, right? He doesn't want to feed into the bad wolf, but here he is admitting freely that he's doing it to feed into that urge, right? He's doing it because he really, really enjoys it. Yeah, it was Sean Schemmel. Yeah, that's what I thought. Never agreed upon, then got mad when you said you wouldn't bend to him. Yeah, Schemmel seems like a bit of a weirdo.
Just showing I'm a real person who isn't afraid to make jokes or laugh at myself or stand up or also tell somebody off if I need to.
Well, I follow the thread pretty closely because that's the one I'm mostly involved in right now.
Right.
And I've noticed more than majority of the time,
Mm-hmm.
the type of communication I'm seeing from you is very hostile.
Okay.
It comes off very hostile, and I don't know if you noticed that or not, but it does.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty much hostile a lot of times because if you look at the majority of the communication at me, it would be pretty hostile, right? And so
it does come off hostile. I won't disagree with you.
And so usually it depends. That's where it's like when people are cordial and they have a difference in opinion, I'm pretty cordial. I don't really try to be rude, but if people come at me, I'm going to meet them with equal force. And so that's kind of usually the way I respond.
I don't think he could bring equal force to anyone with a teaspoon of testosterone, but
on to people is if they're going to ask a question without being condescending or assuming certain positions, then I'll be cordial. Or I'll make a joke. But if somebody's going to come at me aggressive and rude and accusations and insults, well, I might give that back.
Okay. Now, that seems like it would be something that would continue a pattern behavior that, yourself, and I'm sure your therapist has identified as somewhat problematic. Of aggression and anger, and it doesn't really help in the long run.
Well, I think it's the difference in application, right? So in that moment, I don't carry any necessary anger. It's just identifying, dealing with it, and then moving on.
But you don't identify it, Ron. You don't identify it. This is a problem. Like, Ken is telling you right now that this is an aggressive action and that this is something that is a red flag that you should be identifying, and you're making excuses for it. You're saying, well, no, it's not really, blah, blah, blah. You're 100% wrong in this, Ron. Like, you have no control over your anger. You have no control over it because you're not even acknowledging it. Jesus Christ.
Where maybe in the past, I would allow that anger to carry on to other aspects or stay with me in a sense, But like I can read an interaction, laugh in my head, and go type and then send and go about my next task without having any type of carryover of that negative emotion or transaction.
Well, they seem more than just like a spot interaction. It's like there's like I know the one night there was like a couple dozen or more responses in this couple hour period.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you were, and I think a few people had suggested it.
Unfortunately, at this point during the conversation, to let you guys know what I was thinking, I was distracted mostly by the chat that was going on at the time. So like I was heavily active in chat at the time, answering questions and answering people on Discord. So I was kind of not part of this conversation mentally.
Drinking or whatever, if you were having a bad day or something.
No, I was having a great day. I think a lot of people read into my responses more than they want to build a scenario. A lot of the times when I make a response at Kiwi Farms late at night is right before I go home from my office. I'll check it as part of like my nightly checklist. I'll do a couple responses to some people and then go home.
And that's a fucking terrible time to do it because you have your day's stress. You're probably not thinking straight. You haven't had food. You haven't had whatever. Like if you're just heading home, you're taking all of your day's frustration and you're putting it into your fucking posts against people who probably don't even deserve your frustration at that point, because you're taking the day's it's gross. Like just before he goes home from work, he's looking at posts on Kiwi Farms and he's like trolling them and going at them aggressively and then going home. Like that's unhealthy. Like he talks about how he's moved on and he talks about how he's a quote unquote better person. He's just moved his anger. He's moved his aggression. Like instead of beating his wife, now he's beating random strangers. Like this, how is that any better? How is that any better?
And so I'm not angry. It might come across that way, but it's interesting because now at this point in the lawsuit where I am, there's nothing for me to be angry about anymore. And so
let's rewind that.
It might come across that way, but it's interesting because now at this point in the lawsuit where I am, there's nothing for me to be angry about anymore.
Then why are you so fucking angry, Ron? Why do you keep posting on Twitter, Ron? Why do you keep fucking going off on people, Ron? So you're still angry. So what are you angry about? You don't even understand what you're angry about. You don't even know what you're mad about. Because yeah, you shouldn't be mad at this point in the lawsuit. You shouldn't be angry. So why are you still angry? Why are you still angry, Ron?
And so I might respond in an aggressive way, but it's not out of anger. It's more out of I'm done putting up or tolerating stupidity or aggression towards me. Because I don't know how many of you guys were ever bullied in school, but people tried to bully me and I had to deal with that. And I know a lot of people say, oh, I don't know this and that about Ron. Well, that's cool. But I have had to deal with it. And the way you deal with bullies is not to run from them and not to placate to them. It's to stand your ground. And so, okay.
So what happens when you are the bully, Ron? What happens when you are no longer fighting bullies, but you are the bully? What happens then, Ron?
Occasionally I'll just go ahead and give a little reply and then walk off but it's no longer anger because of where I am in the lawsuit. And also I understand things differently. So,
but that would be true like years ago. I agree with you in that respect. dealing with bullies, you stand up to them, don't let them walk on you, etc. Times have changed with social media, with the advent of the internet, things like that. Unfortunately, engaging with these people, that's what they want, right? When you look at people that are trying to get a rise out of you, people that are trying to go at you, whatever else, they're doing it on purpose to get something out of you. They're doing it on purpose to get a rise out of you, to get a reaction. So when you're talking about certain individuals that might be coming at you, insulting, et cetera, if you want them to stop, the best way to do it is to just not reply.
But see, that's what I don't want. I'm not going to be bullied into silence. I don't care if they stop, because
he's so stuck on his answer. He's so stuck on his canned response. He just the point of the conversation went straight over his fucking head. Like he's so stuck on thinking that internet trolls, and I don't know if this is intentional or if he's actually this stupid, but he's like stuck on this thing where internet trolls are like actually really trying to hurt him, and all of no, they're just trying to get a rise out of you. They're trying to get a response out of you. They don't care. They don't care about your well-being or whatever else. They're trying to get you to like react. He's such a fucking weasel.
I won't stop. You see, that's what the bullies want, and you can shake your head. Why do you do this?
It's not bullying into silence, though.
Oh, it is. If I don't want them to continue, I got to be quiet. So then that means instead of them,
I'm not saying be quiet. I'm not saying be quiet. I'm saying don't pay attention to them. Continue on what you're doing. Do your normal stuff. Act like they don't exist, because it's the internet and they don't exist.
So then in a sense, I get why you're saying that, but if you allow people to continue to say stuff and you don't ever interject, then they're controlling a narrative, right?
Oh, really, Ron? Oh, really? Is that why you want certain people to shut up? Is that what this whole thing is about, Ron? Is controlling a narrative? Is that what you think? Where if you let people talk and talk and talk and talk, this is what's going in your mind, Ron. That if you let people continue to talk, they're the ones controlling a narrative. Very curious. Very curious.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, okay. So let's. How would you say it's not?
Basically, long story short, what we're trying to say here, because I'm also in tune to this as well. The problem is that if you keep feeling every question that's thrown out there constantly to the point that you think they're getting exhausted and you think you're winning, the problem is you're feeding into their narrative and you're giving them exactly what you want, which could be looked at as a form of weakness as well. Because the thing is that if someone keeps throwing stuff at you constantly, you keep answering, so forth and so forth. And the thing is something that I had to learn and get over with as well, is that you're just feeding into their game. You're playing directly into their hands. And the thing is that that's what they want. And at the same time here, if you keep answering every question that's out there, some people, I do mean some people, could look at as a form of obsessiveness, that this person just can't stop and walk away from it. And the thing is that, don't get me wrong, out of everyone here, I'm also a fighter. Right. I don't like when people talk shit about me or my family and other shit like that. But it just comes with a point in time. It's like, look, you guys are just being immature.
Right.
What do I got to gain to win from this? Right. And the answer is there isn't any.
Oh, that was the 100%.
There really isn't at the end of the fucking day. Right. That there's nothing there.
That's 100% it, Lemur. He thought he was playing the field so hard. He thought he was so ahead of everybody. And this is what I'm talking about. This is why I wanted him to just be comfortable enough to talk and whatever else, because he's not going to convince me. He's not going to convince Mr. Hop. He's not going to convince Ken Jennings, right? Like, he's not going to convince us. He's out here to try and you know, spin his side of things. And it makes him look really terrible when you have three people who are talking sense and he has gone off and left fucking field.
And the thing is that if you keep feeding into stuff like that, then it makes you look bad.
Right.
It makes the situation look bad, and no one wins from that, man.
And that's fair to say, and I get the opinion. And the part that is interesting people are really looking at the couple of times I respond, right? Let's call it a high estimate. Let's say 20 response the other day. Think about how many people have been talking about me for almost 2 years, right?
Mhm.
So then it's always critical of the other person that they respond like, oh, well, if you just didn't say anything, then this controversy would go away. How about
Hold on. Is he really suggesting? Is he really suggesting that if he's honestly doing this right now? He's saying that we're suggesting to him if he just didn't say anything, then people would leave him alone. Now he's saying that this is not a situation that's going to work out. He's saying that there's no way in hell that he could sit back and say nothing to defend himself for 2 years because the irony behind what he is about to say, it breaks logic.
other people being decent humans so that there isn't necessarily a controversy? And then that's the reason why it goes away.
Well, the problem is that we're not dealing with decent people.
Right.
They're looking at individuals or looking to get something from you.
So he's literally saying that if people are decent human beings, it would just go away. Does he not realize that he's talking about himself? I'm guessing he doesn't. I'm guessing the irony is lost on him right now. I'm guessing the irony is lost on the fact that he is literally saying that someone who is being browbeaten for 2+ fucking years should stand up for themselves and say something because these people are lunatics and won't go away. Ding dong hello, Ron. Ding dong hello.
And you just mentioned this has been going on for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
My situation is going on for 6.
Right.
So the thing is that from that, I had to take a step back, look at it. And the thing is that I have to respond when I need to, not all the time. Because at that point in time, your strike becomes that much more heavy and it becomes that much effective. Because the thing is, if you're just punching and punching and punching and punching and slapping and kicking all the time, there's no effectiveness. It's like, oh, look, here's Ron Toye again. Oh, watch this. I think Ron Toye is an idiot. Send. And all of a sudden, the next thing you know, you might be spurting out about it. That might get you upset, or the case may be. And all of a sudden, haha, I now have your attention. Here's some more insults for you. Now you're playing my fucking game. And the thing is that's the stuff that goes online constantly. And the thing is that when it comes down to it, regardless of what people may think of X, Y, and Z, we're all better people at the end of the day. So the thing is that who gives a shit? They're fucking nobodies, man. But like the thing is that I might run a comic book convention. I might be a radio show producer. I might be working in the entertainment industry for the last 30 years. But the thing is that I still see myself as nobody. Who gives a flying fuck? Like seriously, honestly.
That's fair.
So one thing I do want to say, because like I know you read books, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
Do you read do you just read like the help books, or do you read like fantasy, just books in general?
Not so much fantasy. It's usually either has to do something with history, strategy, business development, personal development.
Look at this fucking guy trying to make himself.
Well, one book that I would recommend reading if you haven't already is Don Quixote.
Oh yeah, absolutely love that book.
Yeah, it's very, very good. So you know the part, because the whole reason I'm going to say, because I'm going to bring something up in this. If you remember the part where he fights a windmill, and he loses, that is the internet. So when you're fighting the internet and people on the internet, you're fighting a windmill.
Right.
You're not going to win because you might be thinking that it's something else, but it's just a windmill.
Right. Yes.
That's the whole point.
And also
too, I get it.
And also on top of that, one of the few things you've mentioned in our broadcast and through the last couple of years is that you really see yourself as an individual who is at point.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that you're there to protect.
I forgot I fucking said that. That's
the
so
individuals
funny.
who you're representing. Right. So the thing is that you even have that much more.
Zero self-awareness, Simon.
Your battles and fight against them, because if you're fighting against everybody, man, come on.
That's
how does that really look?
Yeah.
Like the thing is that I walk down the street. I'm a heavy set guy. If someone says, "Hey, there's that fat fuck," and I go over and punch him in the face.
Yeah.
Where does it seriously, like for 2 seconds, where does that put me? That puts me in risk of getting charged. That possibly puts me in risk of being a dangerous individual in public, and it just builds up from there.
Right.
And the thing is that, again, if you want to start again, if we start with this in other directions as well, you're in a high social situation. What I mean by that is that you are, I forget what your profession is. I do apologize.
I'm a mortgage loan officer.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is that you're in the position where you're talking to people constantly, all the time. And one of the few things about the internet, which has really come to the forefront, is before anyone does any research, if they want to deal with this person, that especially dealing with money, they're going to jump online and put your name in there. And if they see your name popping up in different arguments and stuff like that more on one occasion, they're going to start asking themselves, do I really want to work with Mr. Toye moving forward, especially representing my portfolio and my best interest in mind, as he might be a great fighter, but the thing is that he's online.
He has no fucking awareness.
So you might start be losing clout in that field, because one of the few things that and I know, and when I mention this as well, it used to be the internet used to be this little quiet thing that's off to the side. And the thing is that after a while, things just disappear. But in today's time, it's not. And it's getting fucking worse all the time. So again, this is why I'm
like, we are literally giving him like fucking $1 million advice here. $1 million advice. And you can see he's acting like he was in his deposition. He's acting like a fucking clown. He's such an idiot. He's so fucking far out from being aware of his actions. It's literally embarrassing. Literally embarrassing. Off topic, doesn't just rub you the wrong way when you're doing a mission in the game and you get killed when you're in deep, like halfway near the end, and you have to do the whole mission over again? Yep. He is fake listening, try to find a way. Like, it's not registering to him. It's not registering to him at all. Like, I don't think he's acting either. I think he's just this stupid. I just think he's this stupid.
Really suggesting, pick your fights. Don't fight everything, especially on the farms, for goodness sakes. Because friends, here on this broadcast, what's the farms there for? The farms there is to dox people, to get information. Sorry, okay, I'm mistaken. Sorry.
The farms exist for people to go and laugh at people.
Okay.
However, that is what it exists for. However, the people that go on there do far different things. There's people that do on the far good side of things, and there's people that do on the far trolling bad side of things. There's everything in between, but the purpose of the farms is to go and laugh at the stupidity of the internet. That's about it. Yeah. So when we're talking about different things and the worst of the worst, for example, so the people that dox, or the people that make real life threats, etc., that is frowned upon mostly.
Yeah.
From what I'm understanding, from all the people that I'm talking to, because I've talked to Ken, I've talked to a number of people. Keck was one person I was talking to. I have a point about that in just a moment as well.
Keck 7,
but there are a lot of people on all sides of this, and I cannot stress this enough. It is the same thing for I Stand With Vic. It is the same thing for Kick Vic. It's the same thing for Black Lives Matter. It's the same thing for Antifa. Every single organization, anybody at fucking all can put on the uniform and act like a clown. That does not mean they speak for the entire organization.
Right. Yes, that's true.
So, and just on a side note, because I know that Keck is in the chat, and I really wanted to get this question out there.
And that's one thing I really want to hammer home, because there's a lot of people out there that point to Kick Vic, that point to I Stand With Vic. They're like, oh my God, they're so stupid. Anyone can put on the fucking uniform. Anybody at all can fucking say that they're a part of one group and act like a fucking idiot to make that group look bad. Like, that's 100%. That's the way it is.
For you, because Keck sent me a message a little while ago.
A lot of them.
Keck 7 Go really wanted to know, because like he's been trying to talk to you, and from what I understand, he's coming from a place of genuine concern and whatever else. So he's a little upset that you've been ignoring him, and so he just wants to know why you've been ignoring him, and if you'd be willing to engage with him.
Absolutely. Is he wanting to ask, or are they? I don't know who that person is. Would they like to ask a question right now? I don't know. That's the thing about Kiwi Farms. I get criticized for not or for engaging with people, and I don't know if they've asked me something. I don't know that identity or that name. I don't remember seeing it. So I apologize for not responding. What would be the question they have for me?
Well, if Keck's in the chat, I'm sure he could type that out, and
let's give him a couple minutes.
Get a few minutes.
But I put a live comments for all the chat action.
Oh yeah, there's always comments that are going on. Some are better than others, but that's fine. It's a free world.
Yeah,
it's a free world for now. So
absolutely. No, and I get the point that you guys are making on the situation, and you're right. The internet has blown up, and people do Google it, and that is why every intention now that where we're at in the lawsuits, why I've started doing more podcast interviews, so that there is additional information out there where people actually hear my voice. Because if you go on,
so he's admitting exactly what I thought. Exactly what I thought. Hello, Twisted Puppet. How you doing? Slimy Fuck still pisses you off. This is exactly what I stated before. Now that the lawsuit is over, now he's going around to as many podcasts as he can to talk about it and share his side of it, right? He wants to, I want to share my story. I want to improve my SEO. This is exactly why I had him on the show the 3 times that I did, was because I knew he was going to try to pull some fucking stunt to make himself look better. And he was going to try to make it a big woe is me thing. And I trusted myself to be able to navigate that fucking bullshit and make it and actually make him show who he is and not just who he wants people to see who he is.
On YouTube or you Google, there's been 2 years of accumulation of videos absolutely trying to make me look like this person that I'm not. Now, well, yeah, I'm going to be somewhat aggressive to people who've been harassing me. But if you look at the real issue and you start to look at the facts, this is where I'm going to be making a concerted effort to change the narrative about myself online, especially with YouTube and stuff like that. So I will be doing more videos, more podcasts, my own videos, and pretty much any interview to talk with people, not to try to push anything other than be open and open to criticism, but also share my position, because
exactly what I was fucking saying. I am drinking some Enniskillen Pinot Grigio. That's what I got going right now. I've already polished off half a bottle of it, but I got some Pinot Grigio celebrating my birthday today. Yeah, you're calling that in chat every time you're deflecting, dismiss, and distract. He was trying to get on to control a fucking view of how people saw him. Exactly as I fucking called out. Thank you, Ragnarok Knight. Thank you, Puppet. Appreciate it. Exactly what I fucking said was that he was trying to get on there to fucking farm support for himself. Much love, Obfuscate Moon. Take care. He was trying to farm support for himself, and he was trying to make himself look better, which, I mean, I don't think that any of the 3 interviews made him look better. I mean, it made him look exactly like who he is.
How many people have actually heard from my own voice, seeing it from my face versus a Twitter handle that they don't know, or, from a comment on YouTube,
Well, I think that's very important as well to
get Shadefire.
Because, like, from my side of things, right? And again, I've said this 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 more. Like, I'm supportive of Vic and his cause, and et cetera, et cetera. So it doesn't mean that I want to see you burn. That's not the case. The fact of the matter is, the more that people act like side A or side B is on a pedestal, and side A and the opposite side is the worst thing since like Mecha Hitler.
Right.
The more extreme the reactions are going to get, and that's bad for both sides, right? Like, I don't want to get to a point where people are going to conventions and like throwing a Slurpee in somebody's face. I don't want to see that. And it's getting to that point where the reactions are getting so on the extreme because people don't see that both sides here are human.
Right.
Have fun,
You need
John
to bring
Smith.
it back
Take
down
care.
to a
Good
level
luck.
of neutral here, because like, yes, people can disagree with what you said and what you've done, but and people can disagree with what Vic may have done.
Dave.
Right.
That doesn't mean that people have to be deleted.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's very fair. Yes, that's very fair and rational. That's why I come on your show.
I love that he agrees, but doesn't fucking put any of it into practice. I love that he fucking is fully aware of what I am saying. Like 100% aware of what I am saying. But he has literally no fucking clue of what he's agreeing to. He's literally on this stream so far, on this interview so far, he has gone out and said that if someone has been attacked, has been going on for 2 years, they have a right to defend themselves. They have a right to defend themselves. They have a right to speak up. Literally saying, like, on his point, oh, people have been attacking me. If I don't say anything, then of course they won't go away. While on the same fucking breath saying that Vic shouldn't say anything because it will all go away. The irony behind all of this is like literally so fucking thick. Literally so fucking thick you could feed a family. Like this is insanity. This is insanity at its finest.
Yeah.
That's a very balanced way to think of things. Yes, this is why I'm here.
And the thing is, and we generally care. So
yes,
well, and I'm happy to hear from you that you want to go on to shows to correct the perception of yourself.
Yep.
Like the last thing that I want to encourage you to do, right?
Yeah.
The last thing that I want to encourage you to do is go on shows, go on podcasts. Like I'm saying, don't even come on this podcast and do this. I don't want you to go on the podcast and demonize people.
No.
Right? Because that doesn't do anything for you.
Right.
That doesn't like trash talking Ty, trash talking Nick, trash talking Vic does nothing for you.
Right.
Or people's perception of you.
Right.
If you
I will be honest about my opinion of them though. If it
comes up, yeah.
I literally just told you it does nothing for your image. But I'm going to do it anyway. Oh my God.
It's trash talk. Wait a second. Trash talking is trash talking.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Your
Like,
opinion is valid.
If someone asks your opinion, that's a different that's a different story.
I gotcha.
But you don't want to perpetuate that intolerance.
I gotcha.
That vision of intolerance, right? So, like, I'm not gonna sit here and slag individuals. Like, I'll say factual things about people,
Yeah.
and whatever else. But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, spreading this, that, and whatever else. But I would encourage you, if you are going on other shows, absolutely go on other shows. Absolutely go and talk to people. Let people know who the Ron Toye is, right?
Yeah.
Let people know who you are, and don't. And I would say, I would implore you to move away from this negativity.
Yeah, that's why I've been going on shows that are adversarial or opposite of my position, because I don't want to fill it with people who are going to congratulate and praise and make me out to be this one thing or another.
Let me make this clear. And this is one pitfall that I made sure I fucking was aware of and made sure I avoided. He went on adversarial shows for the purpose of being a victim, for the purpose of playing a victim. He 100% went on shows to try and he just said it. He just said it. He went on adversarial shows in order to be a victim, in order to carve out a narrative, and he couldn't get it off of us. He couldn't get it off of me because I knew That's what he wanted to do. I put it out there knowing that we were on opposite sides of the table and we were not going to come to a consensus. We were not going to come to an agreement. But I knew he was going to come on and he was going to try, because he wanted that little fucking piece where he could say, I'm being mistreated. I tried to be nice. And no. It's not how it happens. Not how it happens. I know you went on other shows and for that very purpose, so that you could point to it and be like, these people were mean. They said mean words to me. Nay. This narcissistic psychopaths have to gaslight like this. It's second nature to them. I knew what he was going to do the entire time. I fucking diffused that bomb. I diffused it the whole time. Have a good night, Lito. Take care, no problem. Can't get Monica off either. Ron got mad because Grisby believed in Vic. Yeah.
I want to go on the shows where it's people who were not, or in neutral or not in agreement with our stance, to show that there is a common ground, what you're saying, or at least similarities in personality. Like, I'm a human.
You went on adversarial shows to make yourself look better. That's what you tried to do. You fucking fully admitted it earlier in this interview alone, that you were trying to improve your visual, that you were trying to improve your image. You came on this show because you looked bad and you wanted to improve your SEO. You claim that it's because you want to make it seem like we have common ground. There's plenty of common ground. You agree with most of it. The problem is you apply it to yourself and you don't apply it to Vic equally. That's your problem.
And so while everybody fucks up and everybody makes, maybe nobody is perfect throughout the week. I'm sure there's things that each and every one of us mess up on throughout the process.
What a fucking
But it's more about, showing that transparency. Like, yeah, we're talking about stuff on the farms. You guys are critical of certain things, and that's fair. But look at this. We're still having a conversation and nobody's calling anybody names or resulting to violence. I'm open to your criticism. I'll take what I take, and certain things will happen. And
I'll take what I take.
We're still being civil human beings, which would move the conversation forward on both sides. And I really honestly feel, I don't know if the hashtags Kick Vic and I Stand With Vic are really active by anyone that cares about any of the parties in the lawsuit. I think it's really active by people who have their own personal agendas, who are trying to prove certain things without respect to either person's whose money's on the line, whose reputation's on the line, and they're speaking for other sides. It's like some of the stuff and actions on the I Stand With Vic are getting attributed to Vic that he has nothing to do with.
Fucking revelation. Hold on. Let me rewind that for people who weren't listening.
Speaking for other sides, it's like some of the stuff and actions on the I Stand With Vic are getting attributed to Vic that he has nothing to do with.
Fucking newsflash. What are you calling out on Twitter right now, Ron? You're calling out shit and you're attributing it to Vic when he has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Ron is actively attributing shit to Vic that he has nothing to do with. For the people in the back.
Speaking for other sides, it's like some of the stuff and actions on the I Stand With Vic are getting attributed to Vic that he has nothing to do with. And Monica called some people out the other day. She told me about it on Twitter. She's like, Vic isn't responsible for everything that's done on I Stand With Vic, and I can't be responsible for everything on Kick Vic's side. This isn't like this. And so you're right. There's people that will put on a uniform, Kick Vic, I Stand with Vic, who don't represent what the actual people want.
Jesus Christ. Straight from the marmot's mouth. Straight from the marmot's mouth. People, are you hearing this right now? This is straight from Ron Toye. I didn't twist his arm to say this. He 100% came up with this himself. He's agreeing with what I had said before. Like, this was done on June 27th of 2020, by the way. June 27th of 2020 was when this episode aired. So his view on this changed in less than 12 months. Because on Twitter today, he's talking about how I stand with Vic and how Vic is allowing people to say this stuff. Here you are, June 27th, 2020, fully admitting that what I stand with Vic says is not what Vic says at all. And what Kick Vic says is not what you say and not what Monica says at all. So you're disavowing Kick Vic and you're granting Vic the disavowment of the worst of what Kick Vic has to say. Please. Fucking please.
And that's the thing that why I'm doing, if you've noticed, anytime I've gone on a podcast, none of them have been on the Kick Vic side, because I don't want to placate to that audience in a sense. I want to go on there and show the people who want to ask me questions to show I'm just a normal guy who is living this world and has made mistakes and who's willing to talk to people and get called out and maybe get made fun of a little bit and then give some back and continue on the fucking day, you know?
He fully admits that he wants to go on the fucking Positive Vic podcasts to make himself a fucking victim. Come on, dude.
Yeah. I did Ken have anything to say?
Thank you, Phoenix Animation. I
But
appreciate
I
it.
did have a few things
Okay.
I'd like to address. You mentioned earlier, in a response to bullies, you try to stand your ground.
Yeah.
I dealt with bullying growing up, and I almost lost my eye to it in one of the incidents of bullying.
Oh,
And yeah, I got kicked in the face with steel-toe boots. That was
Holy
fun.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that hurt.
Oh.
Thankfully, I was mostly knocked out before I got kicked in the face, so that helped.
It's not a thankful situation, but I understand.
That's a bad fucking
That-
day. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
man.
if you have to deal with it, be knocked out first.
I would prefer to bite somebody's face off personally and not be knocked out, but yeah.
I had the chance,
Kano
the opportunity to. Well, thankfully, nothing got broken. It was just
That's good.
it was
I'm
close.
so sorry that you
It could have been worse. But in response to bullies, stepping up and throwing punches isn't always the best way to respond to it. People who tried to bully me in school and take advantage of me, I used to be good at classwork and stuff and schoolwork. People would always want to copy off of me. I didn't let them do that. How I responded to that was I would, offer to help them. I'm like, look, I'll help you, but I'm not giving you my answers. So I still stood firm, but I did it in a way
That's
that was
awesome.
aggressive, or I did it in a way that didn't require
Right.
me to have to get to that level of escalation. And it worked most of the time.
Right.
Some people, they got pissy over it, but
Is he wearing a
they
fucking I
leave me
Can't
alone, or
Breathe
they
t-shirt?
actually take my help. Occasionally it was rare, but so applying that to the farms and how he would respond to people, I think you would get more for your money effectively if you took the time and maybe drafted out some clear responses and stepped away from the position of hostility. I read
Yeah.
through pretty much all of the
Mhm.
50 or so replies you've had since you've been back, and they all have
Right.
some
Jesus
form
fucking
of
Christ.
hostility or anger. And I think in one of them you even mentioned the goal
Mhm.
was kind of to dunk on people. And so be it. If that's what you want to do,
Oh, yeah.
go for it. But I think you would get a lot of respect, and I see this from the conversations that go on in the threads. If you actually like responded and answered questions and didn't just, you know, for lack of a better way to describe it, lol, I'm the shit, I'm winning, fuck you guys. You know, like think about the
Right.
questions that are being asked. I know I've seen a lot of good questions asked and people throwing up evidence, and those questions are the ones that get bypassed. Is that for a specific purpose?
And
Or?
sometimes when people are asking questions, like, for instance, I see a common question over and over and over. You've been saying all this time that you're going to release evidence, right? Or the common thing of, you said 100 women would come forward to testify. Well, we didn't get that far in the lawsuit process. And so, you know, we didn't need to, they didn't ever get a chance because.
Really? Because whose fucking fault was that, clown? Jesus fucking Christ. The most common question we have is, oh, do you want to reprove all this stuff? Well, we never got that far in the lawsuit. Really? No shit. No shit. We never got that far in the lawsuit for you to prove fucking anything that you've said. Really? Hold on. His own words, folks.
Release evidence, right? Or the common thing of, you said 100 women would come forward to testify. Well, we didn't get that far in the lawsuit process. And so, you know, we didn't need to, they didn't ever get a chance because of the situation, you know?
Really? But there's evidence out there, right? We never got that far in the lawsuit. We never got that far, guys. We just didn't get that far to prove anything. So we just don't have to prove anything.
And we did have a bunch of people with affidavits, but we didn't need them to come forward in the court because it never got that far. So it's just, sometimes I get frustrated by the redundancy in the questions. And it's like, where's your evidence? You said first ever. There's a process in which this has to come out, right? And
when
so
you say 100 people,
so it's like when I ask the same questions, that's when I disregard those questions and just go to something else that's either unique. Because it's like, I've already answered this question ad nauseum since day one, that we are going to do it in a way that it makes sense and continues on a long-term strategy of winning, no matter how far it goes. Even if it was submitted to the Supreme Court, I'm going to make sure that
even if it was submitted to the Supreme Court. Really? Really? So Ron is not even convinced. So by Ron's logic here, Ron is saying that they haven't released the testimony of hundreds of women. They haven't had to show proof because he's going with a long-term strategy of winning. He's planning for this to go to the Supreme Court because apparently the TCPA, he doesn't believe the TCPA was strong enough here. Unfucking believable. Let me get this straight. He acknowledges that the evidence was never tested here. Absolutely he does. Absolutely he does. He 100% states that the evidence hasn't even hit the fucking court yet. It hasn't even been heard yet. He fucking says it as much. He said it. It hasn't even got to that point. Jesus Christ.
stay on the trajectory that we currently are on.
And also, just to interject you just really, really quickly, remember what I talked about before about playing other people's games?
Mm-hmm.
They keep asking the same question over and over again.
Right.
What do you think they're trying to get from you?
They're trying to get a reaction.
You can tell in my face
So
that I'm
if
not
you
buying
keep
anything that
feeding
he's
it,
fucking selling.
Whose game are you playing?
Right. That's why I ignore those people and then answer the questions that aren't those questions, because I am applying that tactic.
Yeah. So, and also,
But is it possible?
Sorry, I just want to jump in really, really quick as well. Also, on top of that, Mr. Toye, you have ADD, correct?
Yes, really bad.
Awesome. You know what? So do I.
Yes.
One of the few things I can really suggest for you is if you feel yourself you're responding too quickly, take 5 minutes before you press enter, especially if you're rapid firing back responses and people are jumping all over you. Because the thing is that, again, from one AD person to another, that's what gets me in a lot of trouble. My dad called it thumb trouble because you're there on your phone going like that, or like
he absolutely could
So the
have
thing
showed
is
his
that, but
fucking
if you give
evidence.
it space and you find out that
Absolutely,
you're still
Ralph.
responding too quickly,
Ron
give
is the
yourself
one
10
preventing the proof
if you
from coming
have
out.
to, go the crazy part of 15 minutes for each question.
Not only does Ron have the evidence, but Ron is actively the party that is stopping said evidence from coming out. Ron claims to have all this evidence. He's the one that filed the fucking TCPA. Ron is the one that stopped it from going. But he has all this evidence.
Right.
So,
yeah, that's fair.
For what it's worth.
Yeah.
So there, Ken. Just want to jump in with that.
No problem.
None of them
That's a
showed
good
evidence.
point. So I think
None of them.
on that question specifically, people keep asking
Hello,
it
Gav.
because it hasn't been answered effectively. So when you make the statement of 100 women are going to come forward, that gives the impression you know of or have connection with 100 people who can come forward and say, Vic did X, Y, Z. You know, so do those 100 people exist? Where do we know these people? Like, that's where people are like, well, you're not showing it. Like, why not? Where, you know, you don't have to name people. Like, are these personal friends? Are these just people, accusations you see on the internet? Like, do you know every person personally? Like, where are we getting all this information from?
And that's the thing.
Where the information's lacking.
That's fair. And that's the part where I'd love to address it. And I see this person, James Andrew Morrison. You had 17 affidavits, 13 of which were from websites. It's not accurate. Most of the affidavits were from individual people who then had to swear at a notary. They had to appear at a notary, talk with our lawyers, get all of that squared away to make an affidavit. There were additional inserts of evidence, exhibits that were from websites like Pretty Ugly Little Liars and
Pretty Ugly Little Liars,
IO9 and different things. But the 17 affidavits were from individual humans. And so going on to it, hundreds of people, yes, almost every person that we know personally has their own Vic story. Now, it can range from just him being one way or another, jerk,
that's why Vic
rude,
lost
pulling hair,
this crap.
Something.
Never went to trial.
And that's where it's like, being on the inside, and I understand why people would doubt it, but it's not necessarily about trying to prove somebody is a criminal. And that's what I've been saying from the beginning.
The spice, controls
but to talk about saying somebody is perfectly innocent and has had no negative impact from people that are around him is not accurate. Like, literally everyone that I know that is a personal friend of mine that actually knows him has some experience that is negative.
Well,
everybody that I know had experiences that were negative. Fucking course, dude. Of course they did. Your source is fucking dude, trust me. Like, come on, Ron. Come on, man. Fucking seriously.
Come on, man.
What the fuck, dude? Everyone I know has had bad things with him. Why do I think that Ron Toye is hoping this case would go to Supreme Court? Because he knows that it's not. Ron knows that they fucking won by fluke on the TCPA. They fucking know that. They fucking know that. 100%. He knows that they shouldn't have won on TCPA. He knows there's a case here. He knows. And he's talking about like, all this evidence, blah, blah, blah. And he's acting like the case isn't done yet. The case was ruled on. And it's in appeals, sure. but he's acting like the case is still going because he's withholding evidence until it's done. It's done, you fucking clown. What are you talking about?
So let's pause that for a moment, though. Let's pause that for just a moment. Because I can say the contrary. Every person that I personally know has had nothing but a great experience with him.
So how many voices?
Anecdotal evidence.
Right, but I'm asking you a question. How many people in the industry do you go to dinner with and have phone numbers saved in your phone to call right now?
Look at this. You're asking somebody who is literally a convention runner. You're trying to like fucking throw your little micro dick on the table and be like, I know all of these people in the industry. I am the industry, motherfucker. Don't think you can big dick me on this. I know people in the industry. I know what I'm talking about.
Now that you would answer.
Ron, I'm a convention runner.
Right. I'm asking. Okay, so let's play a game and who's can contact.
We're not playing games. We're not.
Playing. The reason why I have a different level of perception in the industry is you might be able to contact them to get them to come to your con. I can contact them to come to my house and hang out for the night. So I have a different relationship.
I can contact them to come to my house.
We're assuming a lot, though. Let's
assuming a lot. Like this is what.
Pause for a moment. Let's pause for a moment.
Go ahead.
I'm connected in the convention industry more than most people would be. Okay. I hear a lot of the rumors about X, Y, and Z guests.
Sure.
I hear all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Small pee-pee.
There is not a single guest in the world that does not have some rumor against them.
Sure. I'm not saying there.
Sure.
So I'm not discounting you or your friends.
The people that know him for 20 plus years.
I'm not discounting them.
Right.
I'm just saying, like you said, everybody has a bad day. Everybody has bad things in the closet, whatever else. The fact of this is you can't say,
Jesus Christ.
All of my experiences have been X, Y, while other people's experiences have been A, B. They're both valid statements. It's not an if and or. They're both valid.
Right, but I'm in the one that was being sued for $1 to $5 million. So my situation is.
But I'm in the more important one.
I have these stories, and this is why I held my position.
But the thing is, and this is what I really want to get across to you. Really want to get across to you. This is a consequence of you taking up other people's banner and running with it.
Which I'm okay with.
But
hold on a second, Ron. Hold on a second, Ron. That look on my face fucking says it all right here. The look on my face says it all right here. It's like, hold your fucking horse there, Ron. This is a consequence of you taking up something that's none of your fucking business. Anyone see where the goalpost went? Seriously. Hold on a second, Ron.
It seems like you're not okay with it. So you're a little bit upset about being sued.
Of course,
Understandably so. But I've been in situations where I've taken up causes for people who don't want to talk about it, and I've gotten burnt. So I understand how frustrating it can be. The fact of the matter is, if you yourself
can't help
have
it, Gav.
not been like assaulted or had a bad experience with said person, it's not really your responsibility to pick up that banner and run with it. You can be encouraging to people, you can be supportive to people, etc. But when you speak up on someone else's behalf, you take all consequence on yourself for those actions.
Right. And I understand. And that is why I did it. And then people criticize me to this day for doing that. So this is where I'm going to say on that.
Mm-hmm.
I have the financial means. I'm also not afraid or intimidated to stand up against the situation. I do have personal knowledge, and that's why I am here. So why I say this is when I say that I have these many people, if it got there, absolutely, because every single person who actually knows him as an individual, who has interacted him on a personal day-to-day basis, has some
False. 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 False.
Story that would lead itself to be to make sure that because we were sued for defamation of character,
It's being Inception.
like saying
stream.
that our statements were false and that we blah blah blah. Well, I have everybody that would need it to be able to say, yeah, this is something
Everybody that we needed.
that he's done. This is something he's done. This is something he's done. So it's important. And also when I'm standing up for Monica and everybody else who can't, sometimes there's people that stand in the gap for other people who are not able to stand up for themselves.
And you called those people out recently, didn't you, Ron? Didn't you, Ron? Because, you know, fuck them for wanting to earn money to put food on their table. Fuck them for going to a convention that doesn't even have Vic at it. Fuck them for supporting a convention. All those people that were standing in the gap, right?
And so while you took a stand for other people and feel like you had gotten burned, I'm in the middle of a process standing up with amazing women who are at the forefront of a movement in the anime industry that was long overdue. And I know that you have and other people have difference of opinions, but that's just where I'm at. And I got pulled into this thing because of hurt feelings.
I got pulled into this thing because of hurt feelings. I really hope that those hurt feelings were worth $320,000, Ron. I really hope those hurt feelings were worth $320,000. Oh my God. Hurt feelings. Stop the fucking train, please.
Ultimately, because again, if you're giving me the same counsel, right, to ignore the online hate, ignore the drama, and move on, would you recommend I sue any of the people in Kiwi Farms who's been making accusations against me?
If they have damaged you, absolutely.
Absolutely. Yes. Ron, if they have caused you damages, take them to fucking court. Please. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God.
If they have caused you damage, if they have caused you reputational damage, they've lost you work, if they've done anything, absolutely take them to court.
So Ken, can you explain to Cress why it would be frivolous for me to try to sue you? This is a great example.
Because Ken hasn't caused you damages, you fucking idiot.
Reputation. I was frustrated with him. Now I'm cool with you, bro. But walk us all through why it would be dumb for me to try to sue you. You spelled it out eloquently.
Because that spelling out had a different level of.
Just spell it out.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying first.
Mm-hmm.
Is what I said about you.
Mm-hmm.
Did it cause you any impact or damage? That's where it matters for a lawsuit in Texas.
Right. But this is my point.
You don't have damage.
Hey, Ken, this is my
I've not seen Trent Michaels, no.
How does he prove that what I said or what Monica said actually is what caused him the damage?
Well,
that's what a fucking lawsuit is for, you idiot.
That's where a fact finding comes into play. That's why it has to go to court and has to go through the process to have the fact finding and have the stories played out in front of a jury, the fact finders, and they would determine.
This is why he lost catastrophically. No, that is not how this works. And you don't wait till it goes to a jury or this or that.
What? What? Let me get this correct. You don't wait for fact-finding questions to go to a jury. I have to hear this again. I'm sorry.
played out in front of a jury, the fact finders, and they would determine.
This is why he lost catastrophically. No, that is not how this works. And you don't wait till it goes to a jury or this or that to get fact finding. I've explained this at nauseum, or not maybe at nauseum, but like Ken spelled it out pretty decently. There's way more things before you get to fact to see if something would succeed on a civil lawsuit. Now you may
Jesus
but
Christ.
who's currently winning and who has won? I have a better point of reference because I have the experience. Cress, have you ever been in a 6-figure lawsuit?
I've been in a 4-figure lawsuit. I've won a 4-figure lawsuit, by the way. It's a couple digits off of a 6-figure, but hey. Please stop me from committing suicide by Jellybean posting around as driving towards it. The man is like, he's so fucking indignant. Like, he is so stuck in like that he is 100% fucking right about this because he won TCPA. It's like, dude, you really have no idea because none of this evidence actually hit court. Jesus Christ.
I can't talk about it.
Okay, have you ever? So you can't talk about it, but this is my point. We have metadata, so we know what's going on with every document that's ever been turned into our lawsuit.
We have metadata.
But my point in this is, I'm making this point for a reason. I have the experience where I could say, hey, if I've ever shot a bow and arrow, I've watched a ton of YouTube videos, and I conceptually understand a bow and arrow. But until you've actually picked one up and shot it several times.
Ron, you were not the lawyer. You were not the lawyer. You being involved in a lawsuit, just because you were shot doesn't mean that you're experienced with guns. Like, doesn't qualify you to talk about law because you were sued, you fucking idiot.
An experience and went through it, people can talk all they want. I've been in the middle of one of these lawsuits. I know what it takes. And I know that in order proving damage is not like you have to be able to have a bunch of backstory or no history in the past necessarily, not a public figure, be able to prove that one thing was the only thing that happened in order to prove damages. So with Ken's, I've had, maybe not specifically Ken, but other people have tried to communicate with realtor partners, my branch that I have a contract with, to try to.
So to answer you, Ron, in regards to Ken, why it would be frivolous for you to sue Ken is because you can't prove that Ken was the one that contacted your fucking employers, you idiot. That's why it's frivolous for you to sue Ken, because you can't prove that Ken was the one that contacted your employers and that did you damage.
Try to interrupt that contract. But you know why I haven't tried to sue them? Even though I've maybe lost business, maybe like we said earlier, people go online and Google it and they see it. I make I don't say this lightly, I make a fuckload of money. It's a very rewarding business. So if I lose a realtor partner, that could be a 6 to 7 figure hit to me.
Oh yeah, Michael, so to let you know, Michael, to let you know and to let people know, when I had Ron on for the interview, I had to withhold a lot of my own personal feelings. When I interview people, I give a degree of professionalism when I interview people, even if I really don't fucking like the person. If I don't like the person, I have to work really fucking hard to hold back my personal feelings from it. But I had him on the show, not to make fun of him. I had him on the show to basically give him a chance to give his side of things and hopefully talk some fucking sense and reason into his fucking skull, which apparently was not going to happen at all. But I had him on the show for a specific reason. Now this is a year later, and all of his stuff that he says is painfully ironic because He is going so far beyond his own rules. It's hilarious. But yeah, I'm a lot more straight-faced then because I have to work really hard. I'll give anybody at all. You literally bring out the worst fucking person. I'll have them on the show and I'll give them a fair shake. I'll do that. I'll still have my own opinion about them. That's separate from my professional opinion about them. But that's what it is.
Partner.
Can I just, like, before we go off on another one, because I mean that's perfectly fine. It's your choice to sue people or not.
Right.
I mean, if you make $1 million a year and you lost $1 million of business, that's $1 million of damage.
Oh yeah.
So what I'm talking about here is if it goes to a jury because of how the lawsuit was framed, because it was jointly liable between all parties, the jury would determine what percentage of the damages is yours. Now, they could determine that you were 1% of the damage. They could determine that you were 50% of the damage. That's up to a fact finder. That's up to the jury after the lawsuit has gone down. They could determine that you were not responsible at all.
Right. That's kind of what the judge already did.
No, he didn't. You idiot. He didn't determine anything. Zero. He didn't determine that a trial was warranted because he was a moron. He didn't determine anything yet. Because you filed a TCPA and your lawyer annoyed the fuck out of the judge enough to get him out of the goddamn courtroom. He didn't determine anything.
That's the point of if you can't meet the barrier of entry, if you can't meet the minimum quantum of evidence, like which is like down here, you can't get up here. And that's the point. This whole thing is laughable. And what we're talking about, I would not try to sue.
The point that Toye is missing here is that the minimum quantum of evidence wasn't down here. It's supposed to be down here, but the judge required something up here. The judge is supposed to require something down here, but he required something up here. So we never got the trial because what was submitted was something around up here when what was required was down here. And the judge said, "Now, you know what? This isn't enough. We want this. And you can't provide this. You cleared the bare minimum of it. You cleared down here, but we want this." That's what happened, Ron. That's why it's a problem.
Because I know I would have to do all this extra work, and what's the net tangible benefit? Instead of like what you guys encourage me to do, ignore the online hate, ignore the interactions, just ignore it and just focus on me being the best person, and then just continue to be successful.
The point is, it's the barrier from when it crosses from online hate to real life.
They should be.
Oh, I had it in real life. They've contacted my employers and my realtor partners and my friends. Like, they've reached out and sent emails, sent messages from anonymous email accounts that they don't realize can be tracked back to them.
Yeah.
So it has crossed the barrier. I just don't have the same history and issues that has caused me to lose any business necessarily.
So you haven't lost any business. Let's make that very perfectly clear. The reason you aren't suing anybody is because you haven't lost any tangible business for it.
That I knew.
That's a big factor.
Right.
But I mean, like that's also the point. So, case in point, we'll look at a number of different things here because you're involved with this situation. We'll take a situation that you're not involved with.
Yeah.
Look at the accusations against Justin Bieber.
I don't know his accusations.
He's been accused of sexual assault.
Okay, cool.
And he's taking his accusers to court for $20 million.
Weak sauce.
It's pretty interesting, right? There's Shane Dawson was recently accused by a number of people of sexual impropriety, and he's taking them to court.
Weak.
So the fact of the matter is, it comes down to how much does it damage your reputation? How much does it tarnish you in the public eye?
This is again the baby dick energy.
Baby dick energy.
Lawsuits fix
there
the public eye. The history, the world is changing. It is a bad idea to go and do these lawsuits. And this is something that we probably will never come to agreement on. But in the same sense that you guys counseled me to not defend myself against attackers, why would these guys choose? And I know exactly what it is. Justin Bieber is, now that I've been through a lawsuit, I know the point of these lawsuits. It's to outspend the other person, to drag it on and on and on. And I don't know who's right or wrong, but you have a public figure. I don't know what the data is for Justin Bieber or the other clown. It is literally going to be a situation. I don't know if any of the facts are true or not. That it's going to be about
he is
money.
very high and mighty, Michael.
And so if those people who called him out don't have enough money, don't have insurance coverage, don't have what it takes, they are going to be drugged through the mud and all this stuff, bullied into silence for executing free speech. Because Justin Bieber, I don't know what he's popular for anymore. I don't know if he's still singing, but how do you prove that these two girls have caused $20 million in damages at this point? Instead of him being this is my point on Justin Bieber. Instead of the fact that he's got all this other controversy, he's a fucking joke on everybody's been covering him online, TMZ. I hope those girls take that man for everything he's got, and I would personally contribute to their funds to make sure that they can laugh and dunk on this idiot for trying to sue people into silence when he could just ignore it, pay a publicist, and it goes away. But he's engaging, trying to prove a point because he's afraid of what could come next. And that's the point that I have in the blog. It's frivolous.
So the funny part is, the whole thing with Justin Bieber, I think it got settled out of court. I don't have it at my fingertips right now. But the funny part is, the whole thing with Justin Bieber was 100% shown to be false, because Bieber has like actual proof of him not physically being in that city when the girl was accusing him of sexual impropriety. So the funny part is she was 100% making it false accusation. And here's Ron Toye saying, I would totally support their lawsuit so they could dunk on them. Jesus Christ, dude.
Sorry, before Ken speaks, 2 points. Number 1 point, modern PR doesn't exist anymore. PR does not work in the social media age.
Come on, Chris.
You can laugh at it. It's evolved. It has evolved. PR is now marketing.
That's a good point.
Come on, Chris.
Marketing. No, absolutely not. When people look at themselves as brands,
Yes.
Justin Bieber is not a person anymore.
100%.
Justin Bieber is a brand.
Yes.
You do not do public relations for brands. You do marketing.
Correct.
It has evolved.
Yep.
Right.
Number two, what if they were lying?
Either way, but this is my point on this. In this situation, the net tangible benefit is never going to be okay, because if these girls have the money, then they can start diving deeper into these people, right? But you just made a great point.
They wouldn't be suing. They wouldn't be making accusations if they had the money.
I didn't know this prior to this lawsuit, but I know that I can go out and create bots, right? So let's talk about this for even Justin Bieber.
Ron is projecting, absolutely.
It's PR, right? PR's changed. It's not the same. So Justin Bieber, all of a sudden,
a second ago, he was saying that PR hasn't
He's out
changed.
there serving the popular people, and then those bots go on Twitter, influence the perception of Justin Bieber as this great guy, sending it all out, doing all these things. People are interacting it, and nobody remembers, unfortunately, the two girls, whether they're lying or not, their testimony.
Yeah,
because you can influence.
Or what happens if these two girls are actually pawns in someone else's game to basically make Justin Bieber have damage for whatever infractions he did to X, Y, and Z off to the side?
But my point on this, and it was something they went over in our lawsuit, if Ron, like for instance, me in the industry, if I'm nobody and rumors have been around forever, right? Because you guys have said everybody's got certain rumors forever, then how can you say that necessarily the rumors are the thing that caused the issue? So that's where
that's where a fact finder comes into play, Ron. That's where a jury comes in and determines If it was the rumors, the long-term rumors that made him lose his job, or the fact that you and your stupid fiance decided to have this hate campaign and decided to kick a fucking man while he was down and get him fired from his fucking job. Maybe that was something to do with it. We'll never know, because you and your fiance stopped it from going to trial. That's the whole point of a fact finder. That's the whole point. You're saying we'll never know. Yes, we'll never know because you won't fucking let it happen. Jesus Christ. Ron saying the way to fix false accusations is to hire bots to flood social media with false positive messages. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're going to hear more shit from him like you will not believe in this. In this interview alone, you're going to hear shit out of his mouth. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying, Lemur, this is what I'm saying. It needs to have discovery. It needs to be brought in front of a jury. It needs to be presented and it needs to be ruled on. But here he is saying, "Oh, we don't have a way of figuring that out." Of course we fucking do. Of course we fucking do. We have a way of figuring it out. It's called the fucking justice system. It's called a jury. It's called a trial. It's called putting this fucking information in front of people and presenting it in a way so people can figure it out. Jesus Christ. You want to sit there and act like there's no way to figure this out, Ron? Fuck me, dude. Fuck me.
This vicious cycle of, is it really worth it to sue? And I know why they do it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you fucking serious?
Come on, man.
God damn it, dude. God damn it, dude.
Is to control and manipulate and silence any type of criticism. Now, people have made crazy accusations against me. I'm sure they've made crazy accusations against Cress, against Ken, against, you, Mr. Hop. But
I have no idea.
What stopped you from suing them? Was it money, or was it just because you were like, this is stupid and it won't go anywhere?
Honestly,
it's a number of factors. But go ahead, Mr. Hop.
Yeah. It's both.
Yeah.
It's
both. So that's the part.
And the thing is, when it really comes down to it, I really looked at it. I honestly sat down for a good long while, and I said, look, there are people saying X, Y, and Z about me.
Right.
And they're wrong. They're absolutely wrong.
Right.
But however, a friend of mine told me that, yes, I can take them to court. Yes, I can win.
Right.
But the thing is that at the end of the day, is it worth crushing someone in the dust?
Right.
Is it really?
Exactly. The accusations against me 100% correct.
Before I've got medical issues.
Right.
That I have to look at my health. I have to look at my stress levels and other stuff like that. And at the end of it is that I looked and said, look, is this really impacting me financially?
Right.
Really? And the answer is, it's not.
Right.
Was it wrong for what those fucking meatheads did to me? 100%.
Right.
The thing is that, should I take them to court and prove to them that I don't have a baby penis?
Right.
The answer is no. Because I just, I'm not trying to sound grandiose. I'm just a better person.
Right.
I don't need their money.
Right.
I don't need verification that they're right, or the case may be, or anything else like that. So basically, from that perspective, just not needed.
So to add on to Mr. Hop's point, I'm sorry, I'll let you finish in a second.
It's okay.
Add on to Mr. Hop's point, because here's the thing, a lot of the stuff, because I'm very much privy to what Mr. Hop went through. If it came down to these individuals that were going after Mr. Hop, for example, and they got his source of income pulled, and they got his housing pulled, and they got like his friends to leave him, they got him to a point where he would be contemplating suicide. Would that be worth going to court over when you have nothing left? I think the answer is yes. The fact of the matter is that didn't happen to Mr. Hop. He still had everything. Then, okay, I think that would not be appropriate to take someone to court action for. But we're talking, like, when we're talking about, like, you, for example, if someone on Kiwi Farms is messaging your friends, messaging your workplace, and they are losing you millions of dollars, we're not
Right.
talking pocket change. We're talking millions of dollars. I think that's appropriate to go.
That's what I'm saying is people have attempted to. Like, Ken might not realize this, but
People have
his
attempted
interaction
to.
and his comments as a therapist and talking about it, when you Google my name, his comments come up, they could cost me millions of dollars a year, at several hundreds of thousands. Because if a realtor Googles my name, says, "Hey, this is Ron Toye. Ooh, what's this? A therapist, Ken Jennings." They don't know that you're not Ken Jennings. I didn't realize you're Ken Jennings. That's why I called, and did a report and sent stuff to Ken Jennings. I'm like, "Who the fuck are you talking to me?" I didn't say that.
He literally. So let me just actually confirm this, because it is actually true. Ron Toye reached out to the actual real Ken Jennings, the guy who was on Jeopardy. He actually reached out to the real Ken Jennings because he thought that Ken Jennings on Kiwi Farms was the Jeopardy Ken Jennings.
Who the fuck are you? I was like, "Hey, just to let you know, either it's you or somebody else is using your name and is saying these kind of accusations against me and spelling it out, right?" Because somebody else who doesn't know the internet, because I'm interacting with business people that are older
He
than
actually reached out to the real
20.
Ken Jennings.
Exactly. So it's like, they're older than the internet. They don't know. They're like, "Holy shit, this guy from Jeopardy, this is it, and he's a therapist now. Holy gosh, this is most believable." So that's the thing that people don't realize is I do have money to sue people. I could invest in it, but then I become exactly what I absolutely and vehemently hate is, why give credence to the entirety of the process, right? It could have cost me money, but if I focus not on the money and focus on being the best version of me, even though sometimes I might interact with idiots online, but if I continue to do my job well and not worry about the trash online, guess what? It is what it is. I continue to press forward, and I get better and better, and more deals, more realtors want to work with me. So it's like, this is where I'm talking about fundamentally in this whole process, and even some of the criticism back to me is fair. But if it would have been applied to Vic in the beginning, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be having this conversation. There wouldn't have been as much online visceral hate given to different parties. There wouldn't have been as much exposure to additional crazy stuff that we hear.
No problem, Shadefire. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Vic's deposition, throughout the lawsuit, the affidavits, stuff from his ex-fiance.
This is what I'm saying. He can't bring up anything. Like, he keeps bringing it back to Vic. This is not anything about Vic that we're talking about, dude. You keep bringing this stuff up. You keep bringing it back to Vic. This has nothing to do with Vic. The fact that you're making a complete fucking ass of yourself has nothing to do with Vic whatsoever. Like,
come on, man.
Seriously. Ron continues to bring this stuff up. He has no damages he can reference. Exactly. He has zero damages he can say. It's like, well, this could lead to damages. Cool. It didn't, though. Because people know, random ass people on the internet talk about shit all the time. All the time.
All of this stuff wouldn't be in the public. It would have just been accusations that everybody agrees about, has been around about this man for several years. So then what goes forward.
Well,
Jesus
I think
Christ.
it has a different analysis to that. I have a different analysis of that, I would say.
Sure.
Is, like I said last time, the go away for a little bit and come back thing doesn't work. I've watched countless celebrities do it or attempt to do it and not succeed.
Robert Downey Jr., Hugh Grant, like the guy that got
Robert Downey Jr. for his blackface or for other things?
All the above. You go look at Robert Downey Jr.'s history and his arrests and all of the drama he went through, and now he's fucking Iron Man. Like, the redemption stories happen all throughout Hollywood.
So, Okay, hold on. Let's pause that for a moment. He's pointing out Robert Downey Jr. as a success story. Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. doesn't have a fucking hate brigade of people continually attacking literally everything that he does. I mean, unless I missed it. I'm pretty sure he doesn't. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a fucking bunch of people contacting Marvel saying you shouldn't have him working there because he eats babies.
They're the few, far and few between.
Between, exactly. Plus, on top of that, with Robert Downey Jr. stuff, just to jump in a really second, because I know a thing about this. The thing is that if Robert Downey Jr. did what he did, let's say 10 years ago, he would not be in the position that he's in right now. Why? Because quite simply, the internet wasn't around.
Exactly.
And on top of that, the thing is that some of the stuff he was caught doing, so forth and so forth, he did pay his time. He did basically
the con sluts.
Yeah.
Went to court. They basically told him to do X, Y, and Z.
Right.
And the thing is, it was done and taken care of. But if that was done like 10 years ago or even 5 years ago, he wouldn't be an Iron Man.
Well, how do
Disney would. I'm sorry.
How do we fix that for people? Because
how do we fix that, Ron? Are you fucking serious? How do we fix that? Well, it starts with people like yourself not being a fucking psychopath. That's how we fix that. It starts with people like yourself and your clout-chasing fiance from literally fucking ruining people's lives for shit that happened 40 fucking years ago. How do we fix that? You disingenuous piece of fucking garbage.
The thing is that that's really the crunch we're in. Like, we can't.
Yes, we can't. Fix it as
the thing is that in today's time, if someone says something about X, Y, and Z, and they put it online, that's it.
And I think
that's it.
Yeah, but we got to figure out this situation, and I think and this is just me because we're in a new world, right?
Michael.
We're trying to figure this out. In my opinion, I feel that ownership and genuine contrite spirit, even if it's maybe some level of whatever, or even just ignoring it and continue to go on. I don't know the solution necessarily.
Ignoring it and continuing to go on.
Everyone here likes a redemption arc.
Wow.
Everyone. And that's why we all cried when Robert Downey Jr. died as Iron Man in the end, or got teared up.
Because a dude playing a dude disguised as an Iron Man.
Not at all. We want to go to Geekville? No problem. Here we go, guys. Buckle in. Not at all.
What Marvel movie?
I'll stop there.
People get emotional reaction. We want to see the good guy, or we want to see a guy make a transition, a girl make a transition, and come out ahead, because that is the life's journey.
You fucking don't, though. You say you do, but you won't let Vic move on. What is your fucking problem here, Ron? What is your fucking problem here? We have you on camera, June 27th, 2020, saying that you want to have this fucking miracle story about how Vic turns around and comes back and blah, blah, blah. You won't leave him alone. You won't leave him alone. You keep posting, and you said you're going to keep posting. So how does that fucking work, son? If you keep bringing it back up and you keep kicking it off like it happened yesterday, when it happened 20 fucking years ago, how is that supposed to go away? How is that miracle story supposed to happen? Like you're saying here, you want to see happen. That's what you hope to have. But it's not, is it?
Is that we're not all going to be perfect. Nobody is. But if we dedicate ourselves to being better and not ignoring the situation, we have the best chance at the end. But sometimes people are so afraid of the action steps in between. There's a great book, Chop Wood, Carry Water. And if you've never read it, it's amazing. Check it out.
It's fucking book, Chop Wood, Carry Water.
It's like some people want to rush the process. and I recommended it to Nick because one, I thought he would like it. It's about a guy who's, family member gets hurt and he goes to Japan to be a samurai archer, and the process is chop wood, carry water, and he wants to rush the process, right? And the archer, he's like, what if I practice this amount of time a day and do this amount of time? He's like, okay, it'll take you 20 years. It'll take you 30 years. So it's like you have to do the discipline every single day in order to get the result that you want. You can't rush it. And so I think I
drink
hope
every time
to
you
see
mention,
a
I'd be
world
dead.
where people can take ownership, do the stuff that's supposed to be done without regard of how soon they're going to be able to be back to acting. Don't even worry about that part. Don't worry about the job. Just do the work to be a better human. And then whatever comes of that at the end comes of it. For instance,
But the point is, Ron, you don't accept what was done. You don't accept what Vic did to, quote unquote, become a better human. It's never enough for you. But the point is, it's not your fucking journey, is it, Ron? Your journey about being a better human was about you not beating your wife because you're an abusive piece of garbage. Clearly, you haven't cleared that because you've just shifted it from being abusive to your wife to being abusive to people you don't like. That's still the same anger management you had. That's still the same issue you had. But that's your journey. That's your problem. Where is it written anywhere that you have judgment over the way Vic processes his journey? Ron, Reformation Plan. Vic didn't improve because he didn't read self-help books. Vic didn't improve because he didn't do it my way.
Say my boss got one of these emails and was like, you know what? I'm just tired of getting these emails. We're going to fire you. If I couldn't find another job in the
he absolutely
loan
does,
officer
Michael.
business,
He
I
absolutely
would
does.
just find another job. It would suck, but I'm not going to spin my wheels trying to figure out and get mad at people and then end up digging myself deeper because I'm upset. I would just move on. You know what I mean?
I think the point of that is like, yeah, okay, you lose your job in the loan officer business, no problem. But now your name is out there, and people are talking about it on the dinner table. You can't get a job anywhere. You can't get a job as a janitor. You can't get a job as a street sweeper. You can't get a job, period. You can't make a life.
He
for
absolutely
yourself.
did, Ralph.
What do you do at that point?
Well, see, and that's a interesting part about it, because the great news is, I don't know how it works in Canada, but like for me, honestly, if say hypothetically I lost it, I could not find a job in loan officer, I couldn't get a full-time job anywhere. Do you know what this is? And I've done this before. I would literally take the lawnmower, weed eater, and blower I have, go and drive and knock doors until every single day. I will mow your front lawn and backyard for $30. $20, $10.
So his response would be he would go out and force himself upon people. He would go out and force himself upon people to pay his bills.
$10 until I get a yes. Go to the next door, next door, next door. Now that's humbling, but I would, if I was
it's not
in
humbling,
the social
Ron.
sphere like Vic, I would journal that stuff. I would video document me, not only grinding it out to be a successful business owner, but talking about my struggles, about what I used to do, about why I do this, and blah, blah, blah. Now, whether he did it or not, I don't care. I'm just saying what I would do is I would go knock doors. When I was a kid, I used to go shovel driveways when it snowed. When kids were at home playing and going sledding up in Massachusetts, I'd go fucking shovel driveways and
ding dong, hello,
and make money, because I've always been a hustler. I've always been a business dude and about my money. So as soon as I was old enough to shovel my own porch and own driveway, I was like, I bet I could do this for other people. And I all day knocking doors, shoveling.
So he's been bringing
again,
not many people
mowing.
know a lot about different countries and things like that. So I'll preface it by saying that. Do you understand the current situation in the communist people's China, whatever it is, in China?
Well, this part's good.
Understand the current situation
This part's
there
good.
and with Beijing and everything. Not really. Okay, I'll give you a quick rundown.
This is
So
fucking
right
funny.
now there is a social score, quote unquote, in China, where if you dip below a social score, they have face recognition technology literally everywhere. If you dip below a certain social score, you will not be allowed to buy bus tickets. You will not be allowed to get a job. You will not be allowed to open a business. They will terminate your life until you go publicly apologize to the entire country.
Awesome. Done. Apologize to the entire country. Let's start rebuilding.
Let's rewind that. Let's rewind that in case you missed it.
Terminate your life until you go publicly apologize to the entire country.
Awesome. Done. Apologize to the entire country. Let's start rebuilding. So I got that.
Why should we do that?
Sorry, go ahead.
Why would you apologize? Why would you apologize for something you might not have done?
Because in the end, what is it like? Hypothetically, in the world, if I didn't have any, if I was the difference between living and dying in China, and all I had to do was go apologize for some shit, I don't care what anyone thinks about apology. I'm sorry, whatever they're saying about me. You guys, whatever. I make penance, whatever. Let me get back to earning my money, and then once I'm in a position, I would then systematically earn enough to where they could not ever influence my life again. And then I give them the middle finger and be like, okay, this is what time it is. Fuck off, all of you. I'm out. Boom.
So
he's literally championing the Chinese social score. He's literally championing the communist regime, saying that, yeah, just go up and apologize. I don't care. Yeah. He doesn't realize that that apology is after like weeks of getting beaten and getting the shit kicked out of you, being like fucking enduring the worst that fucking humanity has to offer, then going up and being propped up in front of a camera and saying that you accept the forgiveness and whatever else of the People's Republic. His response 100% comes from the position of entitlement and power. Absolutely agree. He would not apologize if he lived in China. It's like he refuses to apologize for the shit he did. Let me just make this clear. Let me just make this perfectly clear, okay? If he did to Vic Mignogna what he did, if he did that in China, if he did what he did to Vic Mignogna in China, he would be deleted as a person. Like he would shame China, and he would be deleted as a person until he stepped in front of the country and apologized. And he has refused to apologize to Vic this entire time. The entire time. And he's saying it would take the entire country to shut him down before he would apologize for something like that. What a fucking lunatic.
Let me just say this.
Yeah, a Black Mirror episode that I watched about the social media.
It sounds like a Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah.
But in a world
Yeah.
where social media rules your life,
Yes.
because we see it every day. This
Currently
sounds
my life too.
sounds like a Twilight Zone episode, but this is real life. We're not talking about China, because in China, it's easy. Just go in front of a camera and apologize to the entire country. Boom, you're back in it. You can buy bus tickets again. In the United States, you can't. There is no amount of apologies. There is no amount of recompense. There's nothing.
Yep. One question I present to the group: have we ever seen yet a situation where, let's say, a Robert Downey Jr. was accused, or I'm not saying he was, I'm just saying somebody of a celebrity status, a Vic, somebody in the world of whatever craft they're in, who actually took 100% ownership, went on video and said, you know what? I might have a different understanding of this situation with this person, but I am so sorry this happened. I own it. I am so sorry. I speak up. My interpretation.
Vic did that, you idiot. Vic did that. Vic did it. Vic did exactly what you asked right now, and that was not enough. Guy's out of control. You don't understand his thought process. Vic was on video. Vic did it. Vic did what he asked. Vic did it.
Was different, but I apologize vehemently to this person for any action that I might have done inadvertently that offended them.
Vic fucking did it! Jesus Christ! Do you hear yourself?
Have we seen that yet?
Come on,
the video, what you were just saying. That could have absolved somebody in China, but here in America. Go ahead.
I'd have to look that up and see exactly, but I know that there have been a number of apology videos. I think the closest that comes to it would, from a celebrity status point of view, would probably be PewDiePie.
I don't know who that is.
Well, he's a very famous YouTuber. He's literally the biggest YouTuber
Google
on the
it.
planet.
I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah,
There you go.
but I'm pretty sure that he was. He's one of that's the only one that I know off the top of my head. I'd have to look up the rest, but I'm pretty sure that he's the only one that's gone on video, made a full apology.
Oh, there it pulled up right away as soon as I put in PEW.
Yeah, and he is still one of the most persecuted celebrities on the face of the planet.
Uh-huh.
I mean, at this point, he's basically too big to cancel, but he is still every single day having people come at him, even though he's apologized, he owned up for it. Mm-hmm. He took up responsibility.
Yeah.
And every single day he is still facing constant scrutony.
Right.
Oh, PewDiePie is absolutely bigger.
Also, just sorry, off the top of my head. Look at Count Dankula.
Don't know.
Dankula is another one.
Well, he's another YouTuber. He's infamous
in Scotland,
for making his dog salute to the Nazi symbol or whatever else. Is making his dog like do something when he said something about Nazis.
Right.
Anyway, he was basically shut down from his entire country
for the Nazi situation.
For the teaching his dog a trick.
It was basically raising a paw, for God's sakes. If he basically said X, Y, and Z, and of course the thing is that around that point in time on the internet where Nazism was just fun to poke fun at if you're like an edgelord type of thing, this is exactly where it came from. So basically, we're talking about freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of in between. And the thing is, he just made it
doesn't always exist outside of the United States.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's super. Well, long story short, the thing is that he made a joke. He put a line, and that's all it was. Zero malice behind it, zero negativity. Just saying, oh, this is kind of funny. Like, blah, 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 blah. And people lost their fucking minds. And on top of that, getting back to PewDiePie, the thing is that every time when a certain newspaper, traditional newspaper article wants to get more hits on their website and so forth, they dig up PewDiePie.
It was an absolute joke.
Saying stuff all over again. So it becomes a really, honestly, unfair situation. And also, if you want to talk about someone who stepped up and owned their actions, I did that.
Right.
Against better advice.
Yeah.
And you know where it got me?
Where?
Honestly, back in the fucking toilet again. Why? Because some other fucking meathead dug it up, ran it around the fucking and said, oh, look, Mr. Hop told a girl to eat a dick. He's a sexual predator. Meanwhile, in all fucking honesty, I never did any of that shit.
Right.
Like fucking seriously.
Yeah.
Well, like, none of it. But the thing is that it didn't matter. New people found out about it. They went, oh, my God. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And it's like, so the thing is that what Crumb is saying here is absolutely correct. The thing is, it gets pitched around. It keeps going around. If you even apologize for it, it doesn't matter because people keep fighting it.
It harkens back. It harkens back to something that I don't even know if this is accurate, but it's actually pretty ironic. It harkens back to a Socrates quote about how one of his disciples that he was teaching in philosophy was starting to write down what Socrates
I
was
think so,
saying.
Chris Jacobs.
And he chastised his disciple and destroyed the writing, saying that he thinks that books and writing down knowledge is the worst thing that you can do for humanity, because it teaches the brain to be lazy. And he doesn't want his words written down because he's not there to defend them later when people use them.
Absolutely.
If they use them in the wrong text. So when you're writing down an apology, or even if you're recording an apology, people will dig it up. People will use that later, and they constantly. This is what's happening in the United States right now. In China, it's different from my understanding of it. Once things are done, your social scores resolved, whatever else. But in North America right now, and most of the UK, if you apologize to something, not even taking admission, right? So let's say that I go to the store and I don't even realize that I cut the line, and someone comes and says, well, Chrysidia cut the line and they were such a jerk to me and blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, I'm like, I didn't even know. Being an empathetic person, I could say, well, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do that. If I ever cut the line for somebody, I apologize. And then that's out there. And then everybody shares their story about all these times that I potentially cut the line or was a jerk to them. That's not me saying that I did this. It's saying that I am apologizing if that was an offense.
Right.
The fact of the matter is that the parallels here are they're so tight between China and what's happening in North America and the UK. But the difference is that there is no amount of recompense. There is no amount of penance that can be paid to resolve anything.
Absolutely.
And that's a problem.
Well, see,
And also,
And we fucking see it, right? He can't even argue it. He can't even argue it differently because they do the exact same thing. They do the exact same thing. Vic came out and apologized if he offended anybody by hugging them. Imagine that you have to come out and apologize because you were friendly to somebody. Jesus Christ. So he came out and apologized if he offended anybody by being friendly to them, by hugging them without their fucking consent. And this has been used against him, hammered down. The whole reason that we went down this path was to show Toye how fucking ridiculous this is. And he knows how ridiculous it is. I haven't even mentioned that we've been talking about the Vic situation the entire time. We have been using Vic as an example the entire time without using him as an example. And Toye's agreeing to it and saying this shouldn't be a thing. Meanwhile, the irony behind this is that he continues to fucking hammer it down. He continues to hammer it down.
another thing as well, I had a friend of mine that worked at a restaurant. They worked really, really
Agreed,
hard,
Lemur.
busting their fucking ass, serving tables, cleaning up after people, so forth, so forth, and so forth. And the thing is that I happened to be there over lunch while my friend was working.
Yeah.
And they were working really, really hard. And then all of a sudden, this one customer decided to be a fucking prick.
Right.
What my friend did wasn't fucking good enough for them, because basically, again, my friend was transitioning, so forth and so forth, and that person had a massive hang up on them. So the thing is that he was complaining about this, complaining about that, so forth and so forth. Of course, my friend's like, I'm very, very sorry. Allow me to take some.
What I will say, Chris Jacobson, about Funimation voice actors is largely some information that I've been privy to. There's a large swath of Funimation voice actors that support Vic. I have heard from people who are not in the situation whatsoever, who are not connected, who are not even necessarily supportive of Vic. I have heard from people who were just hearing about Vic for the first time, having conversations with Funimation voice actors, and Funimation voice actors saying that Vic got a really raw deal, and they don't agree with how Monica handled the situation, but they can't say anything about it.
Some dollars off your actual bill here. I'll get you a free drink. I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll do this. And the thing is, I saw all of this.
Right.
And you know what that fucking guy did? He
What?
hopped on his phone, went to a fucking one of those review things,
Yep.
and basically stated out as he's typing, "Oh, I'm here at Krabby Joe's. I'm dealing with the worst person ever. Blah 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 blah," and send.
Yep.
My friend got fired after that.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yeah, and see, that's the thing I think that's interesting in business and part of life.
Yeah,
that-
but wait a second. Wait a second.
what I'm saying is,
Is it fair?
sucks
Is it
that it
Morse
happens.
code out the names
Exactly.
with blinks.
Exactly. And the
Yeah.
thing is that this is the point that I'm trying to make, and
Yeah.
what Crumb is trying to make. And the thing is that
Absolutely
this is where
agree,
it all
Ragnarok
really comes
Knight.
back to social media,
Right.
especially in real life and versus real time. Because the thing is that at
Right.
that point in time, I haven't talked to them in a while. But the thing is that I got no idea how they're doing. I just know they're going through a transitional period, and everyone knows going through that is really, really fucking tough,
Right.
to say politely.
Do
And
they
the
need
thing is
any
that
money or anything any help?
I'm sorry.
Do they need any help or any money? Do they have any?
Do they need any help or do they need any money? Fuck yourself, Ron. Fuck yourself, Toye. Did they say why they are silent? Yeah, because if they speak up, then they're done. They're done. Apparently the entire culture at Funimation has changed. The entire atmosphere at Funimation has changed since the lawsuit. There's a big chill right now. Anyone who fucking speaks at a lockstep, they're fucking done. They're finished. Funimation has the stranglehold on dubbing right now in North America. And largely because of this fucking lawsuit, no one can speak up about it. No one can talk about it. It's a really fucking sore point for executives of Funimation, obviously. It's a sore point for people like Ron and Chris Sabat. Oh, I 100% think so, yes, Chris. 100%. They're absolutely hypocrites.
This happened like about a year ago.
Okay.
So the thing is that, again, I'm really happy you offered that. The thing is, long
Yeah,
story
if they
short.
need anything, just let me know, man. I mean it honestly.
Okay, you know what? I'll write that down, and
Yeah.
I'll try to
I
remember
feel
it. But
terrible.
super,
It's too
yeah,
bad.
but super long story short, the narrative I'm trying to set here is that social media is like a fucking lightsaber, for God's sakes.
Mhm.
It slices through everything, and it's around forever and fucking ever. And
Mhm. It sucks. It's a weird world we're in because everybody has to face it, and that's what I was talking to my kid about. Because
So this is the thing, Wig. I've heard from people who were not involved in the Vic situation. Fun fact is, since I've covered the Quentin Flynn situation, I've been privy to a lot of information about stuff that's been going on with current Funimation because of certain individuals. And apparently, current Funimation has drastically changed, and there are plenty of voice actors. There's a lot of support for Vic Mignogna, even within Funimation. And there is a lot less support for Monica Rial. And there is crumbling support for Monica Rial because she has fucked over so many people. Because her actions and Ron's actions have literally been such a fucking detriment to not only Funimation but voice actors in general. we might be seeing the reason why Ron is flipping out so much and threatening to call out voice actors so much is because maybe these voice actors are realizing that they were fucking wrong.
The other day, I found out that my nephew had a stream that was very racist, right? So I called my nephew and I let him know what time it was, and I called my mom because he lives with my mom and my dad, and I was like, "This is unacceptable." And so
Look, Kiwi Farms called out his
because they're young, they don't understand
his son about being racist.
How long social media keeps record, right? It will never go away. I was like, when you have a job interview, similar conversation, they can search you. If they pull it up and you have this kind of stuff, it's unacceptable. My kid was on a stream with him and I lit into him and I was like, no, son, never, ever. And I don't know how PlayStation works and how that shit is. He's like, I didn't know. Either way, it's unacceptable. And I think that as we're going in, we're adapting and learning how social media really does impact you.
And his son lied through his fucking teeth about being racist on that too, which is hilarious. Do I think that Funimation should hire voice actors that wouldn't input their own political agenda in anime and work for fun? I 100% believe that personal politics has no fucking place in dubbing. Am I going to Anime Matsuri? I wish. I can't leave the country. We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to leave unless it's for business. So, like, if Anime Matsuri gave me like a press pass, then I could legit have a reason to go outside of the country, to go cover it, because that would be technically a job. But I can't because I'm just a civilian, so we're not allowed to leave the country right now. So that'd be fun if I could, but I can't. I wish I could. Cancel his own flush. He fucking would. He fucking would. But 100%, personal politics should be kept the fuck out of literally any job whatsoever. Dubbing studios, you're talking about video game companies, keep it the fuck out of these. Because there's no place for politics there. There's no place for politics. It doesn't serve anybody. There's no purpose for it. Like, come on.
You know, because Vic's, I think, almost 58. He doesn't realize how much social media. I didn't realize it. I still didn't. It should say a lot that I don't know who the fuck PewDiePie is, or is it
PewDiePie?
Yeah.
He doesn't know who PewDiePie is.
Don't know what social media impact is. I think we're seeing in the past 5 years.
I'm officially out of wine.
Yes. And see, that's where it's like, with my whole past divorce shit, I apologized for it, and I talk about it freely online.
Politics and most of the business propaganda
in real estate, a lot of them are women. Mm-hmm. So I knew that there was a risk going into this lawsuit that if my previous divorce stuff would come out, that I would have to face some. It was important for it to come out because then people could criticize me for those past actions, right?
So he knew. Isn't this interesting? He was aware of the fact that his past with his wives would come out through a lawsuit. So he threw his support behind women because he knew that it was going to come out, right? He knew that his past abusive nature was going to come out. So his response was to throw his support behind women.
And it possibly could cause me business, but it's at the same time, it's like, I'm not going to be afraid of my past, because if it costs me damage, then shit, I shouldn't have done the stuff in the past. So I got to own that 100%. And that's where some of my frustration came, because they're like, oh, Reed doesn't own it. I own it 100%, all my drama, but it was a very big risk for us. When we were looking at fighting for the Rule 11 agreement and the confidentiality, I was like, no, fuck it. I was like, I don't want it. I don't care if all of this stuff comes out, because, I want transparency. I want people to see that people can fail and be shitty and have a road to redemption. And I didn't lose my job.
Laptop, it's like, is your laptop okay?
Oh, I have like a Bluetooth keyboard for when I'm working,
Ah.
and I put it aside, and it was starting to fall. So I was like, let me just put it on.
That's cool. I thought someone.
So he admits that he fought against the Rule 11 agreement. He was the one that fought against the Rule 11 agreement because he wanted it to come out. He wanted it to come out. Even his defense of women is shame. Well, fucking hell, why am I not surprised? Nothing about this dude is legitimate. This glass is real. He's a fucking sham. All right, I'm going to break open the Highland Park 18. Give me 1 second here. I can't reach it. Not fair. Umbreon down. Alright. I had to save the Umbreon from falling over. So we're going to break open the Highland Park 18, the very special whiskey. I'm only going to have a half a glass of this one. This shit's really good, by the way. Only break this out on the special occasions. Alright. There we go. Because I'm out of wine now, so I have to break out the whiskey. Have to break out the whiskey.
So,
Sesame
could I
Street.
ask you a question, Ron?
Yes, sir.
Going back to the video of your nephew and son and stuff, you know,
Yep.
I've watched it and I chuckled. It was a little funny. It was whatever.
Right.
It was appropriate, but it was funny. You know, I could see what he was doing. I think I understood the connotation of it in the end.
Right.
Should that video with your son's age and everything cause a significant impact in him finding employment or going to college? Should
You know,
it? Not
it would be-
whether it will. Should
Yeah.
it? It should.
And that's the part that's a very interesting dichotomy, right? And we've talked about this. It is 100% the other person's choice, and it could very well cause a problem for him. And
But
that's
should it though? If a college administrator comes across it, and
Honestly,
he's
yes.
applying for school,
in my
and
opinion.
they
yes.
go, and let's say from between now.
So here, it's a very interesting thing that Ken is doing right here. He's asking Ron, should the video of his son being racist and saying the hard R on YouTube, should that be considered, if he's going to a university or a college in the future, should he be denied access to university because of that? And Ron is saying yes, by the way.
Now until the day he graduates, straight A student, 4.0 GPA, volunteers, helps elderly people, all the shit you would expect on a
Right.
college application. Applying for a full ride scholarship, has done nothing wrong, no criminal, nothing, perfect student from today forward. Should that one video be
God,
what
that
keeps
whiskey's
them out
so
of
good.
college?
And that's where it sucks that it could, but if it did, it is what it is. You know, you can't unring a bell once it's rung. Then you just have to adapt and learn from there. And that's where I feel like a lot of things, like if it, say hypothetically, it's unfortunate to talk about that in a situation because my son doesn't need to go to college to have a successful life the rest of his life. He's
My son doesn't need to go to college because he's going to have a successful life. But it's unfortunate that he said this because, you know, it is what it is. What a fucking lunatic. What a fucking lunatic. Abusers typically gaslight to cover their behavior. Absolutely agree.
very privileged. And that's something I had to explain to him about that privilege, that he doesn't have to work a day in his life ever.
It's just an example, though.
Right, but that's my point in this situation.
The man is wearing a
it
"I
should
can't
not,
breathe"
maybe,
T-shirt, by the
in a
way,
sense,
talking about
but it
white
could.
privilege.
What should
One
be
second,
done-
Let's
one
talk
second,
about
one second.
fucking irony
No,
for a
Ron,
second.
come on.
you know,
It shouldn't. It it shouldn't.
Oh,
You
no, I'm
know
not
it's
saying it
right.
shouldn't. I'm saying in that instance, it shouldn't. If they've
Yeah.
done all these other things, but it very well could, and that's the reality of the situation. Absolutely, it should not.
Yeah. And the
But-
thing is that if it was my kid and I came across that, I would I would pick up some water,
Yep.
pick up some wood, and
Yep.
basically go to battle for it.
Oh, absolutely. I just pay enough money to make it go away or whatever. And
I
that's
would just
privilege.
pay enough
But
money to make it go
That's
away.
the thing that sucks
Really,
about the
you would,
situation. Is in that situation.
Really?
That's why I had to explain to him, like, you guys can speak with this kind of ignorance and go on here. My son's like, I didn't know the name of this was
My
this. I
face
was like,
says it all.
bullshit. I don't know how
Like,
internet and how PlayStation groups are,
Uh-huh.
but I know it doesn't sound good. He's like, yeah, I swear, when you go and sign into a group game at some fight, like shooting game, I don't even, Call of Duty or something.
Yeah.
Never played that shit, but some game, and the title was
You didn't
very
even have a
horrible,
TV before
the
you
N-word.
met
And
Monica.
I'm like,
you
son, do
fucking
you realize?
lunatic.
He's like, Dad, I swear, I'm
Jesus
calling bullshit. I
Christ.
told him, I was like, I don't believe you 100%. This bullshit. You knew what time it was. It's unacceptable. But that's where I had to break down privilege in the same situation, because in a sense with people of color, it also translates into other avenues like transgender, LGBTQ
Oh,
community.
here he tries to
Any type of
appease to me
bias or
again. here.
hate is a reflection of what's in their heart currently. So I'm like, what about this is causing you to want to have this kind of interaction so that I can address this stuff, right? And I know the stuff, and that's the part where it's frustrating, because it's like, this could have, and I told him, like, do you realize, and kids don't understand, they don't have the ability to process how their actions today could affect them 20 years from now. But as a 37-year-old man, I can talk to them and say, hey, Jojo, this could impact you in 5 years, 7 years, right?
But it shouldn't. That's the point. It should not. It should not. You're already 110% done with this shit. The expression on your face. Mr. Hop was just like, what the hell is he on about? Like, it's so fucking, like, had I fucking at the time realized this man was literally wearing a "I can't breathe" t-shirt? Jesus Christ. Man's talking about white privilege like it's fucking tap water. Literally talking like it's fucking tap water. You have a feeling that Ron said some very racist things behind doors? Absolutely he fucking did. Oh, absolutely he did. Strikes he's a person who wouldn't drive in certain areas because of reasons? 100%. Because he wouldn't want to fucking infringe on Tyrone's territory on Monica. He's already got one black bull. He's looking out for the interest. What he's doing.
I am in a different position where if I didn't make another dollar for the rest of my life, I'd be fine. But my kid isn't. He needs to work. Well, I guess technically he would.
Chippendales.
If I didn't get upset and kick him out. But
I was actually reading chat
that's the
during
part
this
about
section.
all this stuff, is that there's a different.
Unfortunately,
levels
chat
of
like completely
life
distracted me
and
most of the
struggle and
stream.
grind and all of that stuff that people have to see. And we are in a different world. Who the fuck knows? We're all here guessing. I don't know if that could affect. I don't know if social media is going to change.
Breed.
And that Black Mirror, have you guys seen that episode? It's fucking.
Let's talk about that for a second. Toye actually went on social media bragging about the fact that he got a vasectomy. Bragging about it. Like you know, those people that go online and be like, now now there won't be any more white supremacists because I got a vasectomy. He literally did it. I mean, thank God. Unfortunately, there's only one more Ron Toye. there's only an additional Ron Toye out there. Poor JoJo. I really hope that JoJo continues calling himself Joseph for the sake of not continuing that fucking line of degeneracy. But even JoJo's on Twitter, on Tinder. Does he think of his own son as a white supremacist? Absolutely he does. Absolutely he does. Hey, I'm the chat. Look at me. I do, unfortunately. You celebrate Ron having a vasectomy. You don't want the evil breed spawning. This is the point, though. The funny part is, he probably did it because that was probably a requirement of him getting on top of Monica. As frightening as an image of that is, that's probably why. Because, you know, Monica couldn't handle just having a condom. She had to require that he couldn't produce semen.
Freaky, where the girls, like, through their eyes, you could see their social media score pull up, and if it goes a certain thing, they can get shunned. That's coming. We all can agree that 20, 50 years from now, you don't think that our fucking like, in a sense, like Uber Eats or whatever kind of rating score, like Uber Eats gives us a fucking score, and Uber gives a score of what kind of driver we are. That's just going to be public.
Well, credit score is going to be a thing of the past.
Oh, of course, it's a horrible system in the way it is right now, but I know that eventually people are going to be able to see this shit, and then when they see you walking in a room, it's another way, because once we deal with the racism issue, what's the next way to then, if everybody's equal as a race and as a human population, what's the next way to differentiate?
Don't forget he had to fight with his hero dad.
Because it's not about color.
He had to fight with his dad. He had to block his dad on Facebook. Had to block his dad on Facebook because Black Lives Matter, right? Jesus Christ. Penetration requires enough size to make pass the fat to her vag. Oh my god. That's too much information, Siren Jag. But I will say one thing. There is no amount of fat that can stop a certain position. Let me just state that real quick. There is one sexual position that will, it doesn't matter how large somebody is or how small somebody is, something's getting in. As sad as that is, that's how these things reproduce. So are you there yet? Monica, no. Are you sure? You're not even inside me. That's the back of my knee. Oh my god. Oh my god. They don't call him sharpshooting Toye for nothing. Seriously. Good lord. Good fucking lord. Like the fact that at least 3 women found him attractive enough. Good fucking lord. Look at that face. God damn, I wouldn't even hit that with a tree stump.
This, did you do this? Did you earn? Were you nice? Then it doesn't matter what color you are. It's about this other shit. Well, then how is that influence? And this is a battle we all are going to have to fight forever. And it's like, what's the key? How do we fix it?
Well, and that's why I said that PR's dead now. It's all marketing. It's
true.
You look at how you market products as opposed to how you had PR for people. Very, very different things. Very close, but very different things. And that's why modern PR doesn't work anymore. Right. You can't just go out and apologize anymore. You have to market. And when we're talking about certain things, this is why we're seeing the hashtags like KickVic and whatever else. We're seeing those be effective against people because that's marketing techniques being used.
Now he agrees with me.
Like think about like marketing in a sense, like America. What country in the world has a better marketing strategy than our country. Whenever, if you like, let's look at your country. Most Americans sitting here wish we had your president or prime minister.
No, they don't. Absolutely not. Most Americans wish they had Justin Trudeau. I mean, stick your head outside for 5 minutes and breathe the non-polluted air, Ron Toye. I think most places are thankful they don't have Justin Trudeau. Even though he's not really that terrible. I mean, a lot of people try and position him as the worst that we've had in decades. I would argue that Stephen Harper was probably our worst prime minister in many, many years. Not to say that all conservative prime ministers are terrible. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think that Trudeau has been as bad as people had hoped he is. But I do not think for a fucking second either that anybody in the US would want Justin Trudeau as their president. Not a second. Not one fucking minute. I don't think so for a fucking minute.
Come on, man.
Or whatever.
Prime Minister. Wait, hold on. Prime Minister. Thank you.
Wish we had a man like you guys had. We have a fucking clown. Now, you guys might think that he's awesome, but living in America, I can tell you without question or wavering, almost every person who has a brain would beg, plead, borrow, crawl across the floor, hands and knees to get your guy.
No fucking way, dude.
Now, maybe you guys have a different perception because you're actually living in Canada and you get to enjoy a lot of shit that Americans wish they had. And we look like we say we're the best, but we're like currently in the middle of a civil war.
Well, if you ask most Canadians don't like Trudeau.
They don't?
They don't.
No, you don't
What
know.
do they think about Trump?
They hate Trump too.
Good, thank Christ. Well,
Yeah, please anybody here.
Yeah.
You see, the funny thing is just to jump in here just for a little bit. The funny thing is, I was watching the Republican leadership when this took place, and one of the few flaws I found it with the American voting system. This is the interesting part because I'll go back to Roosevelt and so forth. The thing is that what the biggest flaw with the U.S. political system is,
you have a
there's
dictator.
only two popular parties.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Here in Canada, to our credit, we have adopted the British voting system where we have 5. So when you got private interests trying to control, well, 6, thank you. Basically, when you got private interests trying to control both sides, that's the real winners from everything.
Yes.
And at the same time here, to push things even further, the political system, which I was really surprised about because I was growing up in the age of Reagan, I grew up in the age of Carter, and the thing is that these are individuals that really stepped up because they really felt they could make a positive difference for us. What part of the
dictator
with the most recent Republican party leader partyship, I didn't feel that at all. I just felt it was just one brand trying to outdo another, and damn for what's best for the general people of the United States of America. Right. And I really, when I saw that, I really felt bad because basically one of the few things people kind of forget.
Yeah, we only have 2 parties that ever got into. We have
Trump was originally
so Gav, we have like 5 parties right now. So for people out there that are like confused as the Canadian party system, we have the Liberal Party, we have the Conservative Party as the main 2, the giant L that we have right now. We have the NDP, which is the close third. We have the Bloc Québécois. We have the Green Party. We have the People's Republic of Canada, basically the People's Party of Canada, the PPC, which is the far conservative, which used to be. So the Conservative Party used to be 2 parties, right? Conservative used to be the Progressive Conservatives, and they used to be the Canadian Alliance. And then they merged together to make the Progressive Conservatives. And now we have a People's Party of Canada, which is basically the Conservative Alliance, the Canadian Alliance. So we have like a shit ton of of different like major parties right now. We only have two that are prominent, which are liberals and conservatives.
He was going as a Dimmy.
Yeah.
But the thing is that he made it in the public record saying if I was to really run for the office, I would run as a Republican.
Right.
We fast forward 20 years from that quote, and we're now finding
People's
out what's
Front of
going on.
Judea.
Yep.
So the thing is at the same time,
Not quite yet.
When I
We're
was
getting
looking
there,
at
though.
what's the best of both these parties, I'm kind of going, you got Hillary Clinton and you got Donald Trump, and that's it.
That's what
Yeah.
Now the
Wow.
fucking-
Wow. The
Yeah.
most powerful position on the planet.
And this is the fucking people we have to choose from in all of America. Give me a break.
Like I remember the days of Ross Perot. When
Yeah.
he sat there and says, I got billions of dollars. I'm running for president.
Yeah.
and he stepped up and he did. But the cool thing is there was actually 3 people running.
Right.
And I really honestly believe, and I
want the orange man back?
rant here, is that people want to fix the political system in the U.S. They have to step up
Hitler and
they
died Hitler.
have to get engaged.
Yep.
They have to.
Absolutely. Yes.
Or you're going to get the same thing over and over and over again. But however, I'm done with all that because I'll be here for hours to chat about that.
No, but this
I know
is application of this whole entire thing, because like while our little situation with the lawsuit is a microcosm of what's going on in a grand scheme around the world in America, now we obviously talk about in what's going on in China and perceptions of all around the world. It does have application that is interesting, and
he has no idea.
that's a part of it's like it's just communication. Think about like how many you have corporate interests that are pretty much dictating how certain legislation is passed. So is it really for the people? Like how if we don't have representation, for instance, like transgender community.
Oh, don't even
Tell
start,
me
Ron.
like, right now how many people in political power are members of the transgender?
Now, like 2 or 3, I think now in American politics. I think like 2 or 3 of the Democrats are in the transgender community. Ron, don't fucking try and sell shit that you aren't prepared to sell. Number one, that you aren't even part of. Number 3, you want to talk about the transgender community. You want to keep hammering that down because you're on a show with a trans person. Not buying it. $0 in that stock, boy. None. Perot did finish the campaign. He only lost because of racial gaffe and he couldn't recover. Well, rip Ross Perot.
Community.
I think one.
So how are you guys getting? How is that representation being really heard out and laws made with that mindset? Because I don't know what that's like. I don't know what that world's like. So how should I be able to govern a person who's experiencing a worldview that I have no idea?
It's called asking a fucking question, dude.
About. That's not fair. And then that means our governments are not set up to really truly help the people. And that's the thing. And that's just difference of opinions maybe, but in my opinion, I'm like, how are they really getting taken care of in laws written? Because our country, like, it wasn't until recently that you could be discriminatory towards somebody because of their sexual preference or identity.
You could always be discriminatory towards people because of their sexual preference or identity. You could always do it. You can still do it. It was never right. It was just accepted. It doesn't stop people from being that way. It's because the government tells you not to do it. Jesus Christ. So what, do you believe all the self-righteous care about sounding right their actions no matter as long as they believe it to be just? Absolutely. He doesn't know anything. It's just the only thing that matters to him is he sounds virtuous. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it sounds good, right? You know, it sounds fantastic. They light that fucking virtue signal. They buy that fucking Skittles, like the white Skittles pack that has no color on it, because apparently they're colorblind. They buy the fucking rainbow merchandise. They don't know what it's like. They just think that they do. They have no fucking clue how to support people because they don't actually ask people.
identity. That's fucking wrong. That's a human issue. It's a human right issue, and it sucks, you know.
And I also think that they just briefly as an aside, because we're talking about political, like this is something that, funny enough, LARPing had taught me something that I didn't even really know about politics, was that there's much different political systems, and this is hearkening, like, shout out to Vampire the Requiem for this one, but the Carthian people in that one, they talk about different types of government. Now, one of the more
I will say, my very brief stint in Waterloo by Night taught me more about politics than I ever fucking imagined I would ever want to know. Being a part of a Carthian government where we had to like dictate and figure out laws and shit like that. Jesus fucking Christ. So there is more to political shit and everything else like that I have learned in a fucking lifetime playing a LARP than I ever have in fucking school. So
fair types of government, I would say. I can't remember what the hell it was called, but it was basically it's a status of government where you have like 4 or 5 parties or whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
So basically you have 40%. You have 20%.
It's proportional
like
representation.
25%, 15%.
Proportional representation is what I couldn't figure out here. Is what I was trying to call it. Proportional representation. It basically defines a system of government so that you are guaranteed, no matter what your vote is, to always have proportional representation throughout the country. So it doesn't matter if you have like 6 or 7 parties, you're always going to have the majority party is always going to be slotted 40%. If they get the majority vote, if they get 75% of the country's vote, they're only going to get 40% of the reigning control of the country. Then it goes down to 10% or something like that. It's basically like 25% down to the secondary party, 10% down to the third party, 5% down to the fourth party. So it forces the parties to work together to represent the vote. Basically, the way that it goes, I'm explaining it now better than I was before. You rank your system. So like say that you had four parties to vote for. Say that in the US you had Trump and Hillary and like fucking Bernie Sanders and some other random asshole. You rank number 1 as Trump, you rank number 2 as Bernie, you rank number 3 as some random asshole, and number 4 as Hillary, right? Because you don't want Hillary to get in. So if your votes go for Trump, great, your votes go for Trump. But if your number 1 vote was for Bernie, but Bernie didn't get in, okay, then it goes to the secondary vote, and then you voted for whoever secondary. Oh, you voted for Trump secondary? Then your vote for Trump goes towards Trump instead of Bernie, because your Bernie vote is burned because Bernie didn't get in. So the secondary vote goes towards whoever you voted secondary, etc., etc. Then it cascades down as to who you voted for in your ballot, and then it gives the representation of who it is. So basically 40% of the country would be ruled by the governing party, and then 25% of it would be the secondary party, which they would have to work in conjunction with the primary party, and then the third party would be able to jump in to veto, and the fourth party would just be there. So it would be proportional to the country, blah blah blah. The rank system, yeah, a lot of people don't like the rank system. I think the proportional vote system is probably the best form of government that there could be, the most fair part of government, because a majority government is never acting in the best interest of the country, period, in my opinion.
5%, whatever else.
Right.
But that's automatically carved out. That's what it is. And then when you vote for people, you vote like your first choice, your second choice, your third choice, your fourth choice, your fifth choice. Then the first choice, like basically how you vote for like Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Really.
The Hall
And
of
then
Fame
based on that, the weighted votes go down, and then the political party that gets the most votes gets the 40%. The political party that gets the second most votes gets the 25%, et cetera, et cetera. And that's representational.
See, I'm like fucking tipsy, and I can pull this off the top of my head.
You could get 51% of the vote and get the 40%, which is not, and then you can get 49% of the vote and get the 25%. But it breaks down like that. That seems to be the most fair.
And it forces the parties that have the least votes to at least get some representation in the voting category. This is the whole point, right? Because you could have 5% of the population that never gets heard, but if that 5% of the population gets 5% of the vote, then there they go. They have representation. They have the electoral colleges, the 2 houses of Congress, in order to achieve the keeping of the majority. No, I understand that, Twisted. I understand that. The whole point that I was getting at this point in the interview was that literally in LARP, in live action roleplay, we had a government breakdown where we had like a Senate kind of thing, and we had to figure out a different system of government. And we went over these like multiple systems of government of what works, what doesn't, what would be good, what doesn't work, etc. And we went through all of this shit. And this seems to be the most fair option. Like you break down the 100%, the majority of the government votes, the majority of the vote gets 40% of the vote, right? Then you break it down, the secondary party gets 25%, because between the first and the secondary party, you can make majority rule. But you don't need a secondary party if the third party has 10%, because then you can get 51% between the first party and the third party. Or the first party and the third party and the fourth party. You get 51%. Then you go and then you pass laws based on that. It's the most fair out of the entire thing, which is that what we're talking about in terms of the voting, that's separate. It's my own personal bias, but I think that the tiered kind of Hall of Fame ballot vote is the most favorable. Mostly because, at least in Canada, that's how party voting works. So if for voting for a national party or whatever else, if you're voting for a leader, that's how you do it. You do it by a balloted vote. You do it first ballot, second ballot, third ballot, and then they base it on that. If your first ballot doesn't get in, it goes to your second ballot. If you if your first ballot needs 55% of the majority vote to win, but your first ballot only gets 40%, then it goes to second ballot, and then the second ballot is weighed by taking off the lowest voted of the first ballot, and then putting votes from the first ballot, their second ballot towards the first ballot type of thing, if that makes sense. So if on my first ballot, I vote for the third place person, right? But I have the first place person as my second vote. So on the second ballot, the third place person drops off. Their votes are gone. So they take my second vote, which is the first place person. They put my votes towards the first place person. Now, does that add up to 55%? Yes or no? If the first place person doesn't have 55%, it moves on to the third ballot. If the third ballot, the second place person has 55% of the vote at that point, then the second place person wins. Like that's the way it works. You tier the vote system so that it works that way.
Breakdown of government, because then you give representation across the
water.
Right. Everyone has a point of view. Everyone has a say, and you can't do anything without getting cooperation from other parties.
Right.
Like right now in Canada, we have what's called a minority government. So the elected party did not receive enough votes to get a majority in the parliament. So they have to work with the other parties to pass bills. And if they don't pass bills, then they have to go back to elections.
Just give me all the power. I'll be fair.
Their best interest to like play nice with everybody else. That, in my opinion, is the best way the government works, is when you have everyone on opposite sides working together for a common cause, because everyone's voice gets heard. Now, in terms of
and to be fair, the way that things are in the United States right now, with the Democrats having a majority vote power veto over basically everything, not a healthy way to be, right? You want to have that check in place to make sure that the parties are not just passing things without the will of the people, without any sort of check in place.
Representation, I don't know how much representation trans people should have, because I mean, we're only a very small percentage of the population. I understand that, but like it's the same thing with people of color. It's the same thing with other people as well. Everyone should have a voice, but there is a majority somewhere.
And that is a big thing as well. That's one major thing I did want to point out before anything else, is that yes, trans individuals should have a voice. But if we're only 12% of the population, we shouldn't have 60% of the vote. Right? Because we might not necessarily be taking in the interest of everybody that is not trans, right? You won't see that in Congress, absolutely. You won't see that in a lot of different political spectrums because they like power. But my point of it is, it comes down to minorities as well. If they're 5% of the population, should they have more than 50% of the vote? Absolutely not. Do I think that myself as a trans should have more than 50% of the vote? We're not more than 50% of the population, so no. We shouldn't place ourselves above the majority. We should place ourselves within, but we shouldn't place ourselves above it. And that's the big thing that a lot of people don't kind of get. It's like we have to get there. We have to voice our opinion, but we have to understand there's other people within that spectrum as well.
Right. So we have to figure that out, and we have to have a political system that is representative of that. So that was just
And
also
agree. Jumping in there for trans rights,
absolutely
rights
pass.
That's exactly what Crumb said as well, especially from a more U.S. System. The thing is that you have the overlarge, presidency that's going on, but if you break that down to more of the different states and you break that down to the different counties and so forth, that's how more proper representation can actually be served in your general in your general sphere of things in your general region. So the thing is that's how those rights should move forward. And at the same time, as I said before, and what Crumb has mentioned as well, it's just simply getting involved and putting a better system in place if you can. But however, involvement is key. And without that, then basically you're suffering at the whims of other people's power.
Right. Yeah. And that's part of it where we're all, and like it kind of bridges the gap for all of these things is, what is the proper amount? What is the proper thing? What is the way forward?
It's involvement.
It's involvement. It's this kind of communication, and it's finding out, how do I connect? What are my similarities? Because this is the thing. I have only known in my life 2 to 3 trans people. That's it. So but there's people who have never met or interacted with a trans person. So their mindset might go to what Hollywood or what this fake image of trans versus just a normal person.
The funny part is you probably have interacted with more trans people than you even realized.
And that's the thing we've got to break, is the stigma. Same thing with Black people. I grew up in a town where there was literally no Black families. So I didn't know much about the Black community. And so then moving to Texas and then getting around, and then I got to learn and educate and break down those barriers that maybe media or just my own brain had processed and evaluated. And in any situation, and any person, it's just
you're such
sitting
a
down,
fake
finding the common ground,
dude.
And then understanding to move forward or make changes and being willing to change your paradigm. And that's one thing that I think, if people were brave enough to be able to listen and be able to willing to adapt and change, then great. And the thing is, I have adapted and changed. I grew up my parents were very conservative, slightly racist. So I grew up with some levels of racism, some levels of homophobia, and different things like that. And then as I grew older, I'm
nearly drunk enough for it, Twisted. I'm nearly drunk enough.
And grew as a human. And it's sad. For instance, like Rocky Horror Picture Show. I used to have a disdain for that show because I thought it was creepy and gross, and I didn't
He's
allow
talking
just
about
to enjoy the
meeting a
art,
Black
right?
person as
And how old
discovering
were
a
you
new
first
species.
Young. Like,
Jesus Christ, Dark Gun.
Makes sense.
God damn it, Dark Gun 22, you fucking nailed it.
It was a girl and a couple other people. They're very open and willing, and they had a gay uncle, and I had never met a gay person. I'm like, this is weird. I'm watching this stuff. I'm like, it challenged everything that I thought was normal, right? Well, then going back, I'm like, gosh, I was such a limited person in my viewpoint because of exposure. I didn't know anybody. So in my mind, the only idea of a gay person was what you see in Hollywood that makes it all this other thing. And not that that is bad, but that is what my brain associates. So it's like, this is, but then I go back and look at
Twisted, I finished a bottle of wine entirely to myself, and I am starting on 18-year whiskey, 18-year aged whiskey, and I'm nearly done my half glass. It is time for you to catch up with whiskey. So jump to any step to the right.
at it
He's
now.
all,
Like, this is
he's
fun as
seriously
fuck.
racist.
I want to go and dance and
100%.
have fun at this party. Why wasn't I invited?
I'm
And why was I
guzzling
so
cum.
stupid at 10, 11 years old to see that? It's because it's taught. It's not educated. So having these conversations can show a person who, imagine the people, the kids who are
He only
growing up
sees
in
them as
homes
black or
who are
gay.
trans,
Exactly.
who maybe they make up a way more of a population
Jesus
who are
Christ.
not heard, who are committing suicide because they don't have the opportunity to feel valued. And that's the part where it's like, even in all this, any kind of thing that a person struggles with,
Highland
if
Park.
they just have the opportunity
Highland
to talk
Park,
to people that
18
wouldn't
year.
necessarily critique them
Nothing,
or
Raven. I would grab
or
it
make
again,
them
but
feel
my
bad,
my
but just
embryo's
listen.
gonna fall over.
Imagine what this could be if more people, like in every level of the community, could come and talk to people and be understood and listened to, but then also challenged and
Well,
in a safe
we're,
way. You know?
we're slowly having that.
Yeah.
And that's coming to the forefront of things. But however,
Viking
Yeah.
Pride, Highland Park,
Ken?
18.
Sorry, I know Ken really had another topic that was like 20 minutes ago.
Fine. No, you guys have been having a good discussion. I don't like interrupting.
Yeah.
Go
When
ahead.
a client of mine's talking, I like to let them talk because
Yep.
it's helping them think through everything.
He is
For
a
sure.
circle
So I
jerk.
want
Go ahead,
to
Ken.
kind of
Oh
go
my
back a
God.
little bit. I don't even remember when it was now. When we were talking about apologies and stuff
Yeah.
and the effectiveness of that, because I wrote a note down and I felt it was important to go back to this.
It's good whiskey.
Would you say it's fair that
Mm.
Vic's apology has been used against him in this lawsuit?
Again, I know
What
that
the fuck
might
is he
come
drinking
across
out
weird,
of?
but fair is an interesting word. So when you're playing a game, there are certain rules. Now, the other party might not like the rule,
When you're playing the game,
and it
there's
might not
certain
seem
rules.
fair to them. But if you have something that you can use on
Exactly,
the other side
Ralph.
that helps your position, then it is advantageous for the other side to use that situation. Now, it might not feel fair, but that is what it is. So that's the part that comes in this situation, in this lawsuit, that might not seem fair, but also should be the thing that I've tried to draw attention to is what it's not about fair is should he have done it? I agree that he
He's
should
drinking gas
have. Maybe
station
some other
whiskey.
people should maybe say he shouldn't. But at that
10%
point,
because he's a pussy.
is it fair for him to have received the things that he got after issuing the apology and then counseled to go in the direction he went? Was that fair? So in my opinion, the fair part is hard because I'm in a different position, but if I'm looking outside in, I think that people see it and it's their right to make their determination and what their
This
evaluation
fucking
of it was,
guy.
which fair is in the eye of the beholder in a sense, because I'm sure to
When
Vic
I asked,
it's fair, but to me it feels fair, and to others it's neutral. But that's kind of it's a tough item to deal with because it depends on whose perception you're perceiving.
Let's just pause a moment. Okay. Let's just pause a moment. An hour ago, he was talking about how being attacked for a year and a half, it was his right to defend himself. And now he's changing his tune? How long is left? You want to stab yourself with a spoon? We have probably an hour left, I think. An hour and a half left of this. About an hour and a half left. Don't worry, Gav. Not too much longer.
Whose position you're looking at that through, because to me it's
I understand that.
but to some others it's not.
Well, when I say
I told you all it was
fair,
gonna be a
don't mean
long
fair as
stream.
in whether it's fair to use them or not. I meant, is it a fair thing to say
Fuck
that
me.
the apology has been used against him? Do you agree
I have
with
to
that
order
statement?
myself some tacos.
I agree that it has been used as especially in my position, to win the lawsuit, I think that it was important for him to do it.
My sister
I would
sent
have
me some money
probably,
to get some
if it was me, I
tacos.
would have probably been a little bit more, which
Birthday
I've already
dinner.
shared. But the fact that he issued one is commendable, because at least he's taking ownership for some stuff that he either did or didn't realize was causing an issue.
Well, if we look at that, then would it not be also agreeable to say that the issuance of an apology can be what prevents you from coming back, prevents you from
Birthday
actually
tacos.
having a life? You know, because his statements, whether true or false, whether you believe that, they have been taken, they have been twisted, they have been misquoted, and that hurts his position, that hurts his ability to find employment, hurts his position in the lawsuit. So
I think
does an apology really work?
I think it matters on what you do next. I think if you issue an apology, taking ownership, putting out action steps, and then follow up the apology with what happened in his situation, that is why, and we don't know, because I'm only looking, hindsight's 2020, so I can say, oh yeah, this is obvious. If he did this and this and this, it might not be here, right? So in this situation, I think that if he would have just issued his apology and didn't file a lawsuit and just kind of did his own thing, we don't know what could have happened because he didn't. But in my mindset, I think that he would have had a better outcome long term.
No, that's not how it happened, and you know it's not how it happened, because you even said as much. Literally an hour ago into this fucking interview, you said as much. Dude. You said as much. Come on, Ron. Come on, Toye.
Than what had currently happened, because of the possibility of exposure of the skeletons that almost everyone has in their closet. And that's the part where if you evaluate the validity of the lawsuit and you're looking at it as human to human, would it make sense? Is there any opportunities? Is there a net tangible benefit? Versus, it's going to suck. You might not get work for a year or two. You're going to get some conventions still, but just stick with your apology. Do the marketing of, I'm going out to this con, I'm volunteering.
Do you hear this right now? Do I have to roll it back to an hour and a half ago? Do I have to roll it back where he's literally saying that there's no way that you could just sit back and let these people say something about you? Absolutely, it saved his career, you fucking lunatic. Absolutely, it saved his career. Absolutely, he had to say something about it. Ron he's so delusional at this point. He's so delusional at this point.
Here and here, I'm doing this, I'm branding, I'm changing the interaction with fans, I'm side hugging, whatever it is, that could have had a different impact.
I'm ordering tacos, by
and
the
so
way.
While we talk about fair, I'm sure from his perspective that it wasn't fair, because he was trying to be humble. He was trying to go out there and say, hey, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize, I'm trying to be a better person. And that's where part of me is has some level of compassion on his plight, because I feel like maybe he was trying, but then was convinced in another sense. And that's just my perspective. Maybe it wasn't the case, but was then convinced in that moment of vulnerability to go through with something that, if you look at the long-term net tangible benefit, given if there were any skeletons that potentially could come out, given how long lawsuits take, would that be better than investing the 3 years, 2 years that it would take to clear the lawsuit, maybe longer,
still
if they
get cons.
fought?
Yeah, he would still get cons. This is the fun part, right? He'd still get cons. They're still attacking them. They're still attacking conventions. They're still attacking conventions for having him. But here Toye is saying, oh, he's still going to get cons. He's still going to get people inviting him. They're still attacking people for inviting him. Ron doesn't realize he eventually contradicts himself. Every answer he gives, it's a politician answer. He's too stupid to realize. Okay, folks. I know I am a full bottle of wine and half a glass of whiskey in. But did I not state this at the beginning of the stream? I told people this is the reason I've had him on 3 times. I had him on 3 times because he is making a complete fucking fool of himself. Because he's showing exactly who he is. Enjoy my birthday, Crumb. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dark Strange Nico 17. I appreciate you. Yes, it is my birthday today. If you want to super chat anytime as well, by the way, you can super chat by using the link that is I guess it's over there. I don't know where it is relative to here. Probably over there. There's a link at the very top. If you want a TTS, text to speech. You can text to speech donation, $1 minimum text to speech donation through the super chat system in Stream Elements. You can do so. You can do so. The link to purchase merchandise, if you want a lovely blanket such as this one, if you want the lovely Canuckleheads blanket, you can do so. The link is in the description. Tacos. You're gonna make some barbecues, but it started raining and snowing. Yeah, I wish it was snowing here. It's so fucking warm. It literally. So the reason I have this ponytail in right now, because it is fucking swelteringly hot right now. It is so warm. It is so fucking warm right now. It's incredible. Almost 3 years later. Oh, there goes my mouse. There goes my mouse. 3 years later, they're attacking a church for inviting him. They're attacking conventions for inviting him. They're attacking anything that's inviting him. Seriously. It amazes me. It amazes me that people cannot fucking see past this. This is why I'm having the stream today. I'm having the stream today because I have to show you people this. Because it is a travesty that only 1,000 people viewed this fucking video. Nearly 4,000 people viewed the second interview. 4 times as many people viewed the second Toye interview as this one, when this one is fucking literally, he's literally admitting that he fucking supports communism. That he supports communist China. He's literally admitting that his son should not be admitted to fucking university because he used a racial slur. He's literally admitting that Vic had a fucking case. He's literally admitting this on video. And only 1,000 people have viewed this. I have to show this. I have to show this because it's a literal fucking travesty if people don't see this. This is his own words. I didn't twist his arm. I didn't force him to say this. The appeals have got to come back in Vic's favor. You know, I've said this before. I'll say it again. In the previous stream, like I took a week off because it was my vacation last week. I talked about the Quentin Flynn situation. I talked about the shit Quentin Flynn went through. I talked about how similar it was to Vic Mignogna's situation and how incredibly different it would have been if Vic had that fucking judge. Imagine if this comes back from appeals. Please, if there's a fucking God in the universe. I'm pagan and I'm appealing to any fucking God out there. If there is a God in the fucking sky, please allow the wisdom to be imbued upon these appellant judges to see that there was at least a smidgen of travesty delivered upon Vic. Because there is no fucking way in any reality that this was not a fucking warranted case.
Pray to the Doomslayer.
I'll pray to whatever fucking side listens, Ragnarok Knight. I will pray to whatever side fucking listens. The thing is they replaced Quentin before it was proved that it was all lies, because the difference was Quentin's case was sealed. Quentin's case was sealed by the courts upon their request. Quentin Flynn asked for the Chapter 11, whatever the hell it was, asked for confidentiality. And it was Chrissy's side that leaked it. It was the defense that leaked it. And tried to get him canceled. And they bent the knee. So once again, it's not the plaintiff, it's the defendant. Make that clear.
Come on, man.
If you just, in a sense, ignored the noise, similar to the advice you given to me, and change the marketing strategy of this and that, rebrand the resin pool, whatever it is, address the hurdles, and then intently go out and do the things that most people are objecting to. So if it's about interacting with fans, well, obviously we can see by your guys' convention in different photos, he has changed the way he interacts with fans.
So then why are you still fucking attacking him? If you've acknowledged it, June 27th, 2020, you've acknowledged he's changed in how he's acting towards fans. He's changed his approach. Why are you still attacking him a year later, Ron?
Okay, great. So he's checked off a box he's already promised. Now he's going out and continuing his day-to-day, having fun little videos that he does and whatever he is. So then eventually, not that it diminishes what people have said, but people have gotten to say what they wanted to say. It's out there for people. They feel better. Vic then does his response, and then he goes on with his life and continues the marketing
It's a
strategy
cakewalk.
of whatever he's
This
trying to
was
do.
a fucking
Let's
year
pause
ago,
that for a second.
by
though.
the way.
Yeah.
This was a year ago, by the way. Jesus Christ. All right. I'm going to be 2 seconds, maybe a bit more than 2 seconds. I'm going to run to the bathroom really quickly. I have to turn the light on to let Uber Eats know where to deliver my tacos. I'm going to be right back. So I'm letting Chair Son. I guess it's not Chair Coon, I guess it's Chair Son. Chair Son take over for me for a minute. So don't go anywhere. Oh yeah. Oh shit. What's that? Yep. Oh shit. I spilt my drink. Womp womp. We're gonna switch up though. We're gonna switch up to Santori whiskey because I'm feeling it, and so I don't want to dishonor my 18-year whiskey by not feeling it anymore. So we're gonna switch up to Santori whiskey. Which, don't worry, I didn't have much left at all. It's a travesty to lose whiskey, but I didn't have. I had maybe a sip left of the other whiskey left. So. Oh my goodness. Whew. It's a long pee. Rip my bladder. Well, for people who are wondering, the reason why I was late today. The reason why I was a little bit later today was because somebody that you might be entertained to hear about, Mr. Hop got a discharge today. Mr. Hop got a discharge today. Do conventions pay voice actors to show up? Yes, they do. Largely, voice actors will not show up unless they're paid to. I'm going to catch up on chat here. Wonder when the bathroom break would be. Dependent on what kind of deal is made. Absolutely, that's very true too. Largely dependent on the deal that is made, because usually it's either we provide them a room, and then they're guaranteed a certain amount of money. So if they don't make a certain amount of money, then that comes out of the convention. So if it's like, oh, they have to make $10,000 and they only make $8,000, then the convention pays them too. Otherwise, we pay an appearance fee for them to show up, and then they show up and do their thing. I'm just gonna read chat really quickly here as we go through. One type would be the appearance fee. One type would be the I can't remember what the fucking thing it's called. It's not contingency. It's something else. Fees for so basically, I can let you know that on Kitchener Comic Con, I won't let you know the amount, but I can let you know that Kitchener Comic Con, we paid Vic the appearance fee. We didn't pay a guarantee. We paid an appearance fee at Kitchener Comic Con. So anything he made up and above was profit for him. Con would pay for travel and room and appearance fee, absolutely, or both. Con paid the actor, yada yada. Ron mentioned about sending $20,000 if, but we won't give it if they invite Vic. Yeah, that was a weird thing with Kamehacon, right? He mentioned something about guaranteeing a sponsorship for Kamehacon, but they were going to pull it if they had Vic, which is very weird, a very odd thing to do. Because you usually don't have contingencies on what guests you invite for sponsors. That's a very bizarre thing. Yeah, he was using his real estate connections to leverage a sponsorship, but I don't think he ever had that sponsorship in writing. I don't think he ever had that sponsorship in writing. All right, we're back. But yeah, to let you guys know, Mr. Hop is now home. Mr. Hop is no longer in Guelph. He is back home in home base. He has been discharged from the hospital. He's in good health and he is doing well. So that is the guest that I had to entertain briefly before the stream started. And that was the reason I was a little bit late today. But Mr. Hop is home. He has landed. He is back in the HQ, and he is doing well. So there you go. And that's who I was chatting with while I went to go for pee real quick. That is who I went to go have a chat with briefly in the kitchen before before I came back from my bathroom break. So
Two things that I wanted to get. First one before it escapes my brain for a fifth time. Because I remember your conversation about the whole fear situation and blah blah blah, and why people
it's good
call
for
him
Mr. Hopping.
That was actually a character that he played. I can't remember what series it was, but that's where the Reasonable Rangers came from, and that's why they call him the Fuhrer. Was because of that particular series. So I know people that were wondering.
Or Alchemist.
No, it wasn't Full Metal Alchemist. It was something else.
Oh,
I can't for the life of me remember what it is. I
never seen Alchemists either.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the Reasonable Rangers. I can't remember off the top of my head what the hell it was where they nicknamed Vic the Fuhrer. It was some anime series. It was based on a joke. It was something like that. Sent him a welcome back message, hoping he's doing okay. He's doing perfectly fine. I mean, he's less one leg now, but he's otherwise doing very well. So, I'm sure he'll appreciate the messages, though. You wouldn't normally see someone offer sponsorship contingent on canceling a guest because that would be a TI. 100%. Like, that's the thing. It's like he offered the sponsorship and then said, "Oh well, we can't." Was it Full Metal Alchemist? But he offered the sponsorship and then rescinded it based on Vic going, which again would be textbook TI in pretty much any judge's cookbook except Judge Chupp, apparently. Full Metal Alchemist, it's based on King Bradley. His leadership title is the Fuhrer. Okay, I didn't know. Now I've known. Now I'm aware. See, I'm not a big Metal Alchemist fan. I'm not a big FMA fan. Exposed. But I knew his work on it. I just didn't watch the series, so.
Yeah, it was something like that. I don't remember, but that's what that was from.
Google.
Wizard.
I mean, I could Google it, but I'm lazy.
Yeah. And that's where it's like it might have been innocent, right? He might not have even associated it. But the thing is, like, it's being considerate. So,
well, the other part though is, the word Führer is just leader in German. It doesn't.
Right.
That's a point too. That is a point too. I actually had LARP games going back to live action roleplay, my live action roleplay days. I actually had people call themselves, who were the prince of the domain, call themselves the Führer because the Führer just means leader in German. That's it. That's literally it.
There is no connotation directly to what that is in history, but that's a side note. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is when you're talking about this, there is no just going back to things. There is no just going back to your life because
when he did look like it
had that taken
was called
away from
Hitler.
him.
Exactly.
He didn't. He had his jobs. He had his positions. He had his friendships taken away from him. So I'll put you in this situation. Sure. If you were put in a situation where you were not allowed to get work, your friends and family were taken from you, and they all of a sudden just wouldn't talk to you. They wouldn't associate with you. You were on the verge of putting a bullet in your head.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the appropriate action is there?
So this is why I feel like I can speak to the situation because I literally was there.
Literally was
my divorce from Marcy, and people ignore this and they want to play over it and all this and that. I was there.
Lay it out for us, man.
I call it the dark night of my soul. I've been there. I was literally driving.
That's what his tattoo is about.
Nice
the
Mustang,
dark night of his soul.
And I contemplated steering it into the bridge on 820 as I was driving down it because I'm like, here I am again. Second marriage, failure, drama. And at that moment, I'm like, will I let this be my story or will I put the effort in to then change it? So while people might ignore it and make fun of it and poke fun, Ron's an abuser, Ron's this, that is their right. But in the moment of absolute desperation where I contemplated
so the appropriate
driving
action is
my car
to threaten to murder
as
children
fast as I could and jerking it into a
Jesus Christ.
bridge like the cement wall because I knew I had life insurance that would take care of my son for the rest of his life.
Which in itself violates your fucking policy, by the way. You can't just say that I intentionally meant to kill myself so I could fucking use the insurance money to pay for my son. Jesus Christ, Toye. Jesus Christ, Toye. I feel like I have to break this up really quickly. I feel like I have to break this up with a song. So I might just do this really quickly. Might just do this really quickly. Oh my god, I think the tacos are here already. I think the tacos are here already. 1 second, folks. I'm gonna play this song for you, and then I'm gonna go check on the taco situation. There you go. I have 739 followers so far. Where the hell is this? I'm gonna play this song for you. Enjoy this song. I'll be right back.
Spend all my time wheezing through a broken lung, hoping my clients will pay. Pray there's a reason TCPA's good enough. I'll file on the last business day. I'll need a distraction, a beautiful release. Oxygen leaks in my veins. Let my balls empty. Oh, please, God, say maybe I'll feel alive again. In the arms of the consulates, far away from time here.
Tacos are here.
My dark, cold motel room. And the settlements that I fear, I'll be pulled from the wreckage of my miserable request for fees in the arms of the consulates. May I find some new career.
All right. So that song was performed by yours truly. That song was 100% done by me. In the arms of the consulate. Did Tom hiss? Absolutely. Tom is with Vic right now. Tom is with Vic right now with Stan. We'll continue this atrocity of an interview.
And my ex, it was a moment that woke me up. So while I can speak to this specifically and why I didn't want confidentiality is I was there. I did contemplate this type of final idea off of the assumption that nothing would ever get better. That my life
good,
was
Nico.
Everything in my moment in that time was crashing to the ground. And so I realized that I can only control what I can control. I can't fix all of these things at once. It's going to be a long-term thing, and it starts with me. Because if I try to fix the other
yes, for real, it rocks.
Try to make my job and all these other things right, it will never stand, because it's why abusers, it's why people continue in a pattern because they try to fix the external instead of the internal. So I knew I had to drill deep and go and dedicate myself to the process of being a better human, to then eventually whatever happens on the outcome happens. And I didn't just become a loan officer right away. In that 8-year period of after my divorce, I was in apartment managing. I worked my way up in the mortgage business. And so it's like I went through, and I also had my own business right as that was going on. I was helping homes that were foreclosed. So it was me finding myself as I was going through the process of being a better person. So that is part of the falling in love with the process. And that's where I feel like some of this has been sidetracked in a sense where even now it can still get back on the right track, where it's forgetting about the immediate gains. Because even in this situation, he's still like Vic's still getting work. Like he was at your con. He's
Ron's
getting invited
final
to some other
solution.
cons. Like he's
Oh, you
gonna
missed
continue
it,
to get
James
work.
Andrew Morrison.
So
He
it's not
actually
focusing on the work
replied to
necessarily,
you
it's focusing on the person
in the
and
original interview
and getting that brand out there.
But that's a byproduct. But
He
that's a
mentioned
byproduct
you.
of the lawsuit, though. That's what I need you to understand. So, like, from your perspective for your divorce, you didn't have the big publicity behind it. You didn't have all this stuff while it was happening. Like
Right.
you had stuff that you had to deal with that was contained within yourself that you had to deal with. That's fine. Vic had all of this stuff dragged out in the public and dragged out in front of
He said we can
prospective
answer the question,
business
but he
people that were gonna have come
filibusters
in.
to the point where people
The
forget
lawsuit was the
question.
proper
100%.
vehicle, in my opinion, for him to bring forward his innocence and show that he was standing up to these allegations. Now, unfortunate that you yourself and some friends of yours are casualties in this situation. It's the proper vehicle to go for him to get back to where he needs to get to.
And that's where the perception
lawsuit is, because without the lawsuit, I can guarantee you, it would not have been favorable for us to. It would not have been possible for us to bring him to Canada.
Well, and this is what I want to say about that, right? We all know that these
Fucking
accusations, and
truth.
he even said it in his testimony, that these accusations have been around for a long time. So the accusations were not preventing him from any conventions. Whenever he issued his statement is when conventions, especially with the political climate currently, started to make a decision to like, hey, we need to step back.
Why did the conventions need to step back now, Ron? Why did they need to step back after you opened your stupid mouth and after Monica brought her stories to the forefront?
Well,
And
it was
then
actually
the lawsuit exposed more information out there to the public, because I've said this a couple of times.
The lawsuit didn't bring out anything, you fucking clown. Vic lost all of his stuff because of stuff before the lawsuit, you idiot. You're trying to say the lawsuit was the reason he got fired from Funimation? You're saying the lawsuit was the reason he got disinvited from conventions? Really? Putting the cart before the fucking horse, dude.
When you sue someone else, it is impossible to prove your innocence by proving in this situation. At best, he would have been able to say that they didn't have enough information to prove
Ralph.
their statements were lies.
Well, peeling it back for a moment, just this very briefly, because I'm going to talk, because there's two facets to this. There's the public facet, and then there's the back end, right?
Thank you, nothing,
so the
Raven.
public facet, yes, it looks like the things got canceled when Vic apologized. I would argue that the actual the talk about cancellations and the talk about this and that actually happened when he got terminated from Funimation. Because hold on a second.
The timeline doesn't match up.
The timeline doesn't match.
Because Funimation
really?
is the vehicle to get him into conventions, right?
Yes.
He admits it. Let's roll it back.
Actually happened when he got terminated from Funimation. Because hold on a second.
The timeline doesn't match up.
Hold on a second. Because Funimation is the vehicle to get him into conventions, right?
Yes.
What else do I have to say here? Now, apparently, apparently we have captions. I don't know how that happened. But what else do I have to say here? It's in fucking writing. Funimation is the vehicle to get him into conventions, right? Yeah.
It's true, because
Yeah.
I don't. If I'm contacting someone who's under Funimation's employ, they're going to tell me contact Funimation.
Yes.
So I contact Funimation to get him in. So if Funimation terminates him as an employee, that is known to conventions before it's known to the public, because Funimation.
Right. Hold on. In case you missed it.
To get him in. So if Funimation terminates him as an employee, that is known to conventions before it's known to the public, because Funimation, like, if they're have an existing contract saying, hey, we're no longer employing X employee, do with that what you will.
Right.
Because and when you look at different conventions, it's like, okay, well, we don't have a contract with Funimation anymore to bring this person in. Let's bring in X other person.
Right.
So that happens before the apology happens.
No, that's what I'm saying, Chris. I implore you, go look at the timeline. It was already done in the last hearing when Vic on the stand. The con's canceled before Funimation's first tweet. Go look at it.
Funimation's first tweet. Funimation communicated with conventions before they tweeted. Do you think that the world is that fucking stupid? You marmot. Funimation had contact with conventions way before they fucking contacted anybody. Like before they made any sort of fucking tweet. You know, look at the timeline. Timeline doesn't matter. Go look at the timeline. What a fucking clown. Of course Funimation told people before they made a fucking official announcement about it. Of course they did. Of course they did. Because most of those conventions couldn't fucking wait for Funimation to make an announcement. Because there's a little thing called a fucking schedule they have to uphold. Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking Christ, Toye.
So when was it tweeted, first of all, from Funimation, and when did the termination happen?
So go back, and I know the dates because it's all in the lawsuit, and it's why we've in the situation where we currently are, and that's where it's spelled out in the last transcript. If you go back and look at the timeline and look at when cons canceled, my lawyer was asking, so and you can see in the transcript roughly, I'm paraphrasing, he's like, so how can you say that
pour me
these
another
cons
shot,
canceled
thank you, Action Toys,
based on a tweet that hadn't yet been
be
tweeted?
there video?
I understand.
Exactly.
I understand that 100%. But let me say,
all these people
this
did a PR walkout.
100%. Does it make sense logically that Funimation would tweet something and then terminate Vic, or would they terminate Vic and then tweet something?
No, I understand what you're saying, but as a person,
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Who's your biggest the voice actor guest you've ever had at your con?
Well, considering that we're only like 6 years old, it's been Vic.
Right. So, speaking of someone who lives with somebody who gets booked constantly at major Comic-Cons around the globe, typically they don't reach out to Funimation to talk about Monica. They reach out to her convention booking agent, and that's either her booking agent or
someone who consistently gets booked at cons. Monica, right? Let's talk about that, Ron. Let's talk about that. Did she get invited to KamehaCon? Is that the reason why you're so fucking mad at KamehaCon? Is it because there's a bunch of voice actors that really don't like her? Because of all the shit that she's pulled? Is that the reason why she's not getting invited to a bunch of different conventions? Is that why you're mad? Because people are piecing together that she's actually a fucking problem? Talk to her booking agent. Talk to her booking agent. Yes, aka Funimation, please.
Her actual talent agent, they don't ever contact Funimation.
Jesus
because
Christ.
Monica is a contract worker for Funimation, so they wouldn't contact her. So
X to doubt, son. No one is reaching out to Monica to have her on a show. Nobody. You know who Monica's getting convention appearances through? Funimation. You agreed to it when we said that Vic was that Funimation was the vehicle for getting Vic appearances. You agreed to that. That means if someone of Vic's caliber is using Funimation to get as a vehicle to get guest appearances, then how the fuck is Monica getting guest appearances? No one's contacting her booking agent, if she even fucking has one that's not named Funimation. Please, son. Please. Oh my God, put some effort into this. Please put some fucking effort into this. I can understand if Monica is lying to you, Ron. I can understand if Monica is lying to you and saying that Funimation is not her booking agent. I can really understand that. I can really understand that. Because that's fucking embarrassing. But Jesus Christ, son. Have a fucking brain. As Jack in Mass Effect says, absolutely succinctly, take your fucking balls out of your purse and make a decision.
So, in this situation,
Jesus Christ,
where it doesn't matter if he was terminated prior to the first tweet, because the con started canceled way before the actual termination happened.
It doesn't matter if the cons started canceling after the first week, because the termination happened before. Do you not realize that one fucking phrase, Ron, sank your entire defense?
Funimation.
Well,
And
we
that's-
don't know that, do we? Was it
No,
before?
we did because it spelled out in the lawsuit documentation when cons canceled.
Conventions start canceling before February 11th.
Yes, absolutely. And that's spelled out in the lawsuit. You can see it. And that's why I'm saying a lot of people have been misled. I promise you, and I'm not trying to convince you that if we lied or didn't lie, please go back and look at the timeline of when cons canceled.
Funimation, please, for God's sake, look at this. Funimation, please. Jesus Christ. Ron is selling you the fuck up the river. He is selling you out. He is 100% putting you under the fucking bus here. Jesus Christ. Do you realize that if this comes back from appeals and this goes to fucking Discovery and it finds out that Funimation had contact with any convention, period, before the announcement, they're fucking sold up the river. And Toye build your fucking ticket for you. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck, dude. Do you have any idea how much this non-fucking participant fucked you, Funimation? Do you have any clue? Do you have any idea how much this video evidence, which was sent to Ty Beard, by the way, in its originality, do you have any idea how much this video evidence fucking incriminates you? Jesus Christ. Pray to every fucking god imaginable this does not come back.
I could actually answer some of this.
Go ahead.
Long story short, a lot of conventions canceled after when Funimation put the tweet out.
That's absolutely false.
No,
If you go back,
no, it's not.
I
It's
will
not.
literally
Because-
bet
because-
you
because
right now. I
basically-
will bet you $1,000.
If I
$1,000.
had $1,000,
How
I
much
would
money do
bet
you
it. I've got $1.
Okay, I will bet you $1. that if
Okay.
go back
All
and
right,
look
you know
at
what?
the
I
day
can
the
handle
show
it.
Canceled. They canceled on the 21st, which correlates with one of his apologies. They canceled on the 26th. But in that thing, my lawyer was spelling it out for the judge, and the
Wait a
judge.
second. How many conventions
I
canceled?
don't know about that. I
Because
think
all-
you're
all
a
the
dollar
mentioned
short
in
there,
the
Ron.
So, like, before we get too far
Mhm.
into the weeds on this,
Yeah.
when because anybody out there, because I don't have it in front of me. I mean, full disclosure, I'm not looking at this when we're having a conversation. When was Vic terminated from Funimation as per Tammy Denbo? As per Sony stepping in and saying, we're terminating your contract. When did that happen?
That happened late January, early February, because basically the Dragon Ball Z movie came out in January.
canceled
and it
before
grossed
and
over,
after.
$3 million
Absolutely,
in
Little
one
Rocks.
weekend. And then immediately after that, that's when all of this took place.
Because I'm seeing a lot of dates. Like, people are sending me a lot of dates, and I need to know when that happened, because
Yeah.
I can tell you, if I had a contract
Uh-huh.
with, say, Sony or Funimation or whoever
Right.
else to have X amount of people at the event. So I don't know. If I'm sponsored by Funimation and the sponsorship is not money, the sponsorship is guests.
Right.
Yes.
Like I agree to
Yes.
have 5 guests
Yes.
from Funimation at my
Right.
event, and then we advertise them. Great. So in those 5 guests includes Vic Mignogna,
Mhm.
right? Let's just say hypothetically.
Yes.
So X date in January, I get an email from Funimation saying Vic has been terminated. It's up to me to either continue and then pay his appearance fee, or I cancel him.
Yes.
That's my understanding of this. Now, I don't know what every convention says about this, because every convention's different. They
Mhm.
could have different things. They could have had a direct conversation with okay, I'm just getting it, January 29th. So how many conventions
January
terminated
29th.
Vic before January 29th?
Go
As
ahead.
far as I could tell, there was a few, not a lot, but a few. But the thing is, after Funimation dropped the hammer, the thing is that a huge bulk of conventions canceled Vic,
Right.
hugely. And the thing
And-
is that's exactly what took place, because I remember that verbatim. What conventions, what date, I don't know. But the thing is, what I do know is that immediately after Funimation did that, that was it. A lot of conventions canceled.
This is the marketing ploy that you have heard. Go back and look at
The
actual
marketing
dates.
ploy we
Well,
have heard.
This is the thing. I'm not
Jesus Christ.
discarding your dates. I'm not doing
He's
that. I'm just
talking
saying
facts
this
like
is
they're
what
fucking
I've
marketing.
witnessed and what I've been a part of. And the thing is that if we want to do per dates here, I'm pretty sure there's individuals watching this broadcast, and I'm pretty sure they throw dates at us with the actual convention attached to the cancellation. Because I remember when what was it? The unofficial
He is starting to
Anime
rock
North
back and
Facebook
forth,
group on
absolutely.
on Facebook basically posted that
Sorry, what's that? Okay.
CommandCon was canceling Vic, and I believe that actually took place after the Funimation
He is.
dropping. And
He
then
is
after when
alive.
that
Got
took
some
place,
dates.
you got dates? What do you got for us, Ken? Hit us up, because we're running around in circles and kind of going, we don't know.
It's okay. No, it's okay. 29
Okay.
January, Tammy and I think another person on the phone canceled Vic. They terminated him on 29 January.
Mhm.
On 30 January, Anime New York City and Anime Milwaukee canceled Vic.
Right.
He only
Um,
wants to look at the evidence he provides.
following
Exactly. He
was
doesn't want to look at.
stuff
He doesn't want
made.
anyone else to look it up himself.
What was it? Hold on.
Exactly.
Going down.
This is going to be fun.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot
we're getting all the dates here. So
Yes.
February 4,
This
Denver
is gonna be
Comic-Con
fun.
canceled Vic.
Okay.
February 5, Funny Fuck It.
Yes. Yes. Keep going.
And between February 5th and 6th, Florida SuperCon, Raleigh SuperCon.
He's
Comic-Con,
finding
Hudson
enjoyment in
Comic-Con
this.
also canceled Vic.
But
Yeah.
all of these happened
Well,
after
Funimation's
January
tweet-
29th.
Right, but Funimation's tweet hadn't come out yet.
It
But
doesn't.
no,
no,
that-
it come out on the 4th.
Funimation's
Whenever-
tweet
you know what
has
came out on the
nothing
4th?
to
Vic's
do
video
with
at
it.
Bach-
It has nothing to do with it, dude. We're telling you, it happened on January 29th, and all of these conventions mysteriously just started canceling him before their fucking tweet? Jesus Christ, dude.
Anime
That's
admitting
fine.
he really, really messed up.
That's fine.
So,
So on the
no,
4th,
he attributed to
the
Funimation,
4th,
right?
the 4th is not the 30th. The 4th
Even
is not the first. The 4th is not the second. The 4th is not the third. My
Yep.
point is,
All dates before Funimation tweeted.
they were all dates before Vic said anything, and they were all dates before Funimation said anything, which leads
Correct.
me to
No,
believe
no, Vic had already
logically,
apologized on the 19th in his Discord, on the 21st and on public,
that's
and then on the 4th of February, that had 1 million views from Bach Anime.
February is not January 29th, you fucking clown.
and again, this isn't an accusation against you.
Oh no, I didn't do it.
yeah.
100%. Let me just say this.
Yeah.
The dates between the 29th and the 4th, from the time that Vic was terminated to the time that he made a statement on it, how did those conventions know?
He apologized on the 21st of January,
He apologized before he was terminated.
and then the 26th of January, and then on the 4th of February, that had 1 million views. His own mouth. The thing that's unique to this entire situation. Prior, it was only people bringing accusations. Until Vic admitted it on the 19th that he had messed up in his private Discord. The 21st in a public statement to his 113,000 Twitter followers. Then
113,000 Twitter followers.
I think on the 26th, again, another statement. And then on the 4th of February, an apology letter. So why I
The 4th of February, an apology letter. The 4th is not the 29th, you fucking marmot.
said this is go back and look at the timelines, not to say if anyone's innocent or guilty, but to challenge the validity of the lawsuit and the timeline of when cons canceled. It happened before Funimation's first tweet. People don't contact Funimation to book Vic for conventions.
Wait a second, one second. Question: When did Funimation terminate Vic on Twitter again? What was the date for that?
I believe it was like February. It was in the middle of February somewhere.
February 11th. Can we double check that, Ken?
What was that?
Can we check out when the Funimation?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
When Funimation's tweet was?
Yep.
Their tweet was.
He's trying to position it like he got terminated for conventions because of his own statements.
Sorry.
What
I
a
think it
fucking
was on-
disegenuous
one of them was
piece
on
of
the
shit.
6th, I think. Let me go back to my notes. Where the hell was it?
No, Funimation's first tweet was, I believe, on the 11th or the 19th of February, somewhere in there.
So 11th of February.
Maybe that soon. It might have been later. It might have been the 21st. It was sometime in February, towards the middle of the end of the month. I don't have the documents and pulled in front of me. I just remember the.
Yeah, no, for sure. And this is what Ken's checking.
If he was getting canceled in January before his statement in February, that leans on the possibility that Funimation had been telling people he had been terminated before he made the statement. Hello, Jernabog. How you doing?
Out right now because we got the three of us talking here. We got Ken just double checking.
February 11th, Funimation tweeted the investigation tweets.
What was that date?
February 11th.
So February 11th was the first time Funimation tweeted about this thing publicly.
When they publicly stated about it, how did conventions know in January, Ron?
Well, and I'm just looking at Vic's apology. Tweet. That was February 13th.
No. There's one before that.
There was
Go ahead
one
and look
before.
that up. Yep. There's a couple. He issued
The one that's being thrown around social media.
That was the 21st of January.
Let me just. You guys can continue. I'll
Right.
scrump through this here.
It should be 20 January when was
Yep.
one of the apologies by Vic.
And 19th was his Discord server. where that got leaked.
Yeah, Sony said they weren't going to make it public,
Which
but
sucks,
they did
but it's
anyway.
part of the public debate and why, it's like, if this is already out there, does it make sense to then sue people for defamation in that sense,
When did it cause the damage? If you polled 100 people, Ron Toye, if you went on Family Feud and you polled 100 people as to where they heard that Vic Mignogna did something terrible, quote unquote, where do you think they would hear it from? Did they hear it from Funimation's announcement? Did they hear it from Vic's apology? Or did they hear it from you?
So, with the topic of tweets and timing and
Sister
all this
Hipster,
stuff,
how you doing?
even though Funimation's actual tweet might not have been until, I think I said 11 February, with, for lack of a better term, shit tons of people adding them, hey, Funimation, this and that, this is going on.
Like, it's
cancel
still
it,
going
get
on
fired.
today.
Yeah, so it still goes on now. With all that going on, does that not have some influence potentially on their decision in terminating them or not?
The thing is, you can't really point to Funimation stuff until after, like anything that Funimation did, until after they tweeted, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You can point to what Funimation did from the date of termination. The date they terminated Vic. That would be the date you can look at, Toye. Maybe not publicly, from the point that actually makes fucking sense. From the point that actually cost Vic a lot of fucking money. From the point that got him canceled from fucking conventions. The tens of thousands of dollars, possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars, that cost him because Funimation went out and told people before their tweet that he was terminated. Maybe that had something to do with it. But we'll never know, will we?
Right. So
Well, I'm
if
saying
you
in the lead up, people are pressuring them. You have a ton of public pressure to terminate someone for these allegations.
well,
Do
the
those
current
do those
in that same situation, Ken, right now there's people tweeting constantly for the last 2 years to fire Monica and anyone else who spoke up against Vic,
So fucking sue them.
including Chris and Sean and other people, trying to get them fired, right? So
Well,
then,
hold on a second. You realize that is mostly, and I say mostly because some people are actually serious about it, but it is mostly like tongue in cheek because of the way that those individuals had campaigned to get Vic fired.
but see,
Realize
that's
it's a tit for tat situation.
but so does that excuse the behavior?
No, it doesn't.
no,
I'm just
Right.
saying it's
Absolutely
not
not.
serious, though. It's not a serious call for these people to be fired.
So, but if we talked about online and social media and other people are supposed to ignore the hate and ignore the noise, and this has already been going on for years, 15, 20 years, then there's no unique aspect to this about accusations. The only unique aspect to the accusations online is the very first time you ever see publicly Vic admitting to any level
He's trying
of
so fucking hard.
culpability or
I'll disagree with that sentiment.
He's
I
trying
would
so
qualify
hard.
that the unique indicator on this is that this caused damages.
Well, but have these rumors been going on for years? You said that
They didn't cause damages, though.
They didn't cause
That's what
But see, this is the point where this is the thing. If these rumors have been going on for years and didn't cause him any issue, and he has never issued a public apology, then he issued the public apology. You can see then when cons start canceling, is it, I'm not saying it did or didn't, is it a possibility that he finally admitting things could then say, hey, we need to separate just in case, because he's coming forward and admitting some level of issue.
guess where that would be decided, Ron? Almost like that would be worthy of a trial.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying I'm putting it out there. We're all logical people. If, in fact, there has been rumors, which we can all see documented-wise, that he has been dealing with because there's been panels, there's been forums, and all this other stuff. So nothing unique on
Hundreds of voice actors have the same thing, though.
I'm not saying they do or don't. They're still working.
I know plenty of voice actors that have had like rumor panels and stuff like that. That's just
other ones.
That's just fluff.
Which other actors have you known to have a rumor panel?
I mean, not to put anybody on blast, because I really don't want to start rumors about people. But there is a prominent Canadian voice actor that
Scott McNeil
that has very similar rumors to Vic Mignogna.
Scott McNeil.
He's been at conventions with Vic Mignogna. His office
Scott McNeil
and been mistaken for him as well. He's done very similar stuff in the past where he's had rumor panels and stuff like that. He's a wonderful human being. I don't think that he's done anything terrible in the past. So,
right.
But I don't want to name names. But
so to be fair, based on what you're saying, is rumors don't cause people to be canceled, Ralph. Right?
No, exactly.
Okay.
So the point is, rumors did not, up to this point, cause people to be canceled, but rumors did cause someone to be canceled after a certain threshold.
Well, this is my point in this, and just challenging it, because just like you challenged me with my actions, sure. What if the only unique application in this scenario, I know this might be hard to process, what if the only thing that's unique in this one is the fact that someone actually took accountability, whether it's right or wrong, fair or not fair, took accountability for some level of their interaction. And now conventions have to look at that and say, wait, maybe now it's not just rumors. He's actually admitting that he failed, no matter if it's because he's Italian, he just didn't understand boundaries, but he had some level of issue.
He never admitted anything.
He never admitted fault, you idiot. He never said, I did this. He said, I'm sorry if people were offended by things that I did. He never came out and said, I did bad thing A. You keep pushing it without proof. And you keep saying on social media, you keep saying on Twitter, buddy, you had the chance in court to prove what your fucking allegations are. And you refused. You refused because you know you can't prove it.
Right.
He never admitted anything, though.
But he did in his first apology. We could read that if you would like.
Here's where I'll challenge.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, but first, really drill down. On his first apology, Chris, have you read his first apology that I think came out on the 21st?
I'm looking for it. I can't find it. So
it's in the record. I'm pulling it up right now. I was looking at the document where they conceded that he's a public figure when they're talking about the Rule 11 agreement with the court, and everybody was like, oh, this is an issue, but it's like, nope, it's right here when they're talking Bullock, Casey, and the judge about why they were wanting to try to put a Rule 11 agreement in there, and they're talking about because Vic and Monica are public figures, and then they're wondering why
they're not public figures, you fucking
so
marmot.
easy to establish with the
So
Vic. But
here's the
I could walk down the street right now and no one would have any fucking clue who Monica Real
as we know, on the
Monica Real
19th,
is.
the reply briefs came out, and one of the points that was made in the brief, I believe, in response to you guys, was that prior to your case, I think it was the Dallas Appeals Court.
What a fucking piece of garbage!
A person cannot waive like their public, like they can't say, "Oh, I am a public figure." That's a decision that has to be made by the court or fact finder.
Absolutely, thank you, Ken.
Oh, I am a public figure. That doesn't matter because the court would still have to determine that.
I can say I'm a public figure. Does that make me a public figure? Fucking no.
Be bad.
Jesus Christ.
Right. But when I'm saying in that case situation, the Vic's status as a public figure wasn't established because he admitted it. There's several different tests to put someone as a public figure, either limited or different purpose. There's limited purpose public figure. There's different levels, right? So either because he inserted himself into the debate by issuing the public apology, by the fact he has a verified Twitter account, by the fact he's been in
a verified Twitter account, guys.
Deposition
Jesus
was talking about,
Christ.
if you live in Dallas, Texas, and you've heard a commercial, you've definitely heard my work. He's been on Star Search. He's been on movie things. He has IMDb. Like, this is
Ron Toye. Let me ask you really quickly. Do you know the name of the man who does the movie voice in a world? Do you know his name? Is he a public figure?
This is a moot point. And even his lawyer on video on Nick Rekieta's stream said he figured they were going to consider him a public figure. So people are distracted.
Exactly.
He's a limited
Little
purpose,
Rocks.
but
Exactly.
a general purpose, it's highly unlikely.
But even at
because of
limited
the requirement.
have the hurdle of actual
I
malice.
agree. I agree with that.
The hurdle of bro, okay. Let me take a minute for you. And you wanna die on the hill of actual malice, okay? You wanna die on the hill of actual malice. Let's talk about that for just a minute. Quentin Flynn, I have the hiccups now. Quentin Flynn had to prove actual malice. God damn it, I have fucking hiccups for this. I'm so excited I have the hiccups for this. Quentin Flynn had to overcome actual malice. And the judge sided with him, giving a restraining order to Quentin Flynn because he had a lower standard of evidence. A lower standard of evidence for Quentin Flynn than he did Vic. I'm gonna take a drink here. These hiccups are killing me. I'm so excited. Quentin Flynn had a lower standard of evidence than Vic Mignogna to prove actual malice. Are you fucking kidding me, Toye? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
It was a doomed lawsuit from the beginning because no matter how you slice it, he's at very bare minimum limited purpose public figure.
And it's definitely an argument to have, but I think there was also another citation, and I have to pull up the,
Was it the one that was
actual
left blank?
What's that?
Was it one of the ones that were left blank? Because there were several of those in his replies to us was missing citations. It was still the missing thing that he's kind of known for since the beginning.
I think that was just a formatting issue.
Okay. Like missing the dates of how many numbers he did and exceeded the freaking minimum word count by like 10,000 words.
Yeah.
Isn't that
has a problem with that? They'll tell him.
Transparent. Like, isn't that sad that somebody raised almost 300,000 crowdfunded for a group of attorneys to then mess up the replies so bad by almost 10,000 words?
Well, to be absolutely fair, I mean, like from what I know about attorneys, like one attorney is a giant ego. When you have like a gaggle of attorneys, I don't even know if that's the right term. I can't even imagine what the room is like in that. So.
I know what it's like. I'm paying for a
murder of attorneys.
Yes, it can be intense.
I can't imagine what the room is like. You probably can't even breathe for all the jello in the air. So
yes, it's rough.
one of the things with limited purpose
Incel
public
tears.
figure status,
Incel tears.
because,
Oh my god.
like I said, I think it's highly unlikely the hurdles crossed for general. For limited purpose public figure is, and I believe it's also been touched on by the Supreme Court, is that requires you to like have an active participation in it. Not
Yeah.
where, like, if I were to say I want to defame you, right?
Yeah.
Say I don't like you and I want to fuck with your life or whatever. Under, if the logic was, I can defame you, and then you reply to me and say, no, what you said is absolutely false.
Uh-huh.
You're just, because I'm dragging you into it, I think your denial of it, that would automatically make every defamation case a public figure concern, because I'm dragging you into it, not you going, oh, I'm not really this. You weren't so active in it. You weren't taking this stance. I think a reply of, even though whether you agree or not with the apology, going, I fucked up, or I apologize for this, or whatever it is. I don't think that will meet the legal burden to cross the limited purpose public figure status.
Not just that, but Ken, he had more than just one public apology. He's had interactions with fans online. He had the video. He's going to conventions. He's posting pictures showing how he hasn't really been affected. For instance, there's a picture with him at Canuckleheads with like fans behind him, right? And they were throwing that. So then, in a sense, you're inserting yourself in the debate. But let's take it step by step. Go in and look at what it takes to get a blue check mark on Twitter.
Nobody knows.
Oh, yes.
Nobody knows, actually.
Nobody knows. I guarantee you.
Oh, yes.
One second.
It
Ron?
used to be a
What-
process.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows what it takes to be a blue check mark on Twitter. I still have the hiccups, by the way. I'm trying to solve them, I promise. Nobody knows what it takes to be a blue check mark on Twitter.
But
It's very clear why somebody gets a blue check mark. Somebody who has screen controls, go Google right now Twitter's reason for giving someone a blue check mark, and let's throw that in front of everybody. Just
But
so we're
it's not applied accurately, though. That's the problem.
But
Twitter
see,
doesn't actually do it that
We
way.
don't like the way it's applied, but let's just start with the let's just start step by step. Does anyone on this right now currently have a blue check mark?
What does that matter?
Does it matter?
So what I'm saying is, why does somebody get a blue check mark?
Okay, wait a second.
Nobody knows.
Does anyone on this panel used to be a radio show producer? What does this matter?
So you
am I a public figure because I've been involved with movies and I've been involved with broadcasting, I've been involved with publishing?
Watch this. Hey Ken, spell out why I couldn't succeed against you because now I'm a public figure. It's in his little reply. He did it pretty sweet. Go ahead.
Well, it's a side point to the
It's material.
No, it's actually perfect because Vic has 113,000 verified Twitter account. He has an IMBD. He has a fan page. He has
Okay, well, hold on a second.
openly admitted. This is the thing. He goes to public events and is suing for damages of 1 to 5 million for signing autographs for fans. Do you see how just that alone? If you were to go to if you were to sit down at an event, how many random people would come up to you to sign an autograph?
It's not for me to get an autograph signed.
Can I fucking interrupt? I'm still suffering from hiccups here. Let me just interject, Mr. Toye. People who watch my stream 748 subscribers. People want my autograph. Can I go back in time and interrupt? Absolutely. 748 subscribers. People want my autograph. Does that make me a public figure?
I'm not
Right.
personally-
It all depends.
Living by strangers who watch his shows.
I'm gonna bring
anime and all these things, and Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever he does, Star Trek Next Generation or whatever his show is called.
I'm gonna bring someone unpopular up on stream here.
Drinking a cup with a spoon of
So this is a very good example of literally nobody knows what makes a blue check mark.
I may have figured it.
So
I may have
people
got it.
that can see.
I got it. Okay, we're
Hey,
good.
it's Jeremy.
We're good.
Yeah. So he has 83,000 people following on Twitter. I'm pretty sure
trying
he's
to
like
eat, like,
somewhere
curly
in like the
fries.
800,000 on YouTube. He's a prominent figure.
Right.
He's a very big.
I have curly
influencer,
fries from
right?
yesterday.
Yeah.
And he's not
I'm
very
trying to eat
popular
those.
with certain people, but he gets like hundreds of thousands of hits, and he's a social marketer. So he's a very, very big influencer.
Here,
He does not have a blue check mark.
I know, but this is something that
I have
people might
tacos
not like to
literally
hear.
next to me
But
right
how
now.
do I make a comment in the live comments? It doesn't show me like a box to paste this link that I just got. Here, actually, I'll do it in the private. This is right from Twitter itself.
Hiccups have been solved.
Go ahead and throw
Let's
that up
go.
for everybody.
I'm an international celebrity. She is from Argentina.
Well,
Let's
so here's
go!
the thing is, I've watched and seen
Hold on a
people
second.
be
Hold on a
verified
second. Hold on a
with
second.
literally
Hold on a
few
second.
hundred
Hold
followers.
on.
It's
Hold
not
on a
enough.
second, Ken. Jesus Christ, Ken. You want to talk all the fucking time. I'm an international celebrity. I have to say I have to share this song. I have to share this song. I'm sorry. I'll be sharing another song. I'm trying to break this up. Ecuador! I'm trying to break this up with humor. F's in the chat for this man. Ecuador! Alright. F's in the chat for that man. He is an amazing man. That man is amazing. You have access to the public and I've known you for 3 years. You're not even sure what your name actually is. Absolutely catnip tape. Aristides. I am literally a fucking bottle of wine and like half a fucking thing of whiskey in right now. El Ricitas. Rip that man. He's the funniest man. Rip Keck W. He is the funniest man on the fucking face of the platform right now.
Not a follow.
There's a reason they're verifying certain accounts, and it'll tell you right from Twitter itself why they verify account.
All right, Crumb.
And we pull up the verification.
If you're like interesting, so like
Let's just read it what Twitter.
You literally pull it
It
up.
says the lets people know that an account of public interest is authentic.
Public interest.
That's public interest. No.
But
Public.
why would a public
Oh
in
my
general be interested in a person, right?
It's two different.
Or
Whoa. Hold on. It's two different things.
We'll see.
Public interest is from what this is. Completely two different things, man.
Can
not
I-
Drink
just-
some more.
Yeah,
I know, I get it, but what
Toki
I'm showing
whiskey.
you and walking down the path is for a very, very important reason. Again, even if it's just for limited purpose public figure, when you insert yourself into a debate, you have 113,000 Twitter followers that you then issue in a public apology
Yeah.
on. You have a matter of public interest. There's a matter of public concern. These are things that lay the groundwork on, is it a frivolous lawsuit or not? Now, this is just one aspect, but we can
Ecuador.
pull up IMBD and let's pull that up, and then let's pull up
Well, I think we're getting into a bit too far of a conversation
Ecuador.
that really none of us in the stream are qualified to talk about.
Well, I understand that.
Of the four of us, I think we have 0 lawyers between all 4 of us. So
I have a lot of lawyers.
I know a lot of lawyers too, but that doesn't qualify me to talk about the law.
I'm currently paying them.
So,
Maybe I don't know if you're
Take a look at it. It's like, I mean, what a type of accounts get verified? Actors get verified. So I mean, automatically, it's saying that
not all actors are verified because you can go in and see several that aren't.
This is a great
That's my
birthday
point, though.
stream.
It's like, yes, Vic Mignogna's account's verified that that's his account because he's a person of prominence in the acting industry or whatever else for his little sphere.
I want to take a moment and thank everyone for being here for my birthday. I appreciate all of you. I am feeling it. I'm feeling it right now. I'm not going to lie. I'm feeling it real good. And I want to cheers this next one to you all. To you all who are chilling with me here right now. Fantastic. We are going on 5 hours. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going, fam. Until this stream is over, which is probably about another 45 minutes, at least. Just about another hour. So, cheers to everyone. I love all of you. We're having a fantastic time. S in the chat for Ecuador. S in the chat. Remembering that fine ass gentleman who gave us that amazing meme, who's gonna live on for fucking ever. Cheers. Here's to birthdays. Here's to things that are aging extremely fucking well. Level up. Here we go. Goddamn. Woo. We're gonna continue the fuck on. Didn't realize it was did not realize it was my birthday.
Jeremy, for example, the quartering.
Thank you so much, Ralph.
Very, very,
Cheers.
very prominent in journalism and media. Yet he does not have a blue check mark.
Well, I have never
have no idea
in my life. I don't know who he is or
Thank
what
you, Aweg.
he does.
If you know anything about gaming or if you know anything about Gamergate or anything like that,
Thank you, Edgy Bobby.
Remember you told me to stay away from it? I blame that on you
Stay
guys.
away.
You told me to stay away. You told me to just
Stay away,
I
Ron.
know about it.
stay away from it. Stay away from it.
Absolutely
So,
slurring
I
words
wanna
at this
touch on
point. I'm
something
5
else you
hours
mentioned in
in.
the beginning too, kind of back on the topic, the conversations with Kiwis.
Yeah.
You said that you don't have anything to be worried or to be mad about regarding the lawsuit. You're not worried. It doesn't seem like you're worried about too much.
Not anymore. Yeah, no.
What about if the lawsuit comes back? So let's step outside of
Good.
whatever for the moment. What if it comes back? What if a charge or anything like that comes back against you?
What if any of the claims came back? I wouldn't be worried. Then cool, more discovery. They can try to find and get more information.
Stony Enclave
Cool.
of South America.
Like that's the point when all this
Ecuador.
situation, even if one came back, right? That's part of the process where people think, oh, it's a win. So let's say hypothetically, and I'm not a lawyer, I might be spelling this out in the steps that might not be right. So we'll say one thing came back. We would have the right to appeal that one thing coming back. If it and
Hold on. World, hold on. Let's hold on a second. He reserves the right for if one thing comes back, he appeals it. If he appeals it, things can come back. Let me rewind that.
came back, I wouldn't be worried. Then cool, more discovery. They can try to find and get more information. Cool. Like that's the point when all this situation, even if one came back, right? That's part of the process where people think, oh, it's a win. So let's say hypothetically, and I'm not a lawyer, I might be spelling this out in the steps that might not be right. So we'll say one thing came back. We would have the right to appeal that one thing coming.
He would have the right for appealing that one thing coming. He's appealing everything, you fucking clown. He's appealing everything coming back. There's no right to appeal. He has a fucking appeal, you idiot. He's appealing it. If that thing comes back, you thought a year ago that thing comes back. You were worried a year ago that would come back. Oh, I bet you have your fucking depends on right now, Toye.
Coming back. If it, and then that would be a long process to go through.
Come on, man.
Then they would have the decision to see if it's remanded back to the court. Then if it goes back to the court, we'd have the opportunity to do some arguments and all this other stuff. And there's a whole process. But even in any of that,
He knows he has a case.
Additional discovery, because then we get additional discovery in addition to that. And the thing is,
We get additional discovery.
We haven't lied, and we're not trying to hide anything.
We get additional
I'm not
discovery.
worried about one thing whatsoever.
We get additional discovery. We get additional discovery.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. How much can you fucking discover, dude? Which one was it? How much can you discover, Ron? How much can you discover?
No matter how far it goes, no matter how deep they dig, because I know that there wasn't some conspiracy. We didn't lie. We didn't err. We didn't do anything, any issues. So that's why we can speak confidently and not necessarily have to or force into any level of negotiation, because we know that we didn't do anything wrong. So I would.
If you did not do anything wrong, then why are you holding back evidence? Please tell me, Ron. Please tell me. Why are you holding back evidence if you did nothing wrong? Jesus Christ. Reminder, Ron and Monica have not complied with discovery. Oh, beautiful America. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm sorry, I have to eat curly fries to get past the fucking absolute nonsense that's being said by this man right now.
I wouldn't care if everything came back. Cool, let's continue on the lawsuit. You know what I mean? Like, that's where it is in all this whole thing. It's like, I'm not worried no matter if it goes forward, it comes back, wherever it goes.
I'm not worried if it goes forward or comes back. Then why did you fucking file a TCPA, asshole?
It goes, and we'll just figure it out from there.
So let me ask this. When did you go from, because, there's obviously a point where we're worried about everything and freaking out. When did we cross that river? When did we go from being stressed out over this to this isn't that big deal anymore? Was it before?
Those are fucked darts.
After the depot? Why?
After his deposition, yes. And then that's where I started to. Everybody was like, "Okay, it's over." And then it just got even more. It just kind of like snowballed after his deposition, because in all things, there's always a concern like, "Oh gosh, what if one or two things come back and then we'd have to go to summary judgment," which then we knew we would win. From the beginning, we knew we'd always end up at the same place. It's just how quickly. And so after his deposition, we knew without question we would win the lawsuit. Now, would it be at initial TCPA or summary judgment? And then after the hearing where he was there and had to testify.
Oh my God, hold on. Oh my God, hold on. So you know that you would win at summary judgment. You know that you would win at summary judgment. Pardon me. If I break my fucking X key, that you thought you would win at summary judgment, with the way that you have been operating, literally almost a year later, almost 1 year past the judgment, by the way. You were on this show June 27th. June 27th, 2020. And you're talking about summary judgment? What? You're talking about summary judgment. Like you would fucking win summary judgment. Jesus Christ, dude. If this hits a fucking jury, you had better hope that you put the money that you put aside. Let me take a moment. I'm a couple whiskeys in. You had better hope that the money you put aside from selling your fucking house a year ago is in a very high savings account right now. Because you are going to be owing so much goddamn money to your fucking defense lawyers.
It was like, bink, it's over. And then at that final hearing, it was cemented. It's done. And then seeing the documents that tie, like, it just continues to get better for us, like snowballing. Now it's this big giant thing like Willow where it's game over down the hill. Like there's no chance of anything because of the horrible, just absolutely mind-blowingly bad work that was done on their behalf.
Really, the mind-blowingly bad work that was done. Let's talk about the literal dumpster fire that was presented as your case. The literal dumpster fire that was submitted as your defense. You don't even think he knows what summary judgment hearing is about. Both sides have to agree on the facts for it to win. He has no fucking clue what he's talking about. He is pulling so much out of his ass at this point, he could make a fucking circus. Bless his little narcissistic heart. It doesn't help that the judge refused evidence and the judge only took the defense binder. I am literally almost 2.5 whiskeys in, plus a full bottle of wine. It's over here. Let's see how much percent. 12.5%. 12.5% on this, by the way. 12.5%. I finished this wine. I knew this was going to happen, which is why I decided to get smashed. No problem. I'm 12.5% on that. I think I'm like 12.5% on the Highland Park, and then I don't even know how much on the Toki whiskey. This is a lot. This is the equivalent of Commander Shepard. So for y'all who don't know, I've been doing a Mass Effect. I've been on vacation all this week. And y'all are enjoying this because like I am very tipsy Crumb at this point. Very tipsy Crumb. Y'all have been y'all might not have known, I've been doing a Mass Effect marathon this week. Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. I'm on 3 right now on Twitch. I've been marathoning the entire series because they released the remaster event. So they released the remaster. I've been doing the 1, 2, and 3 on Twitch. And on I think it's Mass Effect 3. You get to go back to the Citadel and you get to drink, or maybe even Mass Effect 2. when you get to be completely drunk as Commander Shepard. It's like, yeah, put the thing in the thing that holds the thing. That's the point that I'm at right now. Okay, you put the thing in the thing that holds the thing. That's the point. That's the part that I'm at the drinking at right now.
But in essence, after that deposition where he admitted to most of everything in some level, might be quibbling over, well, he said this, but in the sense, he admitting all these things made it to where it's like we weren't worried whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah. So after.
Also, oh, that's fine. So
Yeah.
I can understand where, the deposition makes you a little bit more relaxed because of whatever came out and disinformation and,
5.5 hours
up until
in.
that point, it's just been papers.
5.5
back and
hours in
forth
drinking.
and then talking with lawyers. And so really
You have
getting
the
to
magic
how
ass
depositions are stressful.
with all that
Yeah.
pull from it.
It gives
I
you
think
kind
so.
of
I think so. Blaze
a
Firestorm.
footprint in the ground to say, oh, this is where things are going good or bad, kind of, at least to some extent. It's not
Right.
always the marker, but it's a good place to kind of go from.
Yep.
Now, when I was talking about replying to the Kiwis and stuff,
Mhm.
is I think it would be helpful for you to like I said, engage in kind of a better manner. Like how I said I dealt with bullies. Is
Mhm.
I didn't.
I will say 100%. 100% Ron Toye. Good job. You stepped off the fucking kiwi farms. Good job, son. Because you made yourself a 100% fucking clown that entire time, by the way.
Get aggressive with them. I was honestly trying to do things what were in my power to help. So
Right.
I'll teach you how to do this algebra problem, or I'll help you with this. I'm not doing it for you.
Right.
Where in the same respect, you can take the same, same actions and go, well, here's my side of it. And, even if you get attacked, if people make fun of you, call you whatever, it's obvious they're trying to push your button.
Yeah.
People do that to me all the time.
Yep.
Sometimes it's for fun, sometimes it's not. You have to learn to let that wash over because that's done for the purpose. The
Right.
entire purpose of a bully is for that reaction.
Yeah.
Like I used to do in high school and middle school. If people would call my mom a whore,
Right.
I'd be like, I know she comes home late. She's always on the street corner.
Right.
Like, and I took back the control of I didn't let them have it.
You did that. I smashed a desk off their head and beat their shit in. You know what I mean? Like, so we had different approaches. Yours was definitely more logical and sane.
So he would smash a desk off of somebody. He would attack somebody physically. He would attack somebody physically.
I just did mine a little different.
And
you
what
feel
did
you
that?
still use those same approaches?
I mean, I haven't showed up at anybody's house.
No, but it
Solid.
sounds like you've had positions of anger or frustration that were pretty elevated.
Absolutely. In my thing, when people would attempt to bully me and I would handle it. And so I never had an experience like where I almost lost an eye because they would try it and then very
X to
quickly
doubt.
get snuffed
Yes.
out. And so I feel bad for people that get bullied to the point where you had experienced it because that's horrible. I'm glad you took the power back by, switching it around. It's just different applications. And it is what it is,
Well, I think you said before that, you've been trying to for a long time address the aggression or the anger or that side of you, and it's been a long battle.
He's been trying to not feed the bad wolf.
That's a good step. It's good that you haven't. I'm not saying go track someone down and fuck them up.
I know.
But
it's very hard.
He is belittling Kenan.
It is
absolutely.
But
I define temptation. Like, is it just like a passing thought, or is it something where we have to go like really like think about and go, I really can't go do this because I'll get in trouble or whatever.
Yeah,
you're right. Nothing, Raven.
Lawsuit because it just depends.
You're right. Nothing, Raven.
I mean, like I said, it depends on the person, probably.
Yeah, it depends on the person. Depends on the situation. There's definitely been some thought. I'm just being transparent because, again, talk about the path. I feel like it's a huge win for me. The fact that I haven't gone to anywhere that I know where certain people live who try to bully me and make me feel scared and then make them feel an ounce of that fear. So it's a win. So for me, it's like
really fucking does, Nerd Tremble.
Message, that's at least keeping me in a position where I haven't done anything bad. But I know that is a lot
Ken
less
does such a
expensive
good
to-
fucking job
to
in this interview.
litigate than a defamation case. It's about 40 grand. So
For what?
to litigate or to handle an assault case is only $40,000. So
How's he
Isn't
know
that curious? Isn't that
I wonder if I
curious?
asked.
Let me pause that for a second. Isn't that curious? He knows what it's like. He knows what it's like to defend a fucking assault case. He knows what it's like to pay a lawyer for a fucking assault case. Jesus Christ. He thought. He knew. Well, if I just assaulted this person, it would only cost like $40,000. Jesus fucking Christ. This is why I'm saying, like, it only hit 1,000 viewers. People need to see. People need to see how much of a psychopath this man is. Literally.
Come on, man.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yep.
And
I know I
he's
can do that.
laughing about it.
I have a.
And he's laughing about
Go ahead.
it.
Why?
Because at the beginning of this, I really, really was considering it because I didn't know I didn't know how the internet worked. I thought everybody
He was
crazy.
considering
I was to just go I know
assaulting
it's not
somebody.
good. I'm like, if I
He
would-
he was considering assaulting somebody. He consulted someone for an assault case. He got a $40,000 quote. He fucking laughed about it. This man is unhinged.
to Minnesota and was to handle this shit, and what would happen? I'm like, oh, 40 grand?
Yeah, but Mr. Toye,
It's not good.
you have a respectable job. You have
He literally just admitted. He literally just admitted that he inquired. He inquired what it would be to go to Minnesota and assault somebody. Can we put this in perspective? Can we put this in perspective? He went to a lawyer to inquire what it would be amount-wise to defend him from assaulting somebody in Minnesota. We already know he's talking about. I'm fucking 2.5 whiskeys in, and I know he's already talking about Nick Rekieta. How much would it be to assault someone in Minnesota? $40,000. He wants to go and kick Nick Rekieta's ass for $40,000. What a fucking lunatic! Literally! What a fucking lunatic! Jesus Christ!
have a kid.
Yeah.
You've got someone.
He's got a
I
fucking
know,
really
child!
Yes.
Why would you even contemplate that type of thinking?
Jesus
Right. And that's the part where
Christ!
it's like just being transparent what we're talking here, because in that moment you want to stop the harassment, stop the bullying, stop it. Now I laugh at it. Looking back at it, I can be transparent.
Oh,
with you
Nick would
guys and
kick
say,
his
hey,
ass.
Yeah, I contemplated.
Absolutely,
I wanted
Nick
to go
would kick
beat
his
the
ass.
shit out of Nick several times.
Hold on a second. I need to rehear that.
Now I laugh at it. Looking back at it, I can be transparent with you guys and say, hey, yeah, I contemplated. I wanted to go beat the shit out of Nick several times.
I wanted to beat the shit out of Nick several times. I wanted to beat the shit. Let me hear that again.
Stop it. Now I laugh at it. looking back at it, I can be transparent with you guys and say, hey, yeah, I contemplated. I wanted to go beat the shit out of Nick several times.
Oh my god! You know, the funny part is, I've actually opened an offer. Now, let me preface this. This is when I worked for Kitchener Comic Con. I don't work for Kitchener Comic Con anymore. I do not work for Kitchener Comic Con anymore. I will preface this. But I have offered in the past. He is absolutely an unhinged bastard. I am past the point of no return. I can still recall. I will still recall tomorrow, but I'm past the point of drunk. I have offered to have a charity event where he would box Nick Rekieta at Kitchener Comic Con. I do not work for Kitchener Comic Con anymore. I will say this, full stop. I don't work for the event anymore. But if there was a charity boxing event, I would 100% be behind it. Because to see Nick Rekieta beat the living shit out of this man would be chef's fucking kiss. It would be absolutely... It would be fucking amazing. Nick has the height and the reach advantage. He could beat the fucking the Jake Paul brothers. He could beat the Paul brothers. He'd beat the fucking crap out of him. Absolutely, he'd beat the fucking crap out of him.
And actually, I think you guys might have seen it. I don't know if you did. There was a
charity
bot account that I
MMA
thought
is
it
the
was
only way
Nick's,
to
and it was
go.
like, let's set up an MMA fight. I was like, I will set this up. I will finance it. If there's a legalized way that me and Nick can get in a ring and I can fight that guy, I was like, I will do it.
The man fucking asked for it. He asked for it. He wants an MMA fight against Nick. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Jesus Christ. Let's even take champions. Let's take champions for the event. Let's have fucking Drexel versus Ron Toye 2022. Please. Jesus Christ. Please. Make it happen. Please, at some event.
For
I mean,
charity.
I mean, there
There
technically is.
we can set up a charity boxing fight. I
I
don't know.
mean, that's a great idea, Crumb.
Put it on it
Alright,
right
yeah,
now.
that's-
I would do it.
Oh, let's pick a
don't know.
charity
I
and
don't
let's
know.
set the shit
He
up.
wants an
I will be
MMA
on the
fight
front
with
row
Nick
seat where
with
I'm
Nick
looking
Rick.
Jennings watching this. I don't care. Or cosplay or something. I don't know what this is.
I fucking forgot about
And
this.
the thing is, I honestly feel like if me and Nick, at the end of all this, because whatever it is, if me and Nick ever sat down and had a conversation, he probably would still be aggressive and be somewhat rude. But eventually, if given enough exposure to somebody, you'd start to find common ground. And not that he wouldn't hate me or maybe dislike me still, but I bet you eventually we wouldn't necessarily become friends, but we wouldn't be, he would not be able to be as visceral about me.
I-
Jesus. Ring the fucking bell. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please. 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 2022. Florida. Fucking Tropicana Stadium. Nick Rekieta versus Nick the Law Rekieta versus Toye the Remote Ron the Remote Toye Fucking 10 rounds. Ding, ding, ding. Hello. Please make it happen. Jesus Christ. I would pay a fucking $1,000 to see that. I would pay money. I would pay money to see this happen. Holy fuck, make it happen, please. Oh my God. Dick's Next Roadshow. Oh my God.
You know, even though Nick, comes off pretty strong sometimes with his statements and his feelings, you know, I could see where he could have a legitimate hatred for you. You know,
I almost want to take a stop, pause, and sort of listen to Nick screaming at us right now.
Yeah, I'm sure he's probably screaming somewhere.
Yeah,
yes, please.
Yeah, you too, eh?
It would be fun to do it. Like, if he's down, I'm not kidding when I say
Nicholas
this,
the
I
whiskey
tweeted back,
tricking
like,
lawyer
let's go.
versus
And then I found out it was a bot. I was like,
Ricada versus
to count.
Ron the cuckold King Toye.
People do that all the time. I'm technically a parody.
Jesus Christ.
I doubt Nick would do it, but I mean, if we could appoint
maybe
champions,
once everything's done.
If we could appoint champions, then maybe.
We've got a couple.
I have a championship belt. I have a championship belt. Please make it happen.
Really easily.
I think it would be fun. Even if I lost, I don't care. Like, that's just like getting.
Even if I lost, I don't care. I'm sure you would. Jesus Christ, please, both of you, register. Please, for the love of God, register for the fucking fights. Register as a boxing fucking professional. Register as an MMA professional. That look on my face. Please, for the love of God, register. I would pay money to see that pay-per-view.
Getting that out there, just do it. I'm not afraid of losing. I better die.
I'm not afraid of losing.
I will tire them with my ability to take shots and
So
they've been abused their whole life. They know what time it is. It's like, good luck.
Ding dong, hello.
The way normal people do. Let's go.
Knockout.
How do you process pain?
Jesus Christ.
Is that both physical or emotional?
No, physical.
They have a body language expert on Ron.
And I think
Ron is off the fucking charts right now.
End up building up a pain tolerance because it's just part of survival. And so it's not something to be proud of. It is what it is. This is part of my condition of my life. So
yeah, it's unfortunate that
you let him beat him till he got tired.
I truly am. I don't ever like doing that. I've worked in that, and I don't.
I'm dead.
It makes my skin crawl.
Ring the fucking bell, please.
Or anything like that.
Great.
Now,
all across your body, extension cords, blenders, guitars, throwing you downstairs, pulling your hair, punching you in the face, breaking your face. I mean, that's just a holiday. Never mind babysitters who lock you in your toy box for hours.
Ron Toye wants a hardcore match. Ron Toye is asking for a hardcore fucking stadium stampede right now. He is literally asking for fucking hell in a cell right now. This man wants fucking Ricada. He wants his blood. Ding dong hello. Give this man a women's championship.
And stuff like that. So the myriad of physical abuses have happened. And here I am to this day, still alive, still kicking.
And you were able to get out of that. You've been working on improving.
Jesus Christ.
Now, can you see where Nick would feel that kind of, I don't want to say seething hatred, but that like level of anger? Like,
absolutely.
I forgot about this. I legit forgot about this.
I think he wanted to defend somebody that he cared about. I don't know how he knows Vic, but in some essence, he felt that he was, and maybe in his opinion, being taken advantage of, or the process was wrong. He doesn't like Me Too movements, whatever. And so he was trying to stand up for a person that maybe he didn't know and go to war for them. And I totally understand it. And that's the part where it sucks. But at the same time, where you know, anybody who's been in a real fist fight where there's disagreements, at the end of it, that negative shit is over, and then you can start to relate and start to communicate. Because I guarantee you, he built this idea
hold on a minute. Ron Toye, you think this beef exists just because Nick thinks that there's like some like establishment between the Me Too movement? You think that Nick opposes you because you're on an opposition of some movement of him? Are you fucking mental? He doesn't like you because you are so fucking disingenuous. You're so disingenuous. You're so fucking wrong about the position that you hold. Maybe this does need to go to Hell in a Cell. Maybe this does need to go that far. He didn't know Vic. This is absolutely a goldmine. This is why I'm airing this show. This is why I'm airing the 3rd episode of this fucking interview. Because this is incredible. I may be a full bottle of wine and half a bottle of whiskey through this, but I am 100% on fucking point about this. Toye thinks that he could just fucking slug it out with Nick and they'd be fucking friends about this? Dude, you have literally... I have to play a song. I'm sorry, folks. I have to play a song. I have to play a song to let you know how far deep this motherfucker is. How far deep this motherfucker is down the cockhole. Down the cockhole. Please listen in.
As I walk through the valley of my crippling debt, I take a look at my case and realize there's nothing left, cause I've been laughing and tweeting so long that even while Twitter thinks that my mind is gone. I ain't never dunked a bot that didn't deserve it. Maybe talk to you like a bitch, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you talking, how close you're walking, or you and your homies might be Twitter stalked. Really hate to crip, but I gotta walk. As they tweet, see myself, but they know I'm woke. Fool, I'm the kind of G all the lemons wanna be like, on my knees while my knight takes the snacks off my backside. He's spending all my life living in a cuckold's paradise. Drank semen more than twice, living in a cuckold's paradise. I watch as my girl gets spliced, living in a cuckold's paradise. I'll throw hands and blame my wife, living in a cuckold's paradise. Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live an alpha life. I was raised to be white, so I gotta be down with the woke team. So much so I got me wishing I had lower T. An emotional manlet with Me Too on my mind. Got a cock in my hand, and it ain't even mine. I'm a flocked out sheepdog, remote wielding bandit. And my homegirls is down, so don't rouse my habit, fool. Cancel culture, nothing but a tweet deck away. Speak my truth, right or wrong, what can I say? 17 and 0, but will I ever see 34? Way things is going, I don't know.
Tell me why are we so blind to see? My lungs, they hurt each time I breathe.
Keep spending all my life living in a cuckold's paradise. I'm drank semen more than twice, living in a cuckold's paradise. I watch as my girl gets spliced, living in a cuckold's paradise. I'll make threats and don't think twice, living in a cuckold's paradise. Tweeting after tweeting, bunny in my power, minute after minute, hour after hour. Everybody's tweeting. Half of them are puppets. What happened in hotels, I reenact with Muppets. They say I gotta learn, I gotta shrink to teach me, but he just gave me books. How can they reach me? Guess they can't. I guess they won't. I guess the truth is why the facts are out of line, fool. Keep spending all my life living in a cuckold's paradise. I drank semen more than twice, living in a cuckold's paradise. And watch as my girl gets spliced, living in a cuckold's paradise. I'll suck the dick for women's rights, living in a cuckold's paradise.
I'll never see what's owed in fees, no matter how hard I plead. Hey, do you know any con sluts? Do you know any con sluts? I mean, do you know any con sluts? I could really use some right now.
You can't. You have to pull over from your stomach coming so hurt. Your stomach's hurting so much from laughing. You're welcome. You're welcome.
In his mind, and the idea of Monica in his mind about this vicious, blah blah blah, all this shit.
That was
so
100%.
He's got this monster built up, or in his mind, whatever he thinks of me as like this minuscule cuck who wants to watch Monica get smashed by these guys, or whatever his mindset is that I see all the time. Whatever he wants to think, or whatever it is just this hypothetical specter that he's built up in his own mind. Whereas when we start to get on a conversation and communicate, he'll realize I'm a human being who has passion.
Tom is here.
Who wants to,
let's go.
Speak and be
Tom,
heard.
how you doing?
And he wants to speak and be heard. And he has passion. I disagree. He disagrees. But this is the part about communication and doing it with genuine intention. Where
it was a consensual kiss.
I'm not here to try to capitalize on my communication with you guys. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not making any money off of any of it. It's just,
you actually thought Lemon was Nick? That was 100% me. That was 100% me. Both the Toye part and the Lemon part were me. Full stop. I am working on another song. I promise you it will come out this year. I promise you. There is another song coming. It is a collaboration. It is me and another individual. It is myself and another individual that are collaborating on a song. It is a Backstreet Boys song. I had to think about that for a moment. It is a Backstreet Boys song that will be coming shortly. I've just been really fucking terrible at actually recording my part of it. So believe me, there's another good song coming.
If he were to just not even tell anybody what's happening, if he met up with me on a Sunday.
Thank you so much, Tom.
And we just spent 2 hours chatting, I bet by the end of it, not that we would be cordial, but I bet you he would have a different perspective.
Hold on. Hold up.
I'm not here to try to capitalize on my communication with you guys. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not making any money.
Wait a minute.
It's just I'm communicating. I just want to be available. And I feel like it, honestly, if he were to just not even tell anybody what's happening, if he met up with me on a Sunday and we just spent 2 hours chatting.
Is this a Nick Ricada that he's talking about?
Heard, and he wants to speak and be who wants to think, smack, and whatever he. At the end of it, and that's a song he doesn't like.
I don't want to say seething hatred.
I need to
but
see
that,
who he's
like, level of
talking
anger.
about.
Like,
Oh,
what do you
absolutely.
think? What do you think caused that from your side?
I think he wanted to defend somebody that he cared about. You know, I
This
don't
is
know how
Nick.
he knows.
He's
but in
talking
some
about
essence,
Nick.
He felt that he was, you know, and maybe in his opinion, being taken advantage of, or the process was wrong. He doesn't like Me Too movements, whatever. And so he was trying to stand up for a person that maybe he didn't know and go to war for them. And I totally understand it. And that's the part where it sucks. But at the same time, where, you know, anybody who's been in a real fist fight where there's disagreements, at the end of it, that negative shit is over, and then you can start to relate and start to communicate. Because I guarantee you, he built this idea of me in his mind, and the idea of Monica in his mind about this vicious, blah, 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 all this shit. And so he's got this monster built up, or in his mind, whatever he thinks of me as like this minuscule cuck who wants to watch Monica get smashed by these guys, or whatever his mindset is that I see all the time. Whatever he wants to think, or whatever it is just this hypothetical specter that he's built up in his own mind. Whereas when we start to get on a conversation and communicate,
You're very close
he'll
to
realize
Backstreet's
I'm a
Back.
human
It's
being
close,
who has passion,
but not quite.
who wants to, you know,
You
speak
are
and be heard,
my
and he wants to speak and be heard. And he has passion. I disagree. He disagrees.
Think along the lines of that.
Part about communication and doing it with genuine intention. Where,
he was all about whooping
I,
Ricada's ass. All you have to say was wrong. Good luck with that.
Communication with you guys. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not making any money off of any of it. It's just I'm communicating. I just want to be available. And I feel like it, honestly, if he were to just
want it that
not even telling me
way.
what was happening, if he met up with me on a Sunday,
think of that song.
And we just spent 2 hours chatting,
that song recorded.
I bet by the end of it,
I just have to record my part.
Not that we would be cordial, but I bet you he would have a different perspective about me and perception.
I think he would be open once this.
I want Vic to pay. That's a preview of the song. I want Vic to pay. I'm going to get that song eventually. I am literally in collaboration with somebody else. We can literally harmonize our fucking voices to this song. I want to see Monica get smashed. You get what he's saying? He's saying you can be friends with people and you can fist fight with. 100%! You can be friends with someone and fucking fist fight with them. I'm like shaking my camera right now. 100%! You can fucking fight people and be friends with them. But the fact of the matter is, this fucking little psychobot has been going on for a year. This interview happened in June of 2020. June 27th. June 27th of 2020. And this psychopath, a year later, is still attacking Vic.
This is all said and done. I don't think he'd be against it. I think just for whatever, protection of you guys, protection of both parties, just to not get involved specifically back and forth with you. I can see that.
Yeah.
But if, I was recently going back through, the original tweets and the original stuff from, how we got here.
Not obsessed at all.
And a lot of
Not
the
obsessed
tweets
at all.
I'm seeing from like you specifically, very targeted, very hostile. We're talking about, one of them here is specifically like, he's, him being blacklisted.
No problem, Ralph. Have a good one. Thank you so much for the
66 for
birthday
the
wishes.
rebound.
I appreciate you.
So, I mean, that's just one. And, but now
Another one?
we talk,
Another one?
17 months later, I don't know now. We're talking about trying to improve and
It's my birthday,
get back
so.
to work or do something different. So there is some change, it seems like, on your side of it.
I hear the
You know,
fireworks
you
going off.
Feel different from those tweets? Or do you still like?
In a sense, there's a dichotomy there. And so what I say there, Do I feel the same? In that moment back then, I agree 100% that, yeah, good luck with a rebound at 56 with all this drama attached.
Whoa. Whoa. Good luck at 56 with all this drama. What a fucking asshole.
Attached to it, right? But now that we've gone through all the drama is over in a sense, right? Everything for the lawsuit is kind of at a standstill. We've got a response that'll be coming out soon to part of it. But then at essence from that, this could be 1 to 3 years from being over.
Yeah.
I don't like how long court processes take.
Oh, I don't either. Bull crap.
Yeah. And
But
on top of that, Nick just said
break
it'll
into
take
Wisers
a very long time.
Yep.
Jack Daniels
really,
now.
really expensive.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. That part of it, and it's like,
I do
part
get
of the stuff that
fireworks for my birthday.
sucks about some video that I saw the other day,
year.
or somebody sent me about from Nick, was talking about how none of these funds go to Vic himself. It goes to this process, right? Which is fine, but if you look at the same situation here, it is a very long process, right? And that's why I said, did it make sense to file this? Because if you go into it looking at what's it going to take to win, 60 minutes, right? Football game. You got to play to the whistle to whistle. And if you're looking at this, what is the longest term that this could, if it, say it hypothetically went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and that's what it was going to take through all the different levels of.
Let's take a minute. Let's take a minute to appreciate Toye's understanding of how deep this is going to have to go. We're like almost 6 hours into the stream. I understand. The stream you're watching is only about 3.25 hours. 3.75 hours. It's got about a half an hour left in it. Let's take an appreciation on how Toye understands how this court order is going to have to go. It's going to have to go wire to wire, right? It's going to have to be Vic Mignogna 34 to Funimation et al. 27 for 3/4 of the game. He knows that. And he's really only banking on the fact that he's going to get at least half of those fireworks for himself. Yeah, Womb Independence Day fireworks are required. I can hear them going off outside right now. I work tomorrow too, by the way. More than 12 hours away, which is nice. I work tomorrow. But he's banking on the fact that he's going to have to play more than 2/4 of a lawsuit. Isn't that curious? If you're filing a TCPA, you shouldn't have to file more than 10% of a fucking lawsuit, right? You shouldn't have to file more than like 1/10. You shouldn't have to file more than what you basically understand. But here we are. He's planning for a full 4/4. I wonder why. Huh.
Well, is that the highest and best use of your time and the considerable funds that were raised?
Well, let me jump in here for a second because you mentioned that a couple of times. And the thing is that really comes down to it. That's Vic's prerogative.
Yes, absolutely.
So the thing is that us keep asking that question over and over and over again. It is pretty much a lost leader because
Right,
it comes back down to Vic. And the funny thing is that if the position was reversed, I think he would take it fully to the max as far as you would want to go with it. And at the same time here, I believe I could say unequivocally, I think Vic is trying to protect himself from all of this. And the thing is, the way he has to do this is basically going through this suit. And also one of the few things, if I'm not mistaken, and please, Crumb, correct me if I'm wrong here. Thank you. Didn't Vic mention that if people wanted to settle, there is an opportunity for that?
Absolutely.
Well, there was. I think that we're a little bit beyond the point of that. And I mean,
So what I will say, just preeminently, just to preface this point, because I literally don't know where we are in terms of viewer count. I will preface this by saying that I was requested to ask this question. I'm not gonna say by who. I was requested to ask this question.
We've talked about this to death, so like, I don't really want to go down this road once again because we're already over 3 hours, but in the first segment here. But I mean, talking about
there's so much to talk about.
Like likening court to a football game is a perfect fucking example because you have 4 15-minute quarters. It's supposed to take 1 hour, and you're there for 5 because that's how long the game takes.
Breaks and some bullshit.
Knuckleheads.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I absolutely.
Play.
Yeah.
There's a ton of stuff to dissect and a ton of stuff to talk about. I mean, ultimately, the lawsuit's a lawsuit. That's going to be determined regardless of what the hell we have to say about it. But like what we're talking about in the grand scheme of things about prerogatives, I do personally think if you were in Vic's situation, Ron, like regardless of everything else, regardless of what you've been told, I think that you probably would have taken the same path. You would have been fighting tooth and nail if this was somebody that you cared about.
100%.
Like again, hard to say. But putting yourself in a situation like that,
100%.
You have to defend yourself. I think that we would all agree we would take a similar approach, fight tooth and nail to save our reputation, to save our loved ones, to save our livelihoods.
So it's interesting that you bring this up because I do have a friend that, and I'm not going to say their name, but I do have a friend that had some accusations that were brought up against them. And I communicated with them like, hey,
no shit.
Don't go down the path of lawsuit. That is not going to be the thing. So in a sense where we talk about if you had a friend that had a similar situation where there's
he literally told someone to not fucking
I already
file
have
a
the
lawsuit.
receipts. In a sense, what I would do if my friend got in that situation. And it was to vehemently and unequivocally, unabashedly tell them, do not try to use the legal system to clear your name because it is not the way you clear your name. And so
he won't let Vic move on.
I can speak from
he won't
what I would do in that situation because
the
I did have that situation while in the middle of this lawsuit come up. And so I get why others might be upset, but it's like if we're having a hockey game and somebody shows up in Quidditch gear and a broom, and it looks like the Monty Python people are about ready to storm the Bastille, and they got their coconuts and their horse. Like this isn't going to be a fun.
This is a throwback to the second stream, the second interview when we interviewed him, and he's like, "Oh, if people showed up with like a horse and a fork, this would be a completely different situation." Hence the fork horse Teespring information. If you check the Teespring, you can buy fork horse information. you can buy fork horse gear because thank you, Ron Toye. What else could Vic do? Like they won't let him move on. He threatened to sue Vic constantly.
Fun hockey match, you know what I mean? And that's the part where all of this comes up. I already know what I would do if my friend came to me desperate, freaking out because they're losing jobs because they did. They're being told they couldn't work.
You're so disingenuous.
That is the exact situation, and I know what I counsel.
You're so disingenuous.
And so in this situation, it's not a hypothetical. I know where I would stand, and I know what I would say, and I know how I would support the person.
You would support it based on your own fucking bullshit because you're the one bringing it. You say, don't sue. Don't sue. Of course not. You wouldn't sue, you fucking marmot. Because you're the one bringing it.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
I know, Ken, you had
So-
something as well.
Yeah, I wanted to go down a little different path. I think
Sure.
this will be a fun thought experiment. And I think it's also important too, because I mean, the whole reason I'm talking to you is because I analyzed you.
Mhm.
You know,
So
however
hard
we
to
got
appeal.
here, the path has
Canadian
been fun,
sensibilities, so
Right.
stereotyping.
to say the least.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Do you trust my professional ability? Do you
I
question it much?
Some skill, yes.
Hey, there you go,
What's that?
action.
I do agree that I believe that you
Cheers,
have some
action
skill.
toys.
Okay,
Cheers.
so do you think I am an actual therapist and you're not like just a random asshole or?
I don't think you're a random asshole. I think you definitely are educated in that art.
Canada
I don't
is
know
more
how
than
experienced
maple
you are, but
and hockey and
reading your
hockey.
evaluation, I think that you have
maple
some
syrup and
experience.
hockey. Absolutely.
I have a master's degree, as I
So-
mentioned it. So,
That's awesome. Yes, so that's very evident that you have some experience there.
so, and we talked about before. You did have
Thank you so
you
much,
did
Phoenix
identify strongly with a
Orem,
couple things in my analysis.
for the happy birthday
Yep,
wishes. I appreciate
absolutely.
you.
and it's good that you were open to recognizing that, not just shutting it off. A lot of people have
Cheers.
cast doubt on me or
Yeah,
whatever.
Honey
I don't
Jack coming
care.
in clutch.
The persons I care about are in this conversation.
Right.
So
Finishing off
that's the only
my
things that
day.
matter.
Absolutely.
So if I told you after talking to you more and analyzing more, I thought there might be other things going on mental health wise, how would you feel about that?
I'd listen to what you'd have to say and evaluate it and
Bullshit.
figure out if I feel like that has weight or not.
Bullshit. You would
And-
listen to it.
So
You never
would you agree
did.
with my original statement that
We do have
you meet
Zambonis.
the criteria for like antisocial personality disorder.
I do have super chats. If you click on the link, at the top of the chat, you can super chat. I guess it's over here. Right now, you can super chat right now. I don't even know how close I am. Let me double check. How close am I? 740 subscribers. I am pretty much 260 away from getting partnered on YouTube. 260. Not much. I am so close, considering YouTube like eradicated 100% of my followers like a week ago. 200 away. What is this? Exactly. Prove it, you hermaphroditic rodent. Exactly. I need super chats for everyone to donate. You can donate directly through the super chat, the stream element super chat. It will TTS. It will text to speech you the wonderful, beautiful Ella. Ella will super chat. Will reach all of your super chats over $1. If you donate $1 or more, Ella will super chat you, and she will read your super chats live on stream.
Phoenix Orem tipped $4.12. Here's some Tim Hortons money, hoser. Happy birthday, QRL.
There we go! $4.12. Thank you, Phoenix Orem. And the lovely, beautiful Bella. There we go. Bella. I am so gone. Bella will read your super chats 100%. QRL, you said QRL. I'm gonna fire you. QRL. I appreciate it. It is my birthday today for another 2 hours. Curl. Oh, I'm 100% drunk. I am still at the point where I can remember it, but I am drunk, yes. The girl, curl. I'm not quite white girl wasted, but I am almost there. I am like one tequila sunrise away from being one white girl wasted. Nearly there. I am nearly there, and we are 30 minutes away from finishing this interview. So you have time to get it in there. We have already covered the fact that Ron Toye wants to fucking physically fight Nick Rekieta. We've already crossed that line. We have crossed the line. We have already crossed the line of Ron Toye admitting that he supports the Chinese Communist Party's social score. We have crossed that line. How much of a donation to do a shot? Probably $10. Because that's about $10 worth of whiskey left. Just about. Probably a good chunk. $5 would probably nail that about half. There you go. We are so close to finishing this, though.
I think in the past I have.
Well,
but
within the last
Bella's
say, year and a half,
TTS donations
you feel
count.
as though you're within those bounds.
You want Bella to read your TTS
You don't have
donations?
to agree. It's just
No,
Do it.
I know I don't have to. No, not in the last year and a half.
okay. Because like I said, my analysis is based off of not past. It's recent. So, while it factors in, it's a mild factor when compared to everything else.
Right.
Well, so
Bella is the real MVP.
Ken, you did make that evaluation after reviewing court documents that were about my past, right?
No, that evaluation was made as a.
So are you going to talk back the fact that you were talking about the remotes in there and all the interaction?
Well, I bring up the remote because it comes up, and because the court docs were released a while ago. It's probably been 8 months, I think, at this point.
You don't like my voice, Phoenix? I get it.
Well, like I said in my evaluation, I didn't give much weight to you doing like physical abuse. Like I said, it was probably a very minor thing, or it was like you said, it was like I did it wrong and it snapped and it was too much. Yep. So my concern would be like, what's that?
I said I was also verbally abusive. The threats were disdainable.
Yeah, and that's why I said my concern, if I'm looking at it from like the therapeutic side, I didn't.
So, Toye admits that the threats were sustainable. The threats were on point. No one can replace me. Heart hands. I'm sure.
I wouldn't look at you as such like a physical threat. Like I wouldn't, initially. Like I could see it going there, but mostly it's potential emotional and verbal stuff. And
Toye
so that's where
already called out Rekieta on a fucking MMA match.
And the way you've handled,
he wants him in the ring.
Concerned me, and I've noticed some different patterns of behavior.
He wants him in the fucking MMA ring.
Again, I'm working off of what I have, so it's what it is. But would you feel as though, what's the best way to word this? Do you feel like you bear grudges or like hold things against people for a while, or like?
No, I really don't. Honestly, that's probably something that's weird about me. I don't hold grudges. I don't think about it. It just kind of goes.
Whoa! 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 I have put on hold a dozen tacos for the grudge match that is Toye versus Ricada. You're telling me right now that Toye does not have a grudge match? Toye does not have a personal vendetta against the likes of Vic Mignogna and Ron Toye? Where's Jim Ross and Jerry Lawyer when you need him? By God! By God, he broke that man in half! Whoa! Let me call that the fuck out right now. The lie detector has determined that is a lie. Absolutely. Jesus Christ. You want to tell me he's not carry grudge matches? A year later. 1 year later. To the fucking month. You don't carry a grudge match against Vic Mignogna? Really?
Goes on.
Well, I think you might have a grudge against Nick.
I mean, I was angry with him, but right now, if and I mean this with all sincerity, if Nick called me and was like, "Hey, let's go have coffee," I'd go have coffee with him, give him a shot, and chit chat, and give him the free space to be able to reestablish a relationship in any capacity. So,
really,
I don't know if that would be fair to say.
Really,
I hold a grudge because
really,
I feel like if I was holding a grudge, I wouldn't even give the opportunity for communication, but.
Really? Really? If Nick, this is a year ago. Mind you, this is June 27th, 2020. 2020. June 27th. If Nick called Toye a year ago, a month from now, Toye would have no problem sitting down with him. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. See, Maury Povich should be a guest star. A guest star? Absolutely. Jesus Christ. I can't even talk properly. Remember the Simpsons episode where Homer was given a lie detector test by Mulder and Scully? He lied up the fucking goddamn series. Bella, take it away. Bella, take it away. Where the hell did it go? Bella, please. Bella, where are you? I thought I'd play that one. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have to replay this one, as it didn't read. Bella, please, for God's sake. If Nick apologizes, Vic can come to work. If Vic apologizes, 100%. 100% Drexel's coming to fucking clown that one out. Alright. Let me replay that one. How do I do that? Revenue history. How do I replay that amount? I'm putting my best anime beat face right now.
Phoenix Aurum tipped $5. The only ring that Ron Toye has ever been in was with his head up his ass.
You blew Bella's back out. The 227 from Siren Jag. Girl, I'm putting on my best anime face beat right now. There's a reason for it. I'll tell you about it later. Fucking right, bitch. Let me see if I can get that to replay. Can I get that to replay? Where can I get that to replay? Probably up in here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. Where's the fucking sources? Where's the fucking sources? Well, that's stats. That's not it. That's not it. Can I play it reset? Replay this fucking message, bitch. I can't do it. I'm sorry, Siren Jag. I can't do it. It won't let me. This bitch won't let me do it. It says, girl, I'm playing my pest anime face right now. There's a reason for it. I'll tell you about it later. Boom. Thank you so much, Siren Jag, for the $2.27. That is the Canadian dollars, by the way. God damn. Here we go. I'm sorry, y'all. You fixed her like Drexel fixed his sex starve. Nevada brothel. Oh my god. Fucking broke that jam up. Bella likes you. I legit can't even see the view on here right now. Let me see it. Docs. I have everything up for the docs right now. It won't even let me see the Can I see the full skew? Nope. I can see the stats. I can't see the YouTube stats. I can see the Twitch YouTube stats. Crumb nailed it. Let's go. Let's go. Bella, you're on fucking notice. You better say this shit. I swear to fuck. You better say this shit. Bella's on notice, Action Toys.
To you, like, what would you say in that situation?
Like his fucking fiance, you can't continue lying. Can't but help continue lying.
Hold a grudge, but still, as an overall matter, want to try and better things. Like, I don't hold grudge. I don't hold grudges, and I don't think I have
Phoenix Aurum tipped $5.
Like the one time I held a grudge,
your Recchietta is showing.
Even when I was holding,
pay more money to make her speak.
I don't like this.
Let's go.
So, and I was
Phoenix Aurum with a 5 buns. Let's go.
But I've noticed several different patterns of behavior that would.
Bell is talking.
I don't think you would hit enough for a clinical diagnosis with something along the lines of paranoid personality disorder.
Fair.
Say
Toye is not having any of this.
It requires 4 of the 7
right
criteria to meet, and like I said, I don't know if I have enough to meet it.
Right.
So.
Right.
And I think through your actions, recently you've been, again, I'm taking you good faith that you're being open.
Take Bella back. You can break her back right now if you want Action Toys.
I've got it pulled up right here.
Let me just say, if you all wanna break Bella's back right now, where is it? There we go. the super chats up right there will make Bella say your message unless you're Action Toys, apparently. If you're Action Toys, you apparently won't garner a message, but $1 or more will get you Bella's approval.
You know, but there is one thing, and I gotta find it. It's just this stupid PDF. It's so hard to navigate through. This shit's like 1,000
Bella will
pages.
apparently
Can you
read
do,
your
like,
message
Control
and
G
just
and find it,
fillet
or
you
Control F?
entirely.
I have it bookmarked, but there's a book, like I have each diagnosis bookmarked.
Right.
It's just the bookmarks are, well, there's so many references to each other diagnosis. So like, for example, depression can be not only in its section, but there's each diagnosis has
Yeah,
like a
depression
differential diagnosis section. So it talks about the
Hey,
trying.
Sam! Funny how the one... I'm going to read that one. Because Bella felt that was not one to redeem. Let me find that one. Oh my god. I mean, where is it? Oh no! Bella felt that was not one to be redeemed. But I am going to... Oh my god. Oh no! Where's my tipping setting? Where's my revenue history? Plate our words, you Bella dirty flirt. Alright, let's see. Funny how the one con that sided with Vic. It's the first con of 2021. And will be the explosive in all his haters going to his home mad. Absolute.
This is why I'm broke tipped $5. Cress, I never knew you were impersonating Nick Recchietta on your birthday of all occasions. Since you're a BIPOC, can you cosplay as Drexel next?
Oh my god, yes I can. Thank you so much. As we're reading the absolute amazing the amazing Sam, this is why I'm broke. Thank you so much for the $5. Bella, you dirty flirt. I will do my best. I will do my absolute best to represent Drexel on the next stream. You know, fun fact. There was a spray tan. It isn't racist if Crest does it exactly. I'm gonna have Drexel on the next stream, and we'll do it. There's a spray tan that literally made like my skin pigment fucking blacker than Sasha Banks. Okay, literally, I saw this on fucking Twitter. There's a fucking spray tan that made me blacker than Sasha fucking Banks, and I'm gonna invest in. I'm gonna invest in that shit, and I'm gonna be on here with Drexel the next stream. I'm gonna be the German Shepherd that stream, guaranteed.
You just search, you'll find like 500.
Yep.
So if I could just search depression, it's gonna take fucking forever to find.
Yep.
It isn't racist if I do it.
Searching for this,
because I have Drexel as a best friend.
I can't find it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, I think regarding the stuff with Vic and all that stuff, because you've said it in the past about Ty, if Vic chose different counsel, then you would have a different feeling on this. Like,
God,
I can't imagine. I can't imagine being.
I can't feel my fucking fingertips.
Friendly about the idea of being sued. Period.
Right.
I regardless of who was doing it, I don't think I would have a very good time. I don't know. I think I don't know if it's the the frustration that's misplaced and whatever else, and like obviously you're getting some kind of joy out of tearing apart Ty's typos and things like that.
Yes.
I will
It
read
is what it
every
is. Like
super chat.
from what I understand from
Super
lawyering,
chat to
they
Bella.
aren't.
Bella,
They aren't
Bella will
scholars
read
in,
it to
in
me
terms of,
right now.
of writing stuff properly or using.
Top of the
properly,
chat,
but
super chat
the reason
it there.
why it is because
She'll
I
read
know
it.
how important this case is.
If she
to
doesn't read
each
it,
side, right?
I will
And
read it.
While I don't want to be in a lawsuit, I also knew very well how important and impactful each thing that I was saying could be.
You're so full of shit. You're so full of shit, Toye. How everything you would say would be weighed? Did you read anything at all? Did you think anything at all that would be said during this interview? This interview alone! You said you supported the People's Communist of China. You said your own flesh and blood shouldn't be allowed into the fucking university system because he said the N-word. I mean, I agree, but you said your own fucking case hasn't been decided in front of a jury. You lunatic!
So while everybody was threatening, you could be sued. I knew Nick was out here threatening, like, you could get sued. I knew the weight of everything I was tweeting, right? And so
if it isn't racist, Chris doesn't.
the part
absolutely.
of why it's so frustrating is, and why I say it
You're
would be better if it was
100%
with
correct,
another
Phoenix
person
Arm.
or a professional attorney that wouldn't have conducted themselves in the way that he did.
I don't do racist.
Because I understand the reason why he filed the lawsuit. I get the emotional
Don't do racism.
position to file.
Well, let's be fair. We've seen some really horrific lawsuits in the past like 2.5 years.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like Vic could have had a
Draxel!
$10. Happy birthday, Cress. Bring Phoenix Aurum on the show.
Jesus Christ, Draxel! Thank you so much for the $10. I have to double check actually. Hold on a minute. Oh my god. I'm gonna add Harima to the stream. And I'm gonna invite. You know what? I'm gonna open the fucking stream to invites here. There we go. Oh shit. There goes the rest of my whiskey. Which wasn't much, by the way. It wasn't much, but hey, wait. Oh my god, my fucking mouse went down. We're going down. Hello, Harima.
Hello.
Hello.
You're enjoying everything.
Oh my god. Siren Jag is here.
Hello.
Hello. Ding dong, hello. How are you doing? You're doing your makeup. Oh
Yes,
fucking
I am.
God. I don't have you on the stream, but I'm pouring me whiskey. Let me go there. Ding dong,
Yes,
hello.
I have a plan. Not told anyone about yet.
You have a plan? Y'all are catching me at the best part of this right now. I'm gonna play I'm gonna play the rest of this stream, and then I'll hopefully figure out how to get the rest of you on stream. Because I am very
a lot worse.
I'm
like,
very
he could have
past,
had. I don't remember
the point of
heck
drunk.
it was, but the person that basically told State Farm
I
that
will
they were,
still remember this, by the way,
that they were gay boys or whatever else like that.
I mean, fair enough.
But he did have his attorney say he could put a bullet in someone's eyes and sleep like a baby the next night.
This is a
kind of scary.
birthday
Was that
manufactured
Landau that
stream.
said
by
that?
the
I don't
way.
remember. I might be.
Are you talking about Ty or something?
No.
No.
There was another
Oh.
lawsuit that.
I meant what Ron said.
Oh yeah, Ty said that. He said if somebody got in the way of his
That's
him
fair.
being able
I
to
wish I had
make a
brought,
living, he would put a bullet
some,
between their eyes and sleep like a baby.
some
At the same
festivities
time.
or whatever.
I mean, to me, that just sounds like the stereotypical Texan.
Whoa! Who said that? Who said that, Ron? Was that Ty? Hold on.
Oh yeah, Ty said that. He said if somebody got in the way of him being able to
That was Ty.
make a living, he would
That
put a bullet
sounded like
between their eyes
Ty.
and
I
sleep
just
like a
need to
baby
be
the
sure of
same-
it.
the same night.
I mean, to me, that just sounds like the stereotypical Texan. But
Oh no, I agree. But at the same time, in the middle of a lawsuit,
There we go.
where it's,
What are you doing, Crumb?
he has a grenade on his desk, so like I would fuck with him.
That sounded like a Ty.
Weed
That
and cowboy boots.
sounded
I was
like a
at the
Ty.
lawsuit, and he ran like a baby hiding style whenever I wanted to have a chat with him because I wanted to find out if he really wanted to talk in the fucking parking lot because he said he'd like to handle shit there. And you know where he
When
was?
did I start? Oh my
Little
God.
fat ass running away. And but that's just my own maybe negative
I
side.
need to bring
all
in
this other
the
stuff.
StreamYard.
But Ty speaks
God,
like
I'm
somebody
so
who wants to be somebody who isn't afraid of confrontation, but clearly is not equipped to handle that situation.
Yeah, Chris Hook was the lawyer I was talking about, the guy that was telling State Farm that they were gay boys.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
Shit, man, that was so
Be able
good.
to practice, like, ugh. Yeah.
Well, why shouldn't he be able to practice if he does that though?
So if
No.
somebody's willing to stoop to the level of insulting
Here
somebody
we
like
go.
you're gay boys, they're not understanding the bigger conflict
There we
and the
go.
importance of the position that they're in. So I honestly feel like lawyers have a duty not only to, represent their clients in a level that is, important, but also to represent the state that they're licensed in. So, in a sense, if I'm willing to call somebody a gay boy, and that is a derogatory term, what is my character? Am I truly representing the state in a way that is bringing justice and neutrality and all these things that the law is supposed to represent? Am I honestly and vigorously defending clients with the best intention when I'm looking at and calling somebody and have the capacity to degrade them to the point that they think that gay boy is an insult? Like, why is that an insult? Why is it something against them? Maybe that's just fundamentally it shows the position, and that's where for me it's like powerful. It's like, who is this man? Is this somebody who should be a lawyer, who should represent people, who should be making the laws? Because if this person is the one representing it, it's a microcosm of a bigger picture.
Well, and I think the New York judge, the New York judge that had Chris Hook in there would agree with you because he got sanctioned into oblivion for that one. So.
Good. It's like, here's the tax for the gay boy thing, buddy. Here, go be 1927 in the corner and cry.
So, I think on the topic of kind of segueing away from what we talked about for a bit, but like insults and stuff, like for example, gay boys. I think that's one of the problems I have with like society at the moment. Is the complete degradation and destruction of dark humor, effectively. I've been in, like I said before, emergency services, so I've dealt with the traumas of that. What I do now, you have to like make jokes like that. Effectively, it's a requirement almost to really process. What's that?
Are you saying that you have to make gay boy jokes?
What I mean is, for example,
Ron.
like you have to make gay boy jokes. We have now put that in law. That is now effective.
Part of the Constitution.
It's a constitutional amendment now.
It's definitely gross. Yeah.
Well, I agree. I think it's all context based, right? So, for example, I have a friend. One of my best friends is a lesbian, right?
Yeah.
And I'll joke with her, and I'll tell her, be like, "Oh, this shit's gay."
Ron's
And I'll be
one
like,
Crumb.
"No, bad gay, not good gay."
Right.
It's Chris.
If you want to join the late stream,
Well, like
The
when I
link
grew-
is
when I-
there.
when I
You
grew
can
up,
join the
you'll
live
be like
stream.
shit. That shit's gay. That was like
Right.
what
I know. I
everyone
grew up
said.
in a time period where I
You can
literally
do
use
that.
that term. That's
And
gay.
so
I probably use it without thinking, but is that the way humans should evolve? Is being so careless with our words that we don't think about how somebody would receive them, and that's what I'm talking about professional. Like
We're
I
like
can do
6.5
so
hours.
I'm trying actively to not.
We're 6.5
get that out
hours
of my
in. We're a
lexicon
full
because
bottle
it was
of
something taught to me. I was taught at one
of
point this is an acceptable
wine
joke, but that
and
doesn't mean
about
it should
2.5
continue forward
whiskeys
because
in.
the heart of the kid
One
or the
whiskey
person who hears
dropped
that,
on my
who overhears the conversation, hears gay, that's gay, then they associate that gay equals wrong or gay equals awkward, and gay is not awkward. It isn't wrong. It's something that for them is beautiful, and it's intentional, and it's something that should be celebrated. So I don't want to be the guy.
I don't even understand how I got through this conversation sober.
Snowflake or whatever, but
I literally did not. The original conversation, I was completely fucking sober.
While I fail at a lot of things, because the other day I used the word retarded, and I felt guilty afterwards. It racked me. I was like, oh,
I forgot
said that
about
word.
this.
I need to not use
Why
that.
were you so guilty about it though?
Because I should not have used it, because there are people
He
who are
fucking
mentally
used
retarded
a
that
gamer
could hear
word.
that when I'm like, oh, that's retarded. In Massachusetts, everything retarded, right? It's not. I shouldn't say
Retarded.
that. And even though retard can also not necessarily mean for mental capacity, it can be for holding anything back or not being fully capable. But
Yeah,
it's still
it has other uses.
be better about, you know?
Well,
The English language is a really ridiculous thing. I mean, like,
Yeah.
Retarded.
So
He
you
uses
can-
a Boston Terrian.
well, when I mean like the whole dark humor thing or like offensive humor, you know, like I'll use, you know, if you grab a list of all the offensive words that are out there,
6 more
I've
hours.
probably
Hype.
used all of them and
Let's go.
modified them in some
Yeah.
form or fashion, right? Because I'm a human. It's part
Yeah.
of being it. But
I mean,
also,
I don't have to work
you know,
until 1:30
when
tomorrow.
it's appropriate
so-
or not, or what the point of it is. Like I joke with my friend, good gay, bad gay.
Right.
You know, I use it in the right, you know, areas. Like I wouldn't do that at work, clearly.
Right.
But you know, I could do that with friends.
Right.
You know, when I was a
Joy Man, he
firefighter,
literally said the fucking
This
gamer
is where it
word.
gets into that weird thing, and I don't want to go down it. It's just
Shower and
composing
do
it.
laundry.
At one
Happy
point,
happy
when you're
birthday.
saying that,
Thank you
when
so
would
much.
be the bad gay? And
Phoenix
this is where it's
Forum.
fun to do this with people that are safe, because this is where
Appreciate
it
you.
challenges even
Julian
fundamental paradigms.
Menifee.
of That mindset in that moment.
Facial expressions from the
in your
from
mind,
the
there might be a
for
point
the
where
minute.
gay is bad. 'cause
Oh
like,
my
oh,
God,
not
like
good,
recording.
the good gay, not the bad gay.
This
What's
is
the bad gay?
well,
Words,
well,
no
good gay
reason
is
needed.
like, you know, obviously just like being gay or whatever. Bad gay is like people doing stupid shit. that
I am
pisses you off.
6.5
That's
hours
bad
into
gay.
drinking.
Like you
Right.
did something dumb. That's gay.
Double
That's
salute
bad gay.
to
Like
anyone.
That's the difference, you know.
Right.
And it's
There's not
spelled
drinking
out
so
to
far.
where the term "gay" in this context isn't talking about specifically homosexuals or lesbians. It's talking about people doing stupid shit or whatever.
God damn.
Right.
So that's where like bad gay.
Anyone who is
means
not
what it
talking
means. So,
gay, salute.
So
So it
when
comes
we-
back down to contents and timing.
Texas,
Right.
Yeah.
Texas
It's so
speech
critical.
Right.
is
and
up
that
there. The super
yeah.
chats are up in
Well,
the corner.
But
I know we're coming up to probably the end of the first segment here. So,
yes.
did you have any other?
I am
pressing
like
questions that you wanted to
2.5
ask?
whiskeys in.
I did find
spilled
the thing I
2.
was gonna talk about. I found it finally.
Perfect.
I'll try to make this brief.
So,
One thing I've noticed, and so, like I said, I pay pretty close attention to the thread on the forum because it's one of the few fun outlets.
The funny part is, because I know that I have like somebody. I know I have somebody like actually on mute right now. I have spilt 2. I need a sippy whiskey cup. Absolutely, I do. I need a non-spill whiskey cup right now. I have been going on about 3 hours past what this original interview went. And I've gone so much beyond what this interview is. Thank you guys so much for the support. I appreciate you hanging out and giving the support so much for the stream. We have almost hit 1,000 subscribers. 1,000 subscribers. 1,000. We have hit 10K in watch hours. Do you know how much that is? 10,000 watch hours. That is fucking incredible. 10,000 watch hours in a fucking year. Incredible. We have almost subbed 1,000. 1,000 people have almost watched 10,000 hours. In 1 second. 10,000 hours. That's incredible. You guys are amazing. I have gone beyond Thunderdome. I have gone beyond Thunderdome. Incredible. You guys are fucking amazing. I have to show some things. Go. That's it. Thank you guys so much. I ain't gonna be out of fucking whiskey after this. I have finished a complete fucking wine bottle, a complete whiskey bottle, a complete whiskey bottle. Please donate to the whiskey fund. Please. This has been a fantastic uteral expanse. Fan-fucking-tastic. Thank you so much.
I get during my day.
Mhm.
And
It is fun.
you know, it's interesting to see how people react on the forums in general. So that's why I'm there to begin with. But I've noticed how you handle a lot of the stuff about the lawsuit. It fits into a very specific pattern. And like I said, I don't know if this one too would also cross the threshold. And I don't want this to come off in an offensive manner, right?
No,
I'm not
it's out there.
and I'm not saying what I'm about to say as a way to demean you. It's truly for kind of a thought process analysis.
Yeah.
Is, when I read the diagnosis I'm reading right now, I'm going to hold off on naming it for a second. I've seen behaviors that fit within it.
Yeah.
Whether or not it actually applies is where it becomes, I would need more information.
Right.
But, there are things where,
Hey,
where
Nakamura.
I'm looking at the first
Nakamura expanded his vision.
Things that you may have done within the last 16 or 17
total
months.
expanded day. So Nakamura, King Nakamura, King back to
Did you
King
see
back
the
to jury.
I took some test that Crest suggested, and I sent. I
That's
believe
Ken suggested. Ken
He
sent it.
took some tests.
I did. I saw that.
He took some tests I suggested.
What's that?
Which house am I in? Am I Slytherin or am I Ravenclaw? Because I'm already pissed off about the decision that they put me in unjustly.
Let me see if I have that. I actually think I have that somewhere. But I did see that test. And because the test I sent you was it's one of the most clinically valid tests.
Yeah.
That are out there. It's been tested over and over.
Damn right.
Oh, here we go.
Hop.
I have your results. So I think this is.
Please say.
Here's your test
What do you
results.
say?
What What's that?
Let me just say, I would have had Mr. Hop on this stream had it not been for the fact that he's on Wi-Fi right now. Mr. Hop would be on this stream right now. The test showed he was a psycho, right? Absolutely. Mr. Hop, welcome home. If it was not for the fact that Mr. Hop had to be on Wi-Fi tonight, I would have him on the stream 100%. Because he is home. He is discharged from the hospital. He is 1.5% mass less. But he is home. He made it all the way upstairs. I would have him on the fucking stream. Gotta go now. Stream should be now. Parting on the far past. Thank you so much, Ragnarok Knight. Have a good one. Feel better. Mr. Hop should be 100% on his bed right now. Have him on stream. 100%. Exactly, I can hear you upstairs. Exactly, I can hear you upstairs. Thank you so much. We'll continue this broadcast.
I was joking. I said, please say Slytherin.
So your test results were not what I was expecting.
Ravenclaw.
Nah, I don't know. I'm not the Sorting Hat. I can't do that much.
Well,
But,
they
you know,
like me in Ravenclaw.
You did score higher on extroversion and higher on emotional stability and agreeableness. And I would agree with the agreeableness. You know, you've been able to talk, and you know, we've very rarely in the discussions we've had, like, hit a point where there's some major conflict. It's easy to work with you. You are pretty outgoing, so I'd agree mostly with the extroversion side of it. And I'm sure this applies in your work too because of what you do. Conscientiousness, you know, you scored like,
nearly 7 hours in.
You know, because there's the two sides
Let's
of it.
go.
Like, you know, the ability to conscientiousness was pretty good score, and intellect and imagination. And you know, intellect and imagination is also openness to experience too, which I also agree because that's another reason you're here. So I was actually surprised by your results. I still need to read through the disc one you sent me because it was multiple pages, and it was trying to process it because I need to go through and read it.
It's long.
And read all the things from it. But I was really impressed by the results of your test. You know, it was an interesting test.
Right.
But back to what I was talking about.
So the question that was sent to Ron Toye was actually a complete evaluation of his psyche, taken by Ken Jennings, by the way.
Is, you know, there's been a few times where either myself or Crumb or Mr. Hop, or maybe even other people, have pointed out things to you that don't fit with reality in a way. Like you know, evidence or things like that about what have happened. And you very, very strongly.
And as Randy Scribner Jr. points out, when it comes to the important things that Ron Toye talks about, that both sides of his mouth, 100%.
Will not cede ground to that. And so part of me almost has the concern whether there's a type of like again, the clinical term, like a delusion going on as far as
disorder or something.
What's that?
Like disassociation.
I don't know.
That's a great point he brings up. Disassociation. Ron Toye has disassociated himself I am like fucking 3 whiskeys deep. And I can tell you, from a non-sober perspective, that Ron Toye has completely disassociated himself from reality.
No, I'd have to go back and think about that. I didn't put that on you, but my thought of this is because of, because you are coming on to have these discussions, but
Right.
when there's a lot of challenge to certain things about the lawsuit or about what's happened, is you're very reluctant to, give up ground on it,
Mhm.
and you're stuck in a mindset that won't bend in effect. And
Right.
to me, that there's indications of almost a delusion there, and that's not saying you're delusional. It's saying that, and it's also possible with being dug in this for so long, and you're getting your stuff from your side, and everyone's getting. It's possible. It's just that. That's why I try to do what I can to read through the documents, actually pull up the citations, which is a pain in the ass
Yep.
to do it.
Yes.
Because there's so much shit to read.
Yep.
And my time is limited.
Mhm.
But so, like I said, again, I don't know if I could say you'd be clinical for it, but I would say that's something to think about.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know if we'll talk again. I actually have enjoyed these conversations. They're fun. I do
Absolutely.
enjoy.
Yeah.
But to think about that, and also think about that as how it applies to your conversations on the farms.
Yeah.
If you continue to do that,
Right.
am I really right?
Right.
s- seed ground for a minute and actually do the thought experiments. Take the other side
Mhm.
and work through it. If, like I tell people, if you can successfully argue
You're hilarious,
your
Action
opponent's
Toys.
side, you are more comfortable in your own argument. So if
Right.
you could come on this stream next time and give a very strong argument,
Next time.
would be able to succeed in
Next
this
time.
case,
Jesus
you would be
Christ,
very
Ken.
comfortable in your own argument.
You're optimistic. Huh?
That's something to think about. Try it. You can do it with yourself.
Yeah.
Write it down or talk it out, and think that through.
Optimistic.
That applies.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't want to say
Bold
that
to think
it
there's a
was
next
something
time.
that popped out as a concern. Just thinking about it. I don't like to sit here and psychoanalyze this. It can get, kind of redundant at some point.
Yeah.
But, again, the whole reason I started this in the first place, that we first started this, I just have some concerns, and I just want to make sure that, for example, myself, my views on it could be one way or the other.
Right.
It's not about that for some of this. Some of this is really, and that's part of this back and forth we've had, is think about the different facts that have actually happened. Think about the other side. Think about your own side, how they actually intertwine.
Right.
Because they don't, because there's things that I thought I was confident in this lawsuit, in this situation,
Right.
that I thought I had memorized the timeline, or I thought I had memorized this information. I forgot a bit.
Right.
I've got like a cheat sheet of the different things to try and help. I have like a Google Drive full of liquid documents. I
Right.
go reference, and it helps for things like this.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it's upsetting to be heard that I'm potentially calling you delusional, but how,
No, I mind it.
how have you felt about talking with me? I know you've talked to Mr. Crumb and Mr. Hop. How do you feel with talking about me? It's probably
I'm okay with talking with you, and just talking about this subject there. Part of it is, just in our discussion now that we've talked on the, kind of what I was talking about when you confront somebody. So when you put out the initial response, it offended me, but then I wanted to hear your side, right? So as soon as someone said there was an opportunity, because I didn't know if I'd ever get a chance to chat with you, right?
Yeah.
Because they're an anonymous human on Twitter, and even though your voice sounds
Thank
very
you,
familiar,
Action
I've
Toys.
had a conversation with you somewhere, it's
maybe you have.
I know you sound like I know. I feel like I've talked to you at some point in my life. But either way, it's like I wanted to hear you out because no matter what, if I ever feel like I've arrived somewhere, then I've failed. And so, like, if you're seeing something that I need to address, even though I might disagree and still continue, it's still planting a seed of like, hey, maybe I need to address some things, right? Same thing with Crest. Same thing with Mr. Hop. Like, I listen, and because the best way to get real evaluation is not the people who are telling you yes all the time. It's the people that are challenging you. I don't give a shit about the people who tell me I'm great and awesome because those people are just telling me that because they think I want to hear it. I want to hear where I'm fucking up. I want to hear where I can get better. Whether I agree with it or not, I'd rather hear that than hearing people tell me what I want to hear because I can't grow that way. And so that's part of this whole process.
Way to look at it.
Yeah,
that's a good
And
way.
I at first was upset with you, and now it's like, cool. You did your thing. You wanted to put your thing out there, and it's fair. And you made your opinion, and now I have no problem. Like, honestly, if anybody ever tried to mess with any of you three, I would have the same passion to protect you guys as I would have any of my closest friends. And I mean that.
Really?
And even though we don't stand on the same ground,
oh, really?
I promise you, try it. Let somebody try to mess with one of you.
Oh, really, Ron?
I'll go to war.
Oh,
and that's
really?
part of it because it's just my nature, and I really do.
Oh,
appreciate
really,
all of you
Toye?
guys giving me the opportunity to connect. And
oh,
we're connecting
really?
more and just chatting. It's not that you have to. Either of us have to believe any side. It's just allowing people to be.
Oh my God!
And I really do value it.
Well, I think it's a pretty good spot to end this segment on. So we're going to call it here for the stream. For this particular one, I'll ask everyone to hang around for a little bit after. We'll talk for a bit and then get to the next part there. So thank you so much for the audience. I know we have so much to talk about. We'd probably talk for hours and hours and hours on it. Like, honestly. But
whoa, is that the time that's gone by? Wow.
It goes so fast, man.
It goes by so quickly. Yeah. So thank you everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate all of you. But for now, we'll bid you adieu, and we'll keep you guys around. Ken and Ron, thank you guys so much for hanging around. We'll keep you guys for just a minute. But for the chat, keep your stick on the ice, and bye bye.
Support each other. See you guys around on the block.
We actually had Toye on for a very short period of time on that. Siren Jag, we still have you on. we still have you on. I'm gonna grab a couple people from chat if they want to jump on here. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat for them. That's the link if they want to get in chat. Jesus Christ. We had Toye on. You know, the fun fact is, he bought a fucking t-shirt. He bought a t-shirt and a blanket from us. After that fucking absolute insanity. I'm gonna leave it live because I'm still a little bit tipsy from the last series. But Siren Jag, you're live. If you have any comments about this, like, Jesus Christ, what a fucking lunatic. What an absolute lunatic. Like, the Demon Wolf says, what you're noticing, he has nothing to say. What he needs to, without saying anything, I think why. Absolutely. Literally crazy. Siren Jag, you're speechless right now. You're speechless right now. You're muted. You're muted right now. You're speechless as to what Toye had to say. You have nothing to say. Anything anyone has to say, join that link. You can have like a free 5-minute chat. But what we have to discuss. I have a few minutes before I have to dig into these tacos. Before I have a few minutes talking these tacos. Unbelievable. Jesus Christ. Jag is muted. Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I am 100% through my whiskey and accumulated alcohol content. Jesus Jones. Oh, we have someone else. Mr. Hop. Mr. Hop! I think you're muted. I think you're muted. So I got you on the audio phone? Can you hear Mr. Hop? Mr. Hop! Can you say something? Mr. Hop. We're all muted through StreamYard. What the fuck, dude? You're all live. Mic check 1 2 3. Oh. Try it again. Try it again. Log in. If you can log in again, I'll try to get you in. Oh. Mr. Hop. I still can't hear you. For some reason, I can't hear you. Your daughter's here from the prom. Let's try it again. Mr. Hop. Can you hear us? I unmuted the site. Oh, I can hear you. Mr. Hop. I can hear you, Mr. Hop. I can hear you now. Mr. Hop!
Yeah, we're up.
There we go. We got you.
Can you? Your mic is cut off on my end here, bud.
Really? Oh, 1 second. There we go.
Oh! My goodness gracious, Crumb. Happy birthdays and stuff.
Good grief.
Hello, everybody. My goodness gracious. This boomerang. Why do we do as such?
These boomerang.
Yes. Yes. I wanted to potato Ken my computer. That makes no sense at all. Awesome. So,
There we
hey,
go.
everyone. How's everyone doing tonight?
Doing well.
Awesome. That is excellent. Very, very good. So I see that you're back in the toy chest again.
Hanging in there.
That's awesome.
I am on the third bottle of whiskey tonight.
Oh, goodness gracious.
The honey jack.
The honey jack's gone.
Oh, it
Why is all the rum gone? Why is all the whiskey gone?
It's gone.
It's see you later. Now it's become a candle holder. Awesome. So how does it feel just to be a little bit older there, Crumb?
We're hanging in there.
Awesome.
Barely.
Very, very cool. Barely. I dig it. Cool. So
No, I need headphones echoing because like I don't have. So the thing is when I logged into Streamlabs,
yeah,
it like duplicated me.
Oh goodness gracious! There's wait a minute. There's more than one of them running around drunk. Oh my god!
I know. One second.
Okay.
Let me try and like. You can't hear me.
No, I can hear you.
Hold on.
Okay.
You
all right,
Mr.
Mr.
Long. Oh my god.
Hey, Crumb, did you know I'm home again from the hospital?
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, that's cool. I'm being silly. Don't mind me.
So you can hear me
very
quietly now.
Yes, but I can still hear you.
Yeah,
which is
you
good.
can still hear me. The people on the stream can hear me, but they can't hear me echoing now.
Well, that's good.
I don't have headphones on, but because of the way that Streamlabs is set up, Streamlabs can hear me and hear my mic echo at the same time.
I got you. Well, you seem to take care of the mic echo.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's still echoing, but not much. Not much at this point.
Gotcha. And how am I coming across?
You're coming across
okay?
good. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm currently rewriting things for my phone right now. So if this good for my phone, that's awesome.
I'm gonna drop it down a little bit.
So I've been away for a while.
You've been MIA for a while.
What's that?
You've been MIA for a while.
Yes. I've been behind enemy lines. I decided to go on this diet, which basically consisted of how can we say, not having a leg to stand on. But that's okay.
You've been renting on. You've been like kind of relying on a diet of not having a leg.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I went for the extreme weight loss program. Who knew it would cost me a leg?
At least it didn't cost you an arm.
This is true. Because if it did, it'd be like, oh my god. So, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So, you've dissected the video.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do? Is it like a part 3 to this thing, or it's been so long? I took this memory and I put it in a box, and I took that box and put it in the basement. I completely forgot about all this craziness.
I don't think there's another one. I don't. Unless people want that there's another one. I don't think there is.
No, I don't think so either. I just had to double check things. I get been away for a while. I'm gonna clear my lens here just a little bit. There we go. So, how's the chat doing this evening? With the best chats on the internet. Oh, wait, he's no longer in office anymore. It's been so long.
Yeah, we've been chilling out for a while, right? You just appeared out of the ether tonight from your long-term I don't know what the hell to call it.
Rest. We'll call it rest.
Yeah.
Rest and relaxation. Little R and R. Ron Toye and Mr. Ron. Sweet.
Why does Grandma sound like the voice in my head? Because I am the voices in your head, Action Toys.
Oh goodness. So, have you been a good birthday girl today?
I think so.
Okay.
I think I've been pretty good today.
These are good things. We don't want the cops coming over, having you swinging from the chandelier and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah. So, there we are. Look at that.
Rad Merlady says, "Welcome back, Mr. Hop."
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Happy to be back. Even if it's just for a little while. I want to say hi to everyone. I missed you all. Look at all you got Action Toys there. You got the other people's there. It's all pretty good.
Yeah.
All pretty good. And I'm doing pretty good too. I got my head screwed back on straight again.
There you go.
Ready to rock and roll into whatever comes next type of thing. And should be good. Should be good. I put the fan up here. Oh my god. So,
It is very warm.
yes, it was. But at least it's cooling down now. There's nothing worse having like night heat, if you know what I mean. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
You're in bed just sweating all out. It's like, oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
So, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Has Ron Toye been on the show since I've been away?
No.
Really? Oh wow. You would think he would come back for a third or fourth round. I guess not. You think there's public relations people got a hold of him to Toye don't do a goddamn thing?
The latest invention, the latest investment or whatever you want to call we had passed. He had nothing to do with it. He wanted nothing to do with it.
I wonder why. Because he seemed to be so nice to us.
Right?
Willing to protect us at all costs. Buying a t-shirt, buying a blanket. I don't know why he bought a blanket, especially in June. That's a little odd. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree.
I just want to be covered in the Canuckleheads happiness. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he bought not only a t-shirt but a blanket.
Yeah, which is weird because again, our interview was like almost a year to the date type of thing, like June. It's like who the fuck wants to buy one of these wonderful, happy, warm blankets? They're nice, they're furry, they're lovable, squeezable. But it's like, dude, it's June. Do you think he was trying to buy our actual friendship and stuff?
Tiny bit.
You think so?
Tiny bit.
Yeah. It would be funny if he came out of work. He's going, you can't touch Crumb and Mr. Hop. Oh my god. I'm here to defend these peoples. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Toye. Totally awesome.
That is a bit beyond what we have for going today.
Yeah.
Woo.
Is the room spinning on you?
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
So that's all I got for today.
Gotcha. Should I bring you a bucket?
Probably.
Alright. Probably for the best. I'll slowly push one in using the broom.
Thanks everyone for hanging out today. I appreciate it. It's been a fantastic time.
It has been. I caught the last tail end of it, but so
there you go. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, though. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Have a good night. This has been Canuckleheads. Keep your stick on the ice.